So, for this OG manhwa, our protagonist is none other than a virgin tree. Yep, not a swordsman, not a mage, a literal tree. And how did he get isekai'd? Did he die heroically? Nope, he choked while drinking water. Next thing he knows, he wakes up rooted to the ground, covered in vines, branches, and bark. But hey, silver lining. He gets a system, and this system's not messing around. It's ready to turn him into an absolute powerhouse. Now you might be thinking, why does a tree need to get strong? Because in this world, the strong eat the weak, literally. Gigantic snakes, mutated monsters, nuclear weapons, and yes, even intergalactic aliens are out here trying to mulch him. So now we follow the journey of a weak, awkward tree on his quest to become something that even the gods fear. If that sounds like your kind of chaos, hit that like button and subscribe. Comment God Tree if you want part 2. Let's branch out together, enjoy. Late at night, deep in the forest, a bunny can be seen. It got attracted to a light, which illuminated a wide area of the forest. It came from a magical-looking tree. The tree's trunk is skewed towards the left, since it houses a crystal in it. The round crystal had something that looked like eyes that glowed. Suddenly it coughed and talked. It expressed that it almost choked to death. It was confused about where it was. It checked the surroundings and said that it isn't its house. It wondered how it ran into the wilderness. Then it saw something wiggle. It got surprised and scared. It feels that its hair is thick and has leaves too. It thought that it was a strange dream. It assumed that it's because it's been busy and was thinking all kinds of weird things. It decided to go back to sleep and expected that everything would be back to normal after it woke up. After waking, it was furious upon realizing that it turned into a tree. It asked what happened. Then, it recalled having a sip of water then. It choked and died. It wondered if it got reincarnated, but it questioned why it's a tree. It defined reincarnation as becoming handsome and creating a harem. But now, this reincarnated person complains that he doesn't have limbs. But now with no arms, he couldn't even do one-handed pull-ups. He cursed and questioned what he did wrong, and there wasn't even a chance to repent. Then it thought of something. The trees don't have eyes, but he has a full range of vision. And he saw the height of the canyon being hundreds of meters. He felt like he was trapped between two mountains. He was surprised to know that the tree is actually a visual. It was unexpected, and he could smell too. Well, more like feeling rather than smelling. He saw that he has almost 50 branches, but he can only move one. He tried to feel the remaining 49. But our boy was surprised to learn that it's numb after sitting there for a long time. Eventually, he could control it, but it was trembling. He also noticed that the roar of wild animals can be heard from time to time, and if they come and break him, he can't resist at all. He can imagine that just a single woodpecker is enough to kill him. Then he saw a Boeing plane in the sky. He recognized that he's in the modern world, but he also entertained the idea that the timeline might be the same. He got annoyed with the two stinky bees flying around. He smacked it away because the buzzing was too loud. A system showed that it was a double kill. He froze. Then he blushed for being able to do a double kill. He thinks of himself highly. Window showed that he killed 2 bees and he obtained 0.2 evolution points. He saw a projection popping up in the air. The projection gave details about him. He is called Yu-Zio, a mutant willow which has a lifespan of 0.1 over 20 years. He has 0.2 evolution points. His ability is called Mutated Branches, with 2 passive descriptions. First, a passive skill that enables him to receive 0.1 evolution points per day for receiving sunlight, and second, he can kill other creatures to increase evolution points. He recognized that Ziyu is his human name. He was asked if he wants to use the 0.2 evolution points. He thought about how he gathers the points. The projection showed him information on what parts can be strengthened. The branch is 1/50th. Strengthening a branch consumes 0.1 evolution points. It seemed like it's the only thing available to be strengthened. Ziyu thought that he shouldn't strengthen it rashly. He thought about it first. He gives off an ominous aura. Eventually, he decided to use all points to strengthen. Now, the strengthened branch is 3/50ths. He felt happy that it felt like his own arm. He grinned. He was happy that he had metal fists. Now, there is nothing for him to worry about. He noticed the beehive. He complained that the buzzing was so loud. He decided for the bees to become his evolution points. He laughed as he swatted them all, wanting them to die. He did what he could. Half a month later, all of his branches are strengthened and he's now super brave. He had 0.3 remaining evolution points. He targeted a boulder. The branches were wrapped on each other. He used whirlwind tornado charge. The attack was towards the boulder. The wind blew all the dust. When it was about an inch away from the boulder, the branches stopped. He was surprised. The branches didn't even touch the rock, but it was shattered by the airwaves. That attack can be a very good killing move. He imagined how to use it, to let the enemy misjudge the distance and kill it in one hit. He recognized that compared to half a month ago, he's obviously grown taller. He knew that ordinary trees do not grow as fast as he's doing, and the roots too. He can feel them continuously absorbing energy from the soil. He knew that he could do it. Even if he doesn't do anything, he knows that he can become stronger. Trees absorb energy faster than other living things, and also, he has something now that he didn't have when he was a human, and that is a super long life. And there's no sickness or fatigue either, although the lifespan is only 20 years from that time. But with the number of evolution points, he can constantly grow. And one day, he will become an existence like the world tree. Ziyu rejoiced that he doesn't have to work, to study, to eat, and there are not many worries. He's on his way to becoming a god, and he liked it. He heard some chirping sound. There were several baby birds in the nest. A few days ago, he broke off a branch that was blocking sunlight. And, as a result, the nest fell on him. Upon watching it, he speculated that it must be a peregrine falcon with its medium-sized raptors. Adult peregrine falcons have a body length of 41 to 50 centimeters and a wingspan of nearly 1 meter. It can fly at a speed of 270 to 360 kilometers per hour at high altitude. The fastest cheetah can only run up to a max speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Just imagining getting a hunter at that speed, it's terrifying. Ziyu saw that the whole world has fully changed. He thought of how there's another existence like him in the world. Our MC thinks that the downside he has is that he doesn't have aerial capabilities. He thought that if he can tame them for his use, then it would be equivalent to having extra strength. Ziyu accepted his situation, and he planned that in this life, no matter how dangerous the world is, he'll do his best to survive. Meanwhile, in another place, wind wolves in some parts of the forest are having a feast on dead meat. Other creatures also existed, like the giant ants. There's also a spider queen. A squirrel can be seen eating nuts on a brunch. Suddenly, something gigantic appeared. It was a large hand. From a gigantic gorilla that is as big as a mountain, something fast cuts through the branches easily. It left a trail in its path. It's like a gigantic snake, with an axe blade on its head. A bunny was hopping away, but it has been spotted, and Ziyu's branch grabbed it. Killing a rabbit earned him 0.6 points. His total evolution points now are 0.9. He hasn't hunted any animals in a while. He fed the bunny to the baby birds. They devoured it. Honestly, it was horrifying. He received sufficient sunlight, which earned him 0.1 point. His evolution point is now 1. He was happy to achieve that. All 50 branches have been strengthened. Next, he strengthened the roots, and finally, the trunk. The projection shows branch reinforcement is 50-50, roots is 0.9, and trunk is 0.1. Unexpectedly, it requires 1 evolution point to strengthen the root. Though it made sense because it's 10x larger than the tree branch. Ziyu said that it's enough to show how important tree roots are. He imagined leaving and running freely with a strengthened root. He pushed the button, and one of his roots changed. Ziyu screamed out loud in the process. He moved suddenly, and it rattled the baby birds. The experience for him was so painful. A few seconds later, Ziyu panted. He claims that it hurts like hell because it feels like getting drilled by an electric drill constantly, but he saw his roots become thick. He compared it to a black python. It was humongous, but he can still move it freely. He was amazed with the power of evolution points. He can move the branches and roots, so it made him question the trunk. He wished to be able to run freely. He tries to move and make his roots rise. He puts all the force. But then, our MC was hit by a pain that would make him go crazy. He screamed, "My tree crouch, my dick!" I bet it was really painful. He claims that it was more painful than an electric drill. Now, he can't move because of the pain. He decided to use the 8 unfortified roots to protect the trunk. The trunk is like his heart now, so he deemed to protect it. And for the strengthened root, it was his secret weapon if something happens. So, he tucked it away first. He realized that if it continues, all the evolution points will be used up. So, he's back to saving up again. He noticed something moved fast. He got alarmed and activated battle mode. But then an injured fox revealed itself. It was even losing its consciousness. He was surprised. His branch cautiously approaches it. When it touched it, it made a weak Q sound. It was not dead, but it's a puzzle as to why the poison is black. He wondered if it was poison. He can get evolution points from it, but the words won't eat it. The projection showed that the branch sap has the effects of detoxification, hemostasis, and recovery of physical strength. After use, the branch will lose its strengthening effect and return to normal state. Ziyu decided to get rid of the poison, and he will kill it after. That way, it can have evolution points and feed the birds too. Then he will use the obtained evolution points to re-strengthen the branches again. He dropped a liquid on the fox and was informed that the poison was removed. The wound has stopped bleeding and is healing. The fox's stamina had also been restored. Ziyu felt amazing. His branches are at 49/50, as he used one of its life essences for the fox. Now that the fox has been detoxified, he planned to make it his evolution point. But when he saw the fox's cute and healthy face, our boy stopped his branches. At the same time, the fox started rubbing itself to him. He was taken aback. He told the fox not to rub against him, and that he will still kill it even if it does that. He claimed that it's just a mere evolution point, and it's acting presumptuous. The fox looked happy and healthy. Ziyu watched it and blushed. He finds it cute, so much that he couldn't stand it. He stopped caring about evolution and just wanted to pet it first. He grabbed it and cuddled to it. He was enamored with the red eyes and the soft fur. To his surprise, the fox glowed. Projection showed that the red fox is evolving by absorbing the branch sap. It became a mutant red fox with a lifespan of 3/20 of a year. Its rank is an entry level 4 with a special ability called Eye of Charm. It got bigger than before. It's also gorgeous. Its hair becomes a flame too. When he saw its stats, Ziyu got annoyed and opened the status window. Ziyu is at entry level 9. There was an additional grade evaluation, and yet he's still at that. His current strength is only 5 levels higher than the red fox. He learned that the essence of life not only heals wounds, but also accelerates the evolution of creatures. And at this entry level, he has to understand it properly for his future growth. And more importantly, Ziyu understands the gap between him and his enemy. In the future, he can evolve from the entry level to the first order or the third order, or maybe super order, even final order, and other incomparable levels. Ziyu felt that his tree life is developing towards a wonderful life. His attention was back again to the red fox. He wondered why it came there. He speculated that it was chased by humans because of its fur, since it's quite valuable, and judging from the wound on its body, it's probably from an arrow. Ziyu isn't ready to get associated with humans. He knew that if he's unlucky and the humans saw him, they would think that he was a dryad and cut him into pieces. Before he acquired any defense ability, he decided to keep a low profile. He understands that he's no match for guns and missiles. The red fox sensed something. It jumped. Ziyu wondered who's there. 2 women appeared. Ziyu saw those humans. He went into stealth mode and hid himself inside the trunk. He wonders why humans are there. The women spoke to the tree, calling it father, and announced that they had come to see him. Ziyu was confused. Moments later, there was a lit incense and offerings underneath the tree. The women prayed. Unexpectedly, the father of those women was buried under Ziyu's feet. Ziyu always had that feeling that something was wrong. A creature watched them from a distance. Once they were done praying, the younger woman took the apple. The older one asked her why she's in a hurry. The younger woman claimed that her father would want her to eat it too. Ziyu hopes that they leave soon. But then, the younger woman pulled the older woman as she invited her to go take a bath. Ziyu watches them leave. The younger woman took a dip in the lake and she called her sister to come too. The older woman removed her clothes and entered the lake. She looked sullen. The tree lit up. The women were having fun. Ziyu was annoyed that a tree was blocking his view. He looked at his roots. He was so eager to try to move his roots even just a little. Our boy made it rise. In return, he was in excruciating pain. He cried a lot. This fucker even apologized for his incompetence. The sky eventually turned dark. At this point, the red fox is already sleeping at the nearby rock. The women are finally leaving. He wished that they would never come back again. They said farewell to their father. Upon seeing their faces, Ziyu blushed. Some creature watches those women leave. Another week had passed by. In that peaceful canyon, all kinds of dangers are hidden. A bird screeched out loud. They moved at the speed of light. Those are peregrine falcons at entry level 3. They all headed towards a creature and attacked all at the same time. They used a move called bullet dive. One falcon stood out. It is the mutant golden eagle. It has a lifespan of 2/60 of a year. It has an innate talent of screaming, enough to penetrate the eardrum and daunts prey. Its claws can tear apart its prey. And its gold wings are hard as alloy. It screeches loudly. It was attacking the other birds. The red fox joined in. It bit the eagle. At this point, Red Fox was already at entry level 4. The eagle shook it off, then grabbed it using its claws. They shoot down, crushing the fox's skull. It was brutal. The eagle was about to eat it, but it sensed an ominous aura, and it was coming from none other than our MC. It got surprised. This bird didn't even have a second to react. Ziyu made his branches like a drill and attacked the eagle. With that, the projection informed him that he just killed a level 7 mutated golden eagle. Our MC then got additional 70 evolution points. After giving the peregrine falcon life essence for 2 weeks, their growth has become much faster. He thanked them for their hard work. The red fox stayed with Ziyu after he rescued it. The eagle has been circling above him all week, trying to sneak up to him. But, finally, he got the eagle down. Ziyu decided to hide his aura, thinking that the eagle got attracted because of it. He uttered that a level 7 golden eagle is troublesome. If it was a creature of the same level, he knew he would be dead. That is why he decided that he needs to be stronger. He's aware that in that canyon, there would definitely be a strong creature that is able to kill him in a single hit. He knew that he shouldn't be careless. Ziyu knew that the red fox and peregrine falcons also needed to get stronger, and now that they have accumulated 70 evolution points, they can get stronger too. Currently, 8 peregrine falcons have reached level 3, and the red fox is at level 4, and Ziyu is really looking forward to how strong they become when they advance to the first order. But before that, he thanked them for their hard work and gave them a tree sap. The projection window showed that the essence of life accelerates the evolution in species. Suddenly, something struck Ziyu. The attack was so destructive. Dust filled the area. Ziyu protected himself with the strengthened root. The projection window showed him a warning that there's damaged branches and roots. A gigantic creature had appeared. It was a snake with a blade on its head. 26 branches had been cut off. Ziyu can only use 24 branches now. He wasn't able to sense it approaching him. He was so used to winning. But he sensed that this bastard also hid its aura. He requested the system to show him the enemy status window. The creature is called a tomahawk snake. It is at entry level 9 with an innate talent of being able to perfectly hide aura. Its special skills include the powerful blade that can easily penetrate a steel plate. Tomahawk has an axe-like head that can cut anything, and it's a nemesis of plants. Ziyu realized how troublesome it is. Then suddenly the red fox roared loudly. It growled. Apparently this snake was the reason why he was wounded last time. Its wound was not from an arrow, but from its bite. The tomahawk snake grabbed a branch and ate it. Ziyu knew it was bad. The tomahawk snake was surprised. It charges at Ziyu. Ziyu told the red fox and the peregrine falcons to stay back. The battlefield had limited visibility because of the dust. The tomahawk snake was surprised that its attack was blocked by the root. At this point, our MC was forced to upgrade another one. Ziyu felt the strong impact. He told it not to underestimate him, and that even in melee combat, he's not afraid of it. The tomahawk snake was about to attack using its tail. Ziyu combined the 3 roots. He now has 3/9 enhanced roots with 68 evolution points. The roots wrapped around the tomahawk snake. Then, Ziyu enhanced all of his roots. He now has 9 enhanced roots. And boy oh boy, Ziyu was becoming more scary. He knew to hit the snake 7 inches below its head, and that meant instant kill. His attack was fueled with rage, and he wants the tomahawk snake off his turf. When the snake was hit, it screamed loudly. Then it coughed blood. Ziyu was furious. He saw that the attack didn't go all the way through the flesh. Instead, it just made a dent in the body. He had no idea why his attacks weren't going through. He can't let it get to him. Blood was dripping from the tomahawk snake's mouth. Ziyu was determined not to show his weak side. He decided to unleash a strong, murderous aura. The tomahawk snake sensed something. It turned its head to the other side and left. Ziyu used his branches to support himself. He was so angry, and he thought he'd meet his end there. Cracks were already forming around him. The tomahawk snake left a track. That brief battle has already changed the surroundings a lot. The peregrine falcon and the red fox checked on Ziyu. He told them that he's fine. He had let the tomahawk snake escape, so he knew that it would come back someday. He blames the situation on the snake. But he also knew that it could be because he's too weak. He thinks it's impossible to become stronger in a short time. The tomahawk snake had tasted his energy, so he knew that it would come back stronger. And when that time comes, Ziyu would have been waiting for his death. He felt his core breaking apart because he forcibly strengthened the roots. Then, he got a message that displayed that he could ascend to First Order for 10 evolution points. Ziyu thought about it. Just as Ziyu thought, the next after-level entry is the first order, then there's the second order, third order. He admits that his enemies are strong, but he was determined to get much stronger than them because he doesn't want to face that kind of situation again. The peregrine falcons and the red fox were by his side. He glowed brightly. His branches extend. A mysterious wind circulated around him. Ziyu was determined to keep evolving from a tree. The footstep of the red fox was heavy. It became a mutated red fox and is now at entry level 7. The 8 peregrine falcons have all become mutated, and they are at entry level 5. Ziyu saw that they were also affected by his evolution. The red fox and the peregrine falcons both evolved, which means that anything that happens to him will also affect them. He ordered the 8 peregrine falcons to go and find out which direction that snake ran. They all immediately flew out. It surprised Ziyu because they are fast like bullets. He thought that it was because of evolution. With that speed, he knew that they would be able to easily penetrate any creature at the level of the golden eagle. That aside, he noticed the red fox, too. He could feel the energy it was emitting from its body. He opened the status window. Since he had reached the first order, he knew he must acquire some kind of new skill. But our boy was interrupted when he heard someone yelling for help. It came from these two. The 2 women were being chased. Ziyu remembered these bitches. When the dust behind them settled, lots of animals were revealed. They were all chasing them, and they had no idea why. The animals looked ferocious. Ziyu knew that it was the aura that emitted during evolution that attracted them there. To put it simply, Ziyu is like an elixir to them. It was the same way for both the golden eagle and the tomahawk snake. But Ziyu was strong. He was firm that it doesn't mean that they can all fight him. The creatures kept running forward. A wild boar had almost reached the 2 women. They were scared. Then, an explosion happened. They were almost caught up in it. They were surprised at what happened. They waited for the dust to subside. And they saw that the mutated red fox had defeated the boar. The mutated red fox looked at them. They screamed out loud. But they weren't the target of the mutated red fox. Instead, it attacked the other creatures. The peregrine falcon attacked some monsters too. They looked fierce and cool. The 2 women wondered if they arrived to save them. The creatures didn't dare to come closer. Ziyu called the attention of the falcon and the red fox and told them to step back first and he'll be the next. He wants to demonstrate what kind of monster he is. He was focused on killing a lot that day. At this point, our boy is not someone they should be messing with. Meanwhile, the 2 women were so scared of Ziyu that they even lost consciousness. Ziyu challenged those creatures to come at him at the same time. The creatures charged forward. Ziyu's roots started moving. This was just pure chaos. A war between animals and a freaking tree. A cheetah had targeted the core, but in a blink of an eye, its head was cut off. Ziyu declared war, and there's no going back. A hippopotamus was destructive, and in a snap, it met its end. For killing a mutant hippo, Ziyu gained 50 evolution points. Then he killed mutant rats, which garnered him plus 20 evolution points, followed by a rhino, which gave Ziyu plus 30 evolution points. Then a giraffe, which has plus 20 evolution points, a wild boar plus 10 evolution points, and a mutant boar plus 20 evolution points. A bat evades the roots. Then it released a sonar attack. Ziyu acknowledged that it's fast, but too bad for the mutant bat. It was killed. Ziyu obtained plus 10 evolution points. He grabbed the honey badger using his roots. Then he smacked a bull, but the bull was still alive, and it was angry. Ziyu saw that it withstood the attack, but it didn't matter because he was thinking of keeping and cultivating a strong creature. He wrapped his roots around the bull, as well as with the other animals, even the flying one. And he declared that the rest can die. He attacked the rest of the animals. This wasn't even a fair fight to begin with. Nighttime came. The animals that he grabbed were dangling from his roots. He was all done. But he has another problem. He doesn't know what to do with those women who fainted. If he lets them go, his secret will be discovered. And if he kills them, he will be branded as a tree demon. And once the people in the village find out that those 2 are missing, more people will come there, looking for them. And the military may also get involved in the end. The worst-case scenario Ziyu could think of is that he will be moved to a botanical garden. He imagined himself being called ugly by the passerby. He tries to think of some other way. He tried doing something. The women then woke up. The first thing they saw was this scary tree. A root approaches them, and they panic. The root started writing on the ground, saying, "Your father." Fortunately, Ziyu was a human in his previous life, so he knew how to write Chinese characters. The 2 women looked serious. Ziyu noticed their expression. He wished that they would just believe that their father became a willow. He was thinking that he rescued them when they were in danger, so he wished that they hurry up and believe him. If it doesn't work, there's only one way left. The younger woman told Ziyu that if he was really her father, he should tell her name and her biggest secret. Ziyu called the system, and it projected details of the two. The younger-looking one is He Xiaoling, 14 years old, and her secret is that she likes her new from the neighboring village. He Xiaoqing is 14 years old, the more serious one, and in order to take care of her grandfather and sister, she dropped out of school and started working. Ziyu wrote, new. Xiaoling squealed and blushed. Xiaoqing asked her if it's the guy from the neighboring village. Xiaoling immediately denied that he had a crush on him. She only told her father about it, so it made her think that what the tree is saying is true. Ziyu remembered something. He searched for it. It was something he had done when he was bored. From the branches, he made a pair of hairpins. He doesn't know why, but he did it anyway. Ziyu knew that people always have special feelings for the dead. He knew that those girls missed their father who was buried under his roots. He claims that it's just their fate's beginning. Xiaoqing remembers her father on his deathbed. He apologized for being a burden. He asked her to take care of her grandfather and sister. Perhaps unknowingly, in the passage of time, the body assimilated with the tree's roots. Xiaoqing shared that, in order to take care of her sister, she dropped out of school and worked. Ziyu thanked her. Xiaoqing cried. Ziyu also entertained the idea that maybe under the intermingle of time and all things, maybe he got fused with their father's soul. The peregrine falcons and the red fox watched them. It was nighttime, and Xiaoqing narrated that the past 2 months, many unbelievable things have happened. Like last month, a passenger plane encountered a storm of crow before it could land and disappeared without a trace. And a black shadow appeared in the depths of the Pacific Ocean and swallowed a big cruise ship. She added that experts are saying that there is an unknown substance in the air, and it's what causes the mutations. The Eastern people call it spiritual power, and the Western people call it magic. Ziyu didn't expect that so many changes would occur to the outside world. Xiaoqing expressed that she didn't believe the news at first, but now, looking at the tree, she does. Her smile made Ziyu blush. An awoo sound caught Ziyu's attention. Xiaoling was playing with the caged wolves. She dangles meat in front of them to make them howl. The ferocious wolves are drooling, and it looks like they are ready to attack. But something appeared behind this girl and started intimidating the wolves. The red fox glared at them, and they got scared. One wolf made a small awoo sound. Xiaoling was happy with how obedient they were. She utters that the red fox is amazing. Ziyu noticed that Xiaoling has gotten really familiar with the red fox, and about the 4 wolves they have captured. He scolded Xiaoling for daring to tease them, but he didn't say any further, because he believes that with the red fox watching, it would be fine. And besides those 4 wolves and the white crane, the monkey is the most troublesome. If Ziyu didn't use sticks to entangle it, it would have been a headache. Then he observed that the cow is too docile. It seems like since it knew that it couldn't beat Ziyu, it just laid down quietly. Xiaoqing fell asleep on top of it. There was a problem among them because they were screaming non-stop. It was the Pingtu honey badger. He questioned what they are doing there when they are generally found in Africa and Southwest Asia. He decided to deal with them later. For now, he had other work to do. Ziyu opened the status window. Ziyu's lifespan is 0.6 over 200 years. His evolution points is 149, and his level is first order. His skills are, Mutated Branch 50/50 is upgradable, Mutated Roots 99 is also upgradable, and lastly, Life Essence, which is the spiritual fluid formed inside the body, which can accelerate species evolution and heal wounds. His innate skill is Super Regeneration, a terrifying talent unique to plants. This is also upgradable. He has a passive skill, wherein he gains 1 evolution point when he acquired sunlight, and when he kills other creatures, he will also acquire evolution points, but the amount varies according to creature strength. He also has dense fog. It distributes thick fog to cover several kilometers in the center of itself, submerging itself in fog. This is upgradable. Hallucinogenic can give dense fog and branches a psychedelic effect, which can be used to confuse biological perception. This is also upgradable. Ziyu had this spark in his eyes, because a new round of enhancement begins. Now that he has reached the order, he can upgrade his skills. Ziyu looked at his skills. He realized that the 149 evolution points are more than enough to bring his strength to a much higher level. He checked his abilities, which are dense fog and hallucinogenic, and expressed that it was pretty good. He planned it to be the basis for his future developments if no accidents happen. The system projection asked him if he wanted to use 20 evolution points to start dense fog and hallucinogens. Of course, he replied yes. The hallucination ability is somewhat common. Many plants possess and secrete special substances that stimulate the nerves. If he was still human like he was a year ago, he thinks it would be unexpected that he would use those two abilities together. He is currently at the first order, and he will reach even higher levels in the near future. But if he was being honest, Ziyu just wants to find that tomahawk snake right away, to take revenge. But he knew that it won't be good if he attracts stronger enemies in the process. He knows it has to be killed, but he's wise to endure it for the time being. And after he made sure that there were no stronger enemies around, he'll have a death match with that damn snake. Xiaoling was alarmed because the area got filled with fog, and she could no longer see her father. The wolves howled. Ziyu told her that he's behind her. He noticed that the closer he gets, the greater the effect. Since it is getting late, Ziyu told the red fox to send them down the mountain. He reminded those girls not to tell anyone about her unless they want their father to be taken away for experimentation. He told them not to say a word even to their grandfather. They rode the red fox. Xiaoling expressed that everything that happened that day was incredible. They got chased by a group of wild animals earlier in the morning, and they also had the chance to ride a giant fox. Xiao King looked happy. She expressed that it was her first time running so fast in the mountains. She expressed how amazing it feels. The red fox also looked happy when Xiao King expressed her gratitude. Ziyu had moved on to the second round of enhancement. Mutant branch is 50-50, and mutant root is 9-9. Evaluation points left is 129. Upgrading the 50 mutated branches costs 50 evolution points, and upgrading the 9 mutated roots costs 45 evolution points. He also upgraded the hallucinogenic and dense fog, which cost him 10 evolution points each. That night, all the beasts within a 10-mile radius became restless. The instincts of beasts tell them about the rise of a new overlord. Ziyu glowed brightly. Finally, he was able to upgrade everything. A creature appeared in front of the cage of the 4 wolves. It caught their attention. Those wolves got scared. It looked like a gigantic wolf. Ziyu realized that adding hallucinogenic ability to the dense fog can psychedelic other creatures, but it gets noisy. The 4 wolves howled pitifully. A level 2 dense fog distributes thick fog to cover several kilometers in the center of itself, submerging itself in fog. A level 2 hallucinogenic can give dense fog and branches a psychedelic effect, which can be used to confuse biological perception. Ziyu upgraded both hallucinogenic and dense fog to level 2. Meanwhile, the bull sees a female and is set on chasing it. Ziyu checked his status, and he got 14 evolution points left. He wasn't able to upgrade his innate talent since it needed 50 evolution points. The main root of the tree extends 100 meters underground. Ziyu can feel all the spiritual powers flowing to him. He knew that the underground river, which is 100 meters deep underground, contains a lot of unknown substances. He said that it won't be an exaggeration to call it a sprite river. He hid his roots underground. He knew that if Xiao King and Xiaoling saw it, they would get scared. Then, the peregrine falcons are back. They reported to Ziyu. Unfortunately, there is still no trace of the tomahawk snake. Ziyu said that the attack last time did a lot of damage to it. He ordered the peregrine falcon to keep looking at the guy that ate half of his branches. He was certain that it would come again since it can't resist temptation. The wolves kept howling. Ziyu raised one of his vines, and the smacked shit out of them. He got annoyed with their yelling. Xiaoling saw that his father was bullying them again. Ziyu replied that they came early. The bull happily welcomes Xiao King. Xiaoling told her father that the wolves are so cute. Xiao King entered the cage. Ziyu panics a little because it's dangerous. Xiao King tends to the wounded, but the wolf was still hostile towards her. She assured the wolf that it won't hurt anymore. The wolf behaved. Ziyu was surprised that they became quiet. Meanwhile, Xiaoling is doing tug-of-war with the Ping-2 honey badger. It grabbed the beef jerky that she meant to give her father. Ziyu was surprised that the animal escaped. Ziyu grabbed it and decided to tie it tighter this time. Xiaoling then gave it a piece of the jerky. They happily ate it. These two were becoming closer. The Ping-2 honey badger hunter gave something to Xiaoling. Xiaoling brought apples for the bull and it loved the present. Xiaoling looked happy with the animals. It's the same case for Xiao King. It looked like the animals liked them back. Ziyu watches their interaction. He didn't expect them to get along well. He knew that animals survived the world by taming animals in the early days. He thought of the incident as a fortunate event now. He admits that from the very beginning since he came into that world, he was very tense. He expressed that it is nice to relax once in a while. Little did he know, a serpent had been watching them. And this time, this fucker had a much more sinister aura around it. Its fangs were also a lot bigger. At the village. Xiaoling told her sister to hurry up, Their grandfather told them to stop running back to the hills. They assured him that they will be all right. A villager noticed them and expressed that after their father's death, it's the first time that he has seen them so cheerful. Their grandfather is worried as to why they always run into the mountains. He suddenly sneezed. In the forest. Ziyu sneezed too. He asked where the red fox is because it's supposed to pick up those sisters. In the past half a month, Ziyu noticed that those girls' relationship with the fox has become better compared to him. The girls saw the red fox waiting for them. The red fox saw them too. It became happy. Xiaoling noticed its giggles. With the girls on its back, the red fox sprinted. Xiaoling shared that she brought fertilizers for her father. It stinks. Xiaoqing had to cover her nose. Xiaoling uttered that it is to make her father's leaves greener and his truck thinker. She proudly said that she got up early in the morning to collect it. Xiaoling stated that her grandfather is diabetic and her father loves sweets. They noticed the dark clouds. Xiaoqing got worried that it might rain. Because of that, they need to go to their father quickly. But suddenly, the tomahawk snake showed up. The blades on its head and tail are razor sharp. It was also evident that the size of this creature increased. It's like it evolved. The red fox noticed it. The two girls felt scared. The tomahawk snake targeted them. Xiaoqing made her sister run. Her sister got worried. The red fox faced it, but they screamed no. Meanwhile, we see the peregrine falcons flying in the sky. The bees followed them. It made a loud noise. Ziyu's roots attacked it. He hit it directly, since he looked focused. He said that it wasn't easy to lure those guys, and now they are his evolution points. He killed several of them. He was happy that he laughed like a psycho. Upon seeing that, Black Bull's eyes widened. Also, our boy now has 156 evolution points. Peregrine falcons chirped, and Ziyu thanked the peregrine falcons. He gave them the life essence. Ziyu was thinking that nurturing them with life essence was the right choice. The peregrine falcons had become much stronger since they reached level 7. He was asked if he wants to use 100 evolution points. He was surprised that it takes 100 points each to evolve them to level 2. He complained that it's a pain. He decided to strengthen one root first. He was set on reaching the peak of first order as soon as possible. Ziyu then clicked yes. He screamed out loud when the evolution started. His roots started to change. It's like he's shedding a layer. It became black roots with lots of small antennae. Black Bull was dumbfounded. The eyes of the 4 wolves bulged from the shock. It's the same with the Ping 2 honey badger too. Ziyu panted. He expressed that it hurt so bad that he almost peed himself. But the strength of that root was far beyond his expectation. With that, he feels ready to fight against first-order mutated beasts. He decided to test the strength of the level 2 mutant root. He extends it. And it rose and submerged on the ground efficiently. Then it grabbed an animal and knocked it off a tree. There was a scene where a pig is proposing to a lady pig, and in an instant, the lad pig was taken away. The roots created chaos in the forest. Ziyu commented that it was such a hellish scene. However, it was a good harvest. He expressed that the feeling of being rich is wonderful. He vowed to find the tomahawk snake soon. 8/8 mutant root is at level 1, and 1/1 is at level 2. A level 2 root has a length of 1 kilometer, regardless of speed and strength. It has reached the peak of the first order, and can use root vines to turn enemies into nutrients. Ziyu decided to form a protective circle underground with the root. With that, he will be able to tell immediately if any danger approaches. The honey badger grunts. He told it to be quiet, and Xiaoling will give it food later. The monkey was no longer tied because it had become obedient. Ziyu knew that the red fox went to pick them up early in the morning, but it was almost nighttime. He wondered why they haven't come back yet. Meanwhile, the tomahawk snake had blood dripping from its tail. Ziyu got worried because it's getting dark. He told the leader of the peregrine falcons to look for them. He ordered them not to let go of even a single clue. Suddenly, the red fox arrived. It was badly beaten up. It was like the first time our MC saw it. Ziyu was furious. The red fox coughed. Ziyu immediately infused it with life essence. Its vitals had improved, and the vital energy has been stabilized. Ziyu asked why it's by itself. He asked where Xiaoqing and Xiaoling is. Suddenly something appeared. Ziyu turned his attention to it. He looked closely. Xiaoqing's arm was dangling. He got furious. The snake held Xiaoqing through its mouth. Xiaoling looked battered and lifeless. Ziyu yelled loudly. And just to tease its nemesis, the tomahawk snake grinned at Ziyu. It threw Xiaoqing in the air and opened its mouth to eat it. Ziyu used his recently strengthened root to stop it. It moved so quickly, the tomahawk snake noticed it. It knocked it off. Ziyu was furious that this tomahawk snake dared to touch Xiaoqing. He was able to grab Xiaoqing. He pulls back the root. The root created a hole in the tomahawk snake's stomach. After the tomahawk snake devoured Ziyu's branches, not only its appearance changed, it also gained a large amount of energy. Originally, it wanted to destroy the willow tree that was in front. However, it didn't expect it to become stronger. The tomahawk snake knew it was still not his opponent. Without any other choice, he once retreated again. Ziyu lays down Xiaoqing in front of him, looking at her almost dead state. His expression turned grim. He injected her with life essence. There was no improvement in vital signs. He tried again, but still no improvement. He used up 10 evolution points. He was asked if he still wants to continue using life essence. He yelled, "Continue! You don't have to ask!" He prays that she wakes up. The animals are making loud noises as they are worried too. Ziyu glared at them and told them to be quiet. He kept infusing life force, but was informed that there are no vital signs. He repeated it over and over again. He didn't stop. The animals worriedly waited. The system kept showing that there were no vital signs. The wolves waited. Honey Badger was in tears. Eventually, Ziyu was informed that all evolution points had been used up. Ziyu's expression was dark. Meanwhile, at the village, a doctor is treating Xiaoling. The doctor expressed that their village's medical level is too poor. He had removed poison from her arm and abdomen, but while Xiaoling was running, the poison had flowed into her brain and heart. So even if she were to survive, she won't be able to move for the rest of her life. The village chief arrived. The grandfather asked if they found Xiaoqing. The village chief replied that they didn't find anything, and suggested that Xiaoqing might have already been devoured by the beasts. The grandpa turned pale. He fainted. A peregrine falcon watches this through the window. They kept waking up the old man, and the bird observed the happenings carefully. Back to Ziyu. He was furious. Because Xiaoling is likely to die too. He knew that all plants have feelings. It could wither because of scolding as well as fright. And plants will bloom happily because of music. But he never heard of such a thing as anger. All the animals were furious. Ziyu announced that the war begins. He screamed, "Little ones, it's time for revenge." Penghu, an archipelago near the inland, and within half a year, there have been 17 plane crashes that have passed above its waters. As for the ships, there are as many as 20 ships that sank within half a year. Later, the country confirmed that a group of mutated crows were dormant in the sky there. And there's also mutant sea beasts. A flock of crows attacked an airplane, and sea monsters engulfed ships. With the rise of powerful mutated beasts, their sense of territory will become more and more serious. Airlines and ships making huge noises are the first to bear the brunt. Penghu Sea area had become a dead zone. The era of spiritual power had come. In the control room, one personnel reported that the rampage of mutant beasts in the province intensified yesterday. Civilians are getting injured more often. It was also reported that the number of areas with more than 5,000 spiritual powers detected for that morning are increasing. The head ordered to sort out all the regions with over 5,000 spiritual powers and give them to him. Mutated beasts more than 1,000 spiritual powers are enough to threaten soldiers with guns. And mutated beasts with more than 5,000 spiritual powers can ignore conventional weapons such as bullets. The head was surprised when he saw that the places with more than 5,000 spiritual powers are scattered in 8 places. A red light appeared. He checked it. It is a warning sign. He took a closer look. In the color red font, it showed a monster with 8,000 spiritual powers. He yelled that it's going to exterminate humanity. The size of a creature determines the difference in strength. There was a white crane at entry level 3 that was faced with a tomahawk snake. Black Bull charges in and hit the tomahawk snake. But this level 2 Black Bull was left crying when its horns got shattered, and the tomahawk snake was unscathed. The tomahawk snake simply crushed everything in front of it with the attitude of a king. Then, the honey badger climbs up to it and scratches it. In a single attack, Ping 2 honey badger bled, but it didn't give up. It bit the tomahawk snake. It recalled the time when it was eating beef jerky with Xiaoling. This creature was in anguish. It wanted revenge. The tomahawk snake hit it, and it crashed on the ground. It was placed on top of the defeated white crane. Then, the next ones were the wolves who attacked all together. They howled loudly before they bit the tomahawk snake, but the tomahawk snake shook them off. The tomahawk snake's eyes bled. As they were all defeated, another creature came forward. It was the red fox, and its eyes were bloodshot red just because of the rage it was feeling. Still, Red Fox is still on the entry level 8. It is on the 4th encounter with the tomahawk snake. The first time was a simple hunter-prey encounter. The second was when fighting Ziyu. The third time was when the Red Fox fought against the tomahawk snake to protect those girls. But at that time, its strength was only at level 7. Facing the difference in strength, it had no choice but to watch the two sisters get brutally murdered. At that moment, sadness took over it. It wished to be stronger. It planned to burn its life this time to bite the tomahawk snake in pieces. The tomahawk snake felt how powerful the red fox is, to the point that he can feel the rage in its flames. The tomahawk snake thinks that if he lets the red fox go, it will definitely become a threat in the future. The red fox attacked the tomahawk snake. It was furious and determined to put an end on the grievances. The tomahawk snake screeched loudly. Large animals with fangs and claws that evolved to capture prey and at the same time evolved into a weapon for fighting each other. The first creature to evolve a perfect body moves to the top of the food chain. The tomahawk snake has diamond hard leather armor and fangs that tear everything apart. It has an axe in the head that cleaves everything and a tail that sweeps everything away. Also, it secretes a poison that corrodes everything. In terms of strength, the red fox is still unable to defeat the enemy in front of him. The tomahawk snake crawled fast, but to its surprise, the red fox stepped on it. The red fox looked like it lost its sanity from the grief and anger. It told the tomahawk snake to give the lives of sisters back. The tomahawk snake was alarmed. It smacked the red fox. Then, we see the peregrine falcon charges in. It hit the tomahawk snake's body. It was a powerful move. It made a hole in the tomahawk snake body. At this point, the red fox was bleeding. The peregrine falcons continued to fly over the snake. The leader flew fast. It was determined to do even just a little more damage towards the snake. They watched the tomahawk snake. The tomahawk snake looked triggered. The peregrine falcons charge in. The tomahawk snake got alarmed. Even the red fox sensed the presence. It was the suppression that came from the 8 peregrine falcons. What was shocking was not the strength, but instead the peregrine falcons' determination to die together with the tomahawk snake by burning their life force. When two objects rub against each other, it will produce heat. The collision between air and a body will also produce friction. To illustrate, if a human's speed is over 10 Mach, there is a very high chance of their body causing friction with the air, disappearing and dying due to the heat. Bullet dive is a skill that will inflict damage on the enemy, but the user will suffer but comparable level damage too. The air shockwave produced with high speed will do great damage to the opponent. However, the heat produced due to the high speed is enough to make the peregrine falcons lose their lives. Bullet dive is like that. Also, the power of 8 peregrine falcons have formed. Once, when the peregrine falcon's mother went out, it was caught by the predators. During the weeks and nights when the chicks didn't get food, they were ready to welcome death. Until Ziyu saw them. They were saved. In the darkness, they saw hope. As they continued to soar above the sky, they hold Ziyu close to their hearts, like he is their own mother. Until one day, Ziyu saw Xiao King's corpse. The strong cries of woe drowned the air. The peregrine falcons had absorbed that, and no matter what, they want to do something about it. That's when the series decide to use the strongest skill. They have to secure victory. Even if they would lose their life in the process, they would do it at all costs, because it's the only thing that they can do. They screeched out loud. The tomahawk snake saw them coming, and before it could do something, the peregrine falcons crashed into its body with a powerful force that blew away the trees. Even the red fox has had a hard time not getting blown away. The tomahawk snake made a loud sound from the pain. The peregrine falcons persisted. They were determined. Until it pierces through the tomahawk snake's body. The peregrine falcons fell too. The red fox moved quickly to catch all of them. The peregrine falcons were all heavily injured. Some of them might even lose their lives. But they had successfully hurt the tomahawk snake. The honey badger and white crane was down too. Even the wolves. Only the red fox is still standing. It faced the tomahawk snake, but it saw something. The tomahawk snake had a large hole in its body, but it didn't give up. With a quick movement, it was about to finish the fight with its tail. There was a loud explosion. The snake landed its attack. Then it waited a few more seconds for the dust to settle, but it was then revealed that its blade didn't land on the red fox. It was saved by a mysterious thing that blocked the attack, and instead of the surrounding being cleared from the dust, it was replaced by a thick fog. Just within a second, it was about to cover the whole area. The visibility in the area was limited because of the fog, and OutMC continued to emit more of it. Since this fog can cause hallucinations, the snake seemed to see Ziyu towering over it. Our boy uttered, "Finally, I caught you." The tomahawk snake was alarmed. It knew it fucked up. Its instinct told it that it should not attack the enemy in front of it. During the first confrontation against Ziyu, it consumed its Ziyu's branch, which allowed it to increase its level to the level. The sisters were killed because they were covered in Ziyu's scent. During the second encounter, the tomahawk snake knew that it was no match, hence, after it was injured by Ziyu, it left. The tomahawk snake is doing the same thing again now, but what it didn't expect was the fact that Ziyu had contacted other living beings and baited it to the encirclement. Ziyu's roots appeared from the ground. It wrapped around the snake. Ziyu called and dragged it. He made sure to make it reach him. A few seconds later, the snake was already hanging in the air and heading towards Ziyu. Our boy was raging as he challenged it to run. Then, with a swift move, it attacked the tomahawk snake, which left the tomahawk snake coughing blood. The tomahawk snake's head crashed into the ground. Ziyu stared at it with hatred. He reeled the snake in from the top of the cliff. His roots rose from the ground, and it went to the tomahawk snake. Fear. At that point, the tomahawk snake is only left with one emotion. Every nerve in its body has all been corroded by the anger of the tree in front of it. Ziyu told the tomahawk snake that since it provoked him first, it shouldn't even think about returning alive. The tomahawk snake had no choice but to fight back. Ziyu's roots hit its body, and it coughed blood. The tomahawk snake wrapped its body around Ziyu. Ziyu knew that it wanted to uproot him. It was the last effort of the tomahawk snake, but Ziyu challenged it, saying that it better be something else. Ziyu attacked the snake with a hole in its body and shattered it from the inside. Blood had splattered. Ziyu continued to attack, while yelling at the tomahawk snake to give back Shao King's life. All of his roots attacked at the same time. The tomahawk snake screamed in pain. Ziyu was in rage. He gave the tomahawk snake a barrage of attacks. He screamed out loud while attacking, as if it is a form of releasing his grief, anger, and agony. The roots have gathered together. It was swirled all together. The roots all together looked strong and sturdy. Ziyu yelled at the tomahawk snake to just fucking die. He was crying while releasing the attack. He attacked over and over again while telling it to die. It was chaotic, but he never stopped attacking. The impact of the attack even reaches the sky. The roots had formed a hand that kept punching the tomahawk snake until most parts of its body were gone. It died in pain. Ziyu was informed by the system that it died, and he gained 90 evolution points. Ziyu grinned. The black bull carried the white crane, and the golden monkey had the pingdu honey badger on its back. They walked towards Ziyu. Ziyu lifted its strongest root and punched the face of the tomahawk snake while yelling at it to get up. He raised his root again for a bigger impact. Then hit the tomahawk snake while ordering it to get up at once. He didn't stop punching it. The red fox and the wolves watched him from the cliff. They could feel the emotions of Ziyu. Ziyu kept going. The anger had taken over him and he was out of control. He hit the tomahawk snake's neck. He was so angry. When he lifted the root, the snake was barely visible. Most of its body has already been pulverized. Ziyu kept crying. He screamed out loud to release all the emotions. He killed the tomahawk snake and claimed that he did nothing wrong. The tomahawk snake killed Shao King and Xiaoling first, which he knew wasn't wrong. Because they are in a world where the strong prey on the weak, and all creatures live in that world to survive no matter what kind of emotion they have. He knew that the weak won't survive, and the lost lives will become new power and begin a new life. He knew all of it could be sad, but he couldn't stop crying. He was really sad. The same with the other animals. The red fox, the pingtu honey badger, they all cried. They kept crying even when the sun was setting already, at nighttime, in the village. The sister's grandfather was in a hurry to see Shao King's corpse that was laid at the entrance of the village. The grandfather hugged her tightly. The red fox watched them. It felt sad. Meanwhile, Ziyu thanked everyone because they helped avenge Xiao King and Xiao Ling. He saw the sap and informed them that it's the thing that the tomahawk snake desperately wanted, and it will be of great benefit to all of those animals. They drooled upon seeing that. He told them to treat it as a scent of wine. He informed them that in the future, if anyone wants to leave, they can just go. Everyone received it. The pingtu honey badger was the last to drink. After having it, the animals' bodies glowed. Ziyu was surprised to see that they evolved. The black bull became a mutant bison at level 3. Its lifespan is 4/20ths of a year. It has an innate talent called Crescent Crash, a fierce and sharp, scary weapon that is more than enough to tear the enemy. It also has a special skill which is Ground Trample. The frightening strength of its front limbs is enough to shake the ground. The wolf became a mutant wind wolf at level 5. Its lifespan is 5/20ths of a year, and it has the innate power of the wind. Ziyu was surprised that the appearances of these animals had changed. Furthermore, although the mutant bison is at level 3, it possesses both innate talent and special talent. He saw that even the red fox has only one special skill, and the peregrine only has one natal talent. He looked forward to these animals' future. The 4 wind wolves also awakened to the power of wind. In the spiritual energy era, it's normal for creatures to have elemental powers. He thought that humans should be similar too. Ziyu's thick fog is similar to elemental power. The thick fog is emitted from the leaves, just like he can breathe carbon dioxide and oxygen. Hallucinogenic is the secretion of special substances that affects the nerves of creatures. He saw that the animals only increased 1 level. Then, the first one to act was the wind wolves. They lowered their heads. Ziyu was confused with their actions. The white crane and the honey badger gnawed at each other. They also bowed down. Ziyu was touched. The monkey extended his hand to Ziyu. Ziyu asked them if they were willing to stay by his side. The monkey reaches out to him again. It smiled at Ziyu. Ziyu cried and promised them that he will make all of them even stronger, and that he won't definitely let them die. He promised to protect them. Our MC acknowledges that there's so many things that they don't know about that world, but one thing is for sure. There is only one path, and that is to survive by being strong. As long as they can survive, they will be able to see all sorts of things. He wants to be so strong that everyone fears him. Ziyu claims that he is the origin of everything. The peregrine falcons and the red fox watch him. It was really nice to know that these guys survived the fight, especially the red fox. The night was cold and the starlight was diffused. There was only a canyon, though it was bread. The final battle with the tomahawk snake seemed like it never happened. And at this time, Ziyu was immersed in the deepest location within its body, silently, savoring the change brought by the new stage. The peregrine falcons are in charge of patrolling the sky, whereas the wind wolf patrols the land. The black bull, white crane, golden thread monkey are in charge of cleaning up the battlefield. The red fox does the guarding. And as for the ping 2 honey badger, it is in charge of being lazy. Ziyu grabbed it and it woke up angrily from its nap. He scolded it for being lazy while everyone else was working. He ordered it to hurry up and go to work. The ping-toe honey badger glared at Ziyu. It didn't understand what our MC was saying. In his mind, he thought that the tree was challenging him in a fight. This made the honey badger angry, but they were interrupted when suddenly, bright light illuminated Ziyu's face. He saw a light from the sky. He asked what it was. It looked like there's a girl inside. The girl slowly opened her eyes. The light moved fast. Ziyu panicked that it was moving towards him. He tried to hit it with his branches, but he realized that physical attacks don't work. He asked what that thing was. The girl showed up. Ziyu recognized it was Xiao King. The orb of light with Xiao King in it settles on Ziyu. Ziyu was so confused. The system projection showed a unique skill called Nourishing Soul. It means that trees can nourish souls and mutated roots are the soul's favorite. It also showed details about Xiao King, a human mutated soul. Its innate skill is immunity to physical attacks. It has a unique skill called Mental Strengthening. It is one of the few psychic abilities, so that she survives for a short time after death in the world. There's also telepathy, where there is a body that would connect with her soul. Once again, the world surprised Ziyu. He knew that trees can nourish a soul. In his memory, there is a sacred tree called Soul Nourishing Tree. Its branches alone can be worn on the body to nourish the soul and primordial spirit and keep the soul alive. Although Ziyu doesn't have an exaggerated effect like that, he's still able to nourish souls comparable to such statements. He surrounded the soul with his roots. He's convinced of another theory, and that is the soul of the dead remains in the world. The soul woke up and asked where she was and questioned who Ziyu was. She questioned who she was. Ziyu knew that it's impossible to let go of their loved ones in that world. He told her that her name is Xiao King, and that she's someone important to him. He promised her that he will protect her and won't let her disappear again. The ping 2 honey badger glared at Ziyu. It was confused because it can't see Xiao King's soul. When Ziyu said, "You are very important to me," the ping 2 honey badger blushed and thought it was for him. Suddenly Xiao King was in pain. She claimed that there are voices in her head. She saw so many people, and they were all crying. She felt sad hearing them cry, and it's a puzzle to her as to why. She questioned who they were. Ziyu wondered if she's getting her memory back. He knew that Xiaoling was in a vegetative state. He doesn't know if her soul had left her body. Since her soul didn't show up, Ziyu hopes that she's still alive. He also entertained the idea that their souls merged after death. He knew it was possible since, after all, they were originally twins, and now they share one soul. He's aware that Xiao King's soul is not completely stable yet. He was uncertain if the essence of life will have any effect on her. He told her to hold still. He dropped the essence on her. She glowed brightly. Her figure got a lot bigger than before. Then she uttered that she could see. Ziyu asked her what she could see. Xiao King can't explain it, so she decided to show him instead. Ziyu's eyes glowed. He saw Xiao Ling on the bed, and a lot of people were in the room. Ziyu was surprised. Xiao King was in her consciousness, and that her body is still in its original place, and only her consciousness got to Ziyu. Someone apologized to the village head and announced that the child had gone into a coma. Xiao King stated that it's weird. Ziyu expressed that it's weird. Xiao King was confused since she's able to control the girl's body. She moved her pinky. A villager saw it. Xiao Ling's hand twitched. They called for Xiao Ling. Ziyu was surprised. Suddenly, they are transported to a dim place, and the vision was gone. Xiao King coughed as she reached her limit. She said that it was really exhausting. Ziyu called her and told her that not only can she enter Xiao Ling's body, she can control her too. Ziyu suggested that she lives as Xiao Ling and continue living in that world. Meanwhile, two men watched the canyon from a cliff. One man stated that their target is in that misty mountain. The heavy rain and the thick fog are really not making it easy for those two men. They checked the GPS and saw that there was a village nearby and decided to spend the night there. The man agreed and decided to leave it up to the veterans since they have more experience in the matter. The man who suggested it looked at the man with doubt. During the spiritual power awakening, there are always some people who are uniquely endowed with the ability to adapt to spiritual energy beyond ordinary people. And once this kind of person completes the awakening, they will be given a title. Superhuman. And the one in front of this man is a superhuman. His name is Yan Gaoyan. He is the legendary first generation. Gaoyan told them that they should go to their target's location. And again, this is the same place where our MC is. Back to these two, Xiao King lifted a branch with her powers and happily showed it to her master. Ziyu wondered if she awakened her talent. Generally speaking, it should have taken 10 days to half a month. Ziyu asked her if she had heard or seen anything since that day. Xiao King replied no and asked what was wrong. Our boy replied that it was nothing. But deep inside, he is worried since the two girls were attacked by wild beasts on the mountain and died. He knew that the villagers won't let it slide. With Ziyu's current strength, he should be able to withstand a round of cannonball. So, he thinks he can handle just a bunch of villagers, but he doesn't want to expose himself in the process. War with humans is the last thing he wants to do. He spread a dense fog. He took the canyon as the center and spread it outwards. He released a quantity that can paralyze an entire city. The visibility range is less than 4 meters. It would make the enemy crash before they knew it. Level 2, dense fog can already cover such a big area, which makes level 3 scary. He wished for the animals to get used to it as soon as possible. He knew that after birth, life keeps evolving all the time. In time, the animals would develop the ability to adapt to the dense fog. Ziyu thought of thick fog combined with hallucinations to create a country of fog. He knew it was possible soon. He claimed the mountain would be theirs. It became a land of fog. Xiao King shrieked when it rained again. Xiao King noticed something with Ziyu. Ziyu stated that he can sense a very unusual spiritual force. He knew that a bunch of people came inside the fog, and they are getting closer, and that man is Gao Yuan. They reached the canyon, but it seemed like the car couldn't go any further. The other man instructed the rest to leave a few people to watch the car, and the rest should follow him to the village, and they should bring those guys with them. The other men were worried. They asked their captain if they really want to bring those guys since those guys aren't ordinary. The captain replied that it's very hard for tanks and armored vehicles to drive into a mountain like that. And those guys are their last line of defense against those mutated beasts. Inside, there is a small armor-piercing bullet, specially made for mutant beasts. The captain knew that in that place, there were strange beasts with up to 10,000 spiritual powers. He told them not to wait until they die only because of laziness. The superhuman sensed something. He heard people crying from the village. He volunteered to find out the way and see what's going on. The captain told him that they will be right behind him. Gao Yuan used his powers and jumped from one cliff to another. The men who saw it had their eyes bulged and their jaws dropped. Ziyu was alarmed. Even if it wasn't clear, he sensed it through the thick fog. He knew that the people who came were unusual, and there were more than one of them. It made him wonder what they were doing there. He wondered if they were there for him or was it something else. He asked Xiao King on what's going on, and if the villagers invited someone to search the mountain. Xiao King replied that she's still trying to control the body, but she finds it strange, because Xiaoling's remaining soul fragment is merging with her. That surprised Ziyu. Xiao King's body was pierced by the tomahawk snake, and unexpectedly, it's merging with Xiaoling's soul. He didn't expect that there's still a soul left in Xiaoling's body. He wished for her to merge again. Then he called Xiaoqing and gave her a sap. He wants to ask her for a favor. Someone loomed over Xiaoling. It was Gao Yuan. Xiaoling's grandfather asked Gao Yuan if his granddaughter could really be saved. There was silence. Gao Yuan came there after hearing the cries of the villagers. Even though it was faint, he could feel the girl's spiritual power from afar. He watched her intensely. There is what they call a spirit power cleansing soul resonance, and the performance varies from people to people. Some people complete their awakening as soon as they wake up, while others only complete their awakening after suffering for 3 days and nights. Gao Yuan saw the particles around the girl, and it made him think that she has an extremely rare affinity with the fire element. He knew that if the old man knew about it, he would go crazy. He took out a potion that can extract spiritual power from the surroundings and help her replenish her spiritual powers. Ziyu got alarmed. He asked what was happening. Xiaoqing's body glowed as she reached entry level 5. Ziyu saw that she was only able to advance 2 levels, and it looked like the use of the essence of life doesn't give her a big breakthrough. He could feel that her soul was rushing towards him from all directions. Gao Yuan was about to drop the liquid on Xiaoling. Once it reached her, she glowed brightly. Xiaoqing felt the unknown force. A bright red light shoots up to the sky. The captain was surprised to see that. The next thing we knew was that Xiaoling woke up. Everyone was surprised. They celebrated when she finally woke up. Now, they believe that Gao Yuan is really from the military. They were amazed that he was able to cure her just like that. Deep inside, though, Gao Yuan was confused. He knew that it's impossible to wake up that quickly. It's supposed to take at least half a day. He wondered if her elemental resonance was that terrifying. Xiaoqing thought it worked, though she isn't used to the body yet. Ziyu knew that the humans would be spending the night in the village. He uttered that it was enough time to gather intel. Xiaoqing agreed to her master. People were so noisy during their celebration, they encouraged the soldiers to eat more. Xiaoling's grandfather offered the captain some good Chen Nianhong wine. The captain appreciates that but declines as he is still on duty. Xiaoling was quiet and unmoving in a corner. Ziyu told her not to ask them questions since it's best not to raise any suspicion. Xiaoling asked why those men came to such a place. Gao Yuan, who was sitting beside her, stared at her. Then he replied that the place is a mutant beast-infested area, so they came there to do some investigations. Xiaoling played dumb that they had never encountered any mutant beast in the village before. She suggested that they made a mistake. Gao Yuan replied that their satellite had detected an abnormality there, and that is why they came to investigate. Ziyu heard that. He learned that there's a spirit satellite, and that humans have already developed a spiritual detection device. He instructed Xiaoqing to ask more about the spiritual satellite. The spiritual power monitoring satellite can detect anomalies within a certain area, but it cannot accurately pinpoint the location of the source. Depending on the spiritual power level, they can take precautions accordingly, like evacuating the villagers. After that, they have to confirm the spiritual power in the area. A new mutant beast was detected in that place. Ziyu had learned that it's a device that can measure the spiritual power concentration in an area. He also knew that it means that they haven't confirmed his existence yet. He felt fortunate that he's not in that bad situation. He assumed that they detected his spiritual power during his fight with the tomahawk snake. But now he had covered the whole valley with the dense fog skill. He decided not to make such big movements from then on. Because satellites can find his location easily, he's also certain that the investigators are carrying some kind of locator device with them. Ziyu felt scared of humans, but if they found out about his existence, he would have no other choice but to fight them. Gao Yuan and Ziyu knew that everything would depend on the coming days. At dawn, the soldiers were geared up. The captain asked the old man if he had thought about the thing that they had talked about the night before. Xiaoling's grandpa replied that even if he wants to refuse, he still thinks that it might be better if Xiaoling followed their words, especially now that she has amnesia and is inexperienced in many things. Gao Yuan told him not to worry, as he will definitely ask the best doctor to cure her amnesia. He also informed them that some soldiers will pick up Xiaoling later. Then, they said their goodbyes, and the soldiers head out. Ziyu was wary of them. At the foggy forest, the soldiers walked through it. Gao Yuan expressed that he had never seen that kind of dense fog before in his life. One soldier asked why the thick fog couldn't be cleared away, and as they go deeper in the forest, it gets thicker. He's now worried because it has already been 2 days. He noticed that they had just passed by that place. Gao Yuan inspected the marking. He realized that they are back there again, and it had been 2 hours already. A wolf arrived. These were the 4 wolves, together with the Ping Tu honey badger. They waited in a dark place. One soldier complained that they have been going around in circles since then. He noticed the changes in the area and thought that it's because of the mist that spiritual power rose to 17,000, which isn't bad. They anticipated a mutated beast that had reached a 17,000 spiritual power. Gao Yuan clicked his tongue. Ziyu noted that this Gao Yuan, a superhuman, is quite sharp. The thick mist and the hallucinogen made them keep going in circles. It would be best if they are willing to leave. Ziyu has something planned, if those guys keep advancing to deeper areas. A few hours later, the group of people led by Gao Yuan were finally able to step out of Ziyu's vicious trap. They advanced further toward the deeper part of the mountain. One soldier replied that the further they go, the scarier it becomes. A wolf howled. That alarmed the soldiers. The captain told them to pick up their weapons and be alert of their surroundings. He knew that it wouldn't be good if they encountered howling wolves in such a thick mist. A vicious eyes appeared in front of the captain. He was surprised. In an instant, a wolf grabbed him by its mouth. He was terrified. The other soldiers were frozen in shock. Gao Yuan's eyes widened. Then he became angry as he recognized the assailant. It was a mutant wind wolf. He ordered the soldiers to fire and aim for the wolf's body. But he told them to be careful not to hit the captain. They aimed at the torso of the wolf. The bullets were about to reach the wolf. But once it hit the body of the wolf, it bounced back. The soldiers panicked. Some of them were even hit by the bullets they fired. Gao Yuan jumped up high. He hit the side of the head of the wolf and it let go of the captain. Gao Yuan grabbed the hand of the captain to lead him while they are all falling. The wolf got angry. It slashed Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan bled. The wolf gracefully descended to the ground. Gao Yuan was alarmed. Because he knew there's something strange with the mist, he thought that this fog also had consciousness. That's when our boy Honey Badger came in. But it was immediately noticed by the soldiers and was targeted. They focused their attacks on it. The Ping 2 Honey Badger made a loud noise. A peak middle-grade mutant beast's spiritual energy would range from about 4,000 to 6,000, and bullets and bombs won't work on it. Along with its strong battle strength, it's more than enough to pose a threat to a small group of fully equipped teams. And a high-level beast is more than enough to endanger the safety of a city. Someone used an armor-piercing bullet and yelled for the beast to die. It was headed to the side of the Ping 2 Honey Badger. The Ping 2 Honey Badger noticed it. It created a loud explosion. With that powerful attack, they all wondered if it was dead. They waited for the smoke to subside, but it eventually revealed 4 wind wolves and the Ping 2 Honey Badger. The soldiers had a terrified expression when they realized that even the armor-piercing bullets didn't do anything, and that 3 more wolves appeared. The captain questioned if he's going to die there. The wolf looked vicious. Ziyu told them that they already warned them with the mist, but they still sought their death. He uttered that they shouldn't blame him. Someone stepped forward. The wolf sensed it. Gao Yuan, despite bleeding, came in front and told everyone to stay back. He emits lightning from his body, determined to get his team out of there. A few hours later, the fog cleared. Most of the soldiers are injured. Gao Yuan was annoyed with the Ping 2 Honey Badger since it started chasing him as soon as he hit it. But the Ping 2 Honey Badger suffered 2 armor-piercing bullets in the end, so he believes that it will not survive. The captain felt bad since they lost 6 of their brothers. The able ones carried the corpses wrapped in cloth. Ziyu was relieved that he finally got rid of them. He expected that they wouldn't be back in a while. Although he really wanted to kill them all, he knew that it wouldn't be good to attract more troops. He hoped that the wild animals and the thick fog put their investigations on hold. And when they come again, Ziyu expected to have already evolved to the point where humans are no match for him. He asked Xiaoqing how it was going on her end. This girl went inside the body of her sister again. Xiaoqing answered that she got in a car and left with the other team. She asked if she really needed to stay on that body. Ziyu replied yes. Ziyu didn't expect Xiaoling to awaken her elemental power by accident, and now she's nominated to be sent to the mystery sector. Ziyu sees it as a wonderful opportunity to break into the human race. The driver of the car glanced at Xiaoling and blushed. He checked out her face and her body. The soldier on the passenger seat is also blushing. Xiaoling is exactly her type. The driver assumed that Xiaoling peeked at him. They were shocked when Xiaoling made a noise when she bumped her head. They saw that she suddenly fell asleep. They called her Sleepy Beauty, but that sounded awful, so the soldier suggested Sleeping Beauty instead. Xiaoqing complained that she couldn't stand any longer. Ziyu knew that Xiaoqing had controlled her body for 15 hours, and it looked like she had reached her limit. Ziyu told her that he will give her the essence of life in the future to help her increase her control time. Xiaoqing was happy to hear that. For Xiaoqing, the essence of life can not only nourish her soul, but it can also increase her evolutionary speed. So, it was like a treasure to her. Ziyu noticed the wolf approaching him. It carried the injured Ping-2 honey badger in its mouth. Ziyu thanked them for their hard work. The wolf carefully placed the Ping-2 honey badger on the ground. It had so many cuts in its body. It looked awful. Ziyu assumed that he fought quite fiercely with the man named Gao Yuan, and he is now on the verge of dying. It can barely stand up. Ziyu knew that if he gave him the essence of life in that state, it would explode and die. He searched for something and found it. Ziyu stated that his vision improved a lot after evolving to the First Order. His roots reached the river. It was what he needed. He removed the rocks first and moved it to the side. He did that with the water too. When he was done, he created a pond, and he dropped some essence of life on it. It became a shining lake. It was beautiful. Ziyu stated that the diluted essence of life is gentler. The other animals were amazed. He told the animals that it's the reward of the wolves and the Ping-2 honey badger. The monkey, crane, and black bull looked jealous at the Extraordinary Research Institute. An old man with a long beard and eyebrows speculated that the soldiers met a tough guy. Gao Yuan reported that, according to the current situation, there is a high possibility that a change has occurred in that mountain. He confirmed that the existence of a powerful mutant beast is real. The old man asked if the fog can affect the human spirit. In Gao Yuan's personal judgment, it is, and he thinks that it was the cause of the regional variation too. But there's no explanation yet. The old man replied that the mutation was hard to explain. Plus, the fog isn't very dangerous. He classified that mountain under the yellow warning, and as soon as there is an abnormality, they will upgrade it to the red hazard area immediately. The old man heard that Gao Yuan brought a girl with him. Gao Yuan replied that the girl has a fire element talent, and he deemed that she is probably the strongest. That piqued the interest of the old man. The green zone is the human settlement. The yellow zone means that there's a danger and they have to be on guard, while the red zone means that the whole human race is under surveillance at all times and suppressed by force when needed. The last and most dangerous is the prohibited area, where life is restricted. Before the aura recovered, it had already attracted the attention of the whole world. And after the recovery of the aura, it has become an absolutely forbidden place that no life in the world can step into. That was called the Bermuda Triangle. Ziyu was lucky. Although the yellow zone is under the eyes of the nation, it is still indispensable, but dangerous. Most areas on the planet, except for the cities, were reduced to yellow warning. The Ping-2 honey badger had reached level 6, and the red fox is at the peak of level 8. The Ping-2 honey badger howled. When it attacked, the red fox simply smacked it. The animals cheered. The Ping-2 honey badger stood up. It was about to charge again, but Ziyu stopped it. The Ping-2 honey badger was annoyed. After that incident, no one was sent over, so Ziyu judged that it wasn't a big problem. He thought that it would be better if they never came back. Then, our MC saw the wolves carrying a pig and another animal. They brought it to Ziyu. Ziyu was pleased to see those living things. He immediately smacked them with his branches. The system projection informed him that he killed mutant pigs, which earned him plus 30 points, and mutant rant, plus 20 points. The evolutionary point he has is plus 172. He thought about how the advantages of taming those guys are becoming more obvious. Even if those animals look like they are useless, they still help in hunting. He told them to wait till he gets his evolutionary point because it will be the best of both worlds. Then he fed the recently killed animals to the mutant beast. He watched it and found it disgusting. He saw the red fox and commented that it won't eat with those animals just to maintain its elegance, while Ziyu noticed that the monkey kept stealing his leaves to eat it. Golden Monkey is at level 4. Its innate talent is extreme absorption, which means that the body absorbs beneficial substances substantially. The white crane is at level 5. Ziyu checked his status and saw that he currently has 172 evolution points. He checked what upgrades are available. He saw that the branches can be strengthened. He computed and found out that it would cost 250 points, which is expensive. The system asked him if he wanted to use 250 evolution points to strengthen the branches. Ziyu decided to upgrade half of it first. He was deducted 125 evolution points to strengthen 25 branches. Ziyu saw that he has new abilities. He got paralysis and stun, which would make fighting easier for him now. He was interested to see how it works. He got distracted, so the Ping-2 honey badger got out of his grasp and was about to attack the black bull. The black bull saw it and was confused. Before the Ping-2 honey badger reaches the black bull, Ziyu swats it with his branch. He panicked when he saw that it was a one-hit kill. He joked that in that world, only flat heads are injured. But just a few seconds later, the Ping-2 gets up. Then it searched for the stinky cow. Ziyu got annoyed. He thought he was scammed and the whole thing was useless. He wanted to take back his evolution points. Xiao Qing then laughed out loud. He asked Ziyu if he doesn't know anything about Ping-2 honey badgers. She explained that honey badgers are omnivores, born with anti-toxic properties. Moreover, with its present strength, she claimed that poison is useless to it. Ziyu was happy to learn that. He was relieved that he's still strong. When he realized he's talking to Xiaoqing, it made him wonder when she would come back. Xiaoqing reported that for the past few days, they have only arranged her daily life and food, and they didn't let her do anything else. Gao Yuan told her that he would take her to the institute tomorrow, and she had to pass the test before she could enter the Spiritual Power Research Institute. And if she fails, she has to go back. Ziyu was startled. He knew that Xiaoling's body awakened the fire element at the same time Xiaoqing's soul awakened spiritual talent. He expected to have a lot of human resources in the future, an essence of life. And soon, a monster that combines beasts and human strength will be born. Ziyu told Xiaoqing that if she passed, it's going to be a big break into the human interior. Ziyu couldn't let that opportunity go. Xiaoqing was on board with this idea, especially if she has the essence of life. Ziyu reminded her that if someone gets in her way, she knows what to do. Xiaoqing became serious. Then she replies that she knows. At the Spiritual Research Institute, Xiaoqing was determined not to fail. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, this facility specializes in the study of spiritual power. Gao Yuan informed Xiaoling that there are awakened people from all over the country gathered there, as well as many authoritative professors. He stated that there are 2 reasons for the existence of the organization, and that is for the study of psychic powers, and to cultivate supernatural humans. Rather than an organization, it's more of an academy. When they arrived, they saw many people. Those are newly awakened people coming from all over the country, like Xiaoling. One girl glared at them. She was focused on Xiaoling. She wondered where the country girl came from. Seeing her, it was no wonder that this girl smelled mud. The director arrived and everyone was told to be quiet. The director stated that the world is changing and the survival of humans is in jeopardy, and if humans can't evolve, they will be eliminated by the world. He told them that sooner or later the pace of the times will be in their hands, but before that, they must become strong to continue to lead the new generation to survive. He told them that it was the purpose of the place. He invited them to open a new era. The students firmly agree with him. The professor announced the beginning of the first test. The first test is a power test. One examinee had a 1200 spiritual power, which falls in medium class. The next one was 180 spiritual power, a low class. Next was 270 spiritual power, a low class. Then another low class at 150, then 50. It was followed by a few more low classes. Then another one is at 900 spiritual power, which is at medium. The ones that had pretty low spiritual power turned pale. The professor expressed that compared to the first generation, the results were far worse. He called for Yang Lingling. It was the girl who glared at Xiaoling earlier. The professor's eyes bulged. She was at 2,000, a high class. It was a terrifying score. It was a very high number. Even the first generation did not have such a high score. She captured the eyes of the men. A lot of them find her a beautiful woman. She highly thinks of herself, so it wasn't surprising. She thinks she's different from others. Xiaoling was the last one called. It caught Lengling's attention. The professor was telling Lengling that with her score, 1 year is enough for such a character to glow, and she will be the hope of the country. The professor expressed that it didn't matter whether there were students with a spiritual power, less than 10 in the college. The director asked Gao Yuan if the girl that she brought could be at par with Lengling. Gao Yuan honestly replied that he doesn't know, but he told the director not to underestimate the fire elemental. It made the director more interested in Xiaoling. Xiaoling placed her hand in the machine. It exudes a powerful aura. She was surprised. The light shoots up to the sky. The professor's eyes bulged and his jaw dropped upon seeing her result. Her spiritual power is at 5,000 and classified under super high. Even Gao Yuan was surprised. Everyone couldn't believe it. And they saw that the score was still rising. It even reached 6,000. And eventually, the machine exploded. Everyone protected themselves from the debris. They steadied their footing so they won't be blasted away. Xiaoling apologized for breaking the machine. The professor uttered, "Mamma mia, this is the best we ever had." The director was impressed. Meanwhile, Lengling trembled. She couldn't believe that country girl. The professor announced that the next test is the aptitude test. In addition, students with values over 100, they are instructed to go to a different test site depending on their classification, high class and low class. They will proceed with the extraordinary ability test. The students questioned what the examiner meant. Lengling asked if the examiner wanted to pick one of them or if he brought them there to fight. The examiner told them that the next assessment is very simple. If the examinees manage to lay even a single finger on him, they pass the test. The examinees are allowed to use whatever method they want. In the forest, Ziyu commented that it's a beautiful day, but when he sniffed, it stinks. It was then revealed that the Pingtu honey badger is pooping in front of him. He got annoyed and started slapping it with its vines. Meanwhile, back to the training center. The students were all in pain. The examiner teased them, saying that it's all they have. He told them that they will get eliminated if they keep going like that. Lingling got annoyed. Xiaoling looked like she's tired. Most of the students are down except for Lingling and Xiaoling. The examiner checked his watch and announced that there's 10 minutes left. He told them that they won't be able to do it if they don't try harder, and they will be eliminated. Lingling clicked her tongue. Xiao Ling Ying pants. She was determined not to get eliminated. She released a powerful flame from her body. Lingling got scared upon seeing the fire. The examiner, Gao Yuan, just stood there. He anticipated the attack. He ducked to dodge Xiao Ling. He noticed how she used the flame to increase her speed. He wanted to see how far she could control her flame. He told her that she won't be able to catch him easily. Xiao Ling released fire from her feet. Gao Yuan was caught off guard. Because Xiao Ling moved at the speed of light, Gao Yuan thought that it's not a level a beginner should have. Even the director and the professor from the first exam were shocked. Xiao Ling almost hit Gao Yuan's jaw. She got annoyed. She yelled at him to stop dodging. Gao Yuan acknowledged that Xiao Ling was too fast. Suddenly, Xiao Ling got hit from the side. Lingling kicked her. Gao Yuan was confused. Xiao Ling crashed on the wall. Then Lingling smacked Gao Yuan's shoulder. They couldn't believe what happened. Suddenly, it was announced that round 2 was over. Gao Yuan hurried to Xiao Ling. He panicked when he saw her bleeding. Xiao Ling's expression looked like she was in despair. She was reminded of what Ziyu told her. If someone got on her way, she knew what to do. Gao Yuan suggested that they go to the clinic first, since the test is over. Xiao Ling uttered, "Get out of here!" Lingling approached her and teased her of what she can do even when she reached 6,000. She told her to go back to the mountains and called her loser. Xiao Ling stated that she had to get rid of everything that gets in her way. Lingling asked, "What?" Suddenly, a fire erupted. Then Xiaoling held Lengling's face and pushed her down on the ground. The impact was big. It made Lengling's eyes white. Xiaoling looked angry. Lengling yelled at this country bumpkin to let go since examination is over. She asked her if she wanted to kill her. Xiaoling replied yes. She cursed at Lengling while covering her arm with fire. Lengling got scared and admitted that she was wrong. Xiaoling punched her, but Gao Yuan held her arm to stop her and yelled that she passed. He claimed that it was just a motivation for her to do her best so she can stop now. Xiaoling turned to him. Then she smiled happily. Lengling was left terrified. Even Gao Yuan. He realized that sooner or later he may not be able to suppress her. The director celebrated. He thinks Xiaoling is amazing, and he stated that they have to focus on cultivating that female student. Xiaoling looked fierce and confident, but when she went back to Ziyu to report, she behaved like a kid in expressing her happiness. And of course, that made our MC blushed. With that, Xiaoling became a well-known genius, with sufficient strength to enter the 8th class at a young age. She will be the genius of the Extraordinary Research Institute. And the villagers in Dashan also evacuated from the village, where they were to settle in the city. For the sake of their future, they had to leave the Tianshan mountain. Time flew and winter came. During this time, Ziyu continued to evolve his branches, but the crisis will not stop because of the cold winter. The smell of death and blood will again float in the air. There's an unknown creature which is at the level of extraordinary first level. Meanwhile, in the Northwest Territories, a soldier uttered that so many sacrifices were made to finally get the pit of spiritual stones. They noticed something. A silver centipede came out. It glared at them. On the other side, Ziyu has strengthened all his branches. He uttered that soon, it will reach the peak of First Order. There are only 8 roots left, and it will reach the peak of the First Order. Then he can hit the extraordinary Second Order. As long as Ziyu is on the Second Order, unless it's a nuclear weapon, it would be impossible to beat him. But with the spiritual power fluctuations caused by the Second Order evolution, he expected humans to discover his existence. For the first time as a foreign race, he felt that humans are very scary. Xiao King then appeared and told him that there's a big problem. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, they were informed that all members of the Northwest Regional Squad have been exterminated. The spiritual power of the stone mine leaked, attracting a large number of mutated beasts. Someone reported that at first, there were only 4,000 mutant mice and birds. But then an extraordinary second-order centipede with 120,000 spiritual power showed up. That made Gaiwan turn pale. Someone reported that the extraordinary forces have arrived. These new sets of fighters saw that the opponent wasn't easy to deal with. Ziyu was informed that humans had discovered a spiritual ore stone. Xiaoqing is already at entry level 9. She reported that a natural spirit stone mine has been discovered in the northwest. For that reason, there are more than 10 research institutes in full dispute over it. The spiritual stone, a special ore with a lot of spiritual power, can speed up the upgrade of body strength. Xiaoqing stated that the spirit stone mine will allow human beings to catch up with the evolution of extraordinary creatures in a short time. Ziyu was alarmed. He thinks that it's too sudden. He still wanted to stretch his hand in front of human beings after achieving the 3rd level of extraordinary. But humans had already found ways to catch up with other extraordinary creatures in a short time. He cursed at humans. He knew that his plan would completely collapse. Xiaoqing added that there's an extraordinary second-order silver centipede that suddenly appeared. And the protection soldiers have been slaughtered along with the extraordinary troops. It made Ziyu curious as to how the extraordinary second-order centipede got up to the second order quietly. He wondered if it had an ability to hide his power. He asked if the humans haven't fought back yet. Xiaoqing replied that the silver centipede appeared so suddenly that the Federation had never prepared for something like it. It was the first second-order monster that the humans had encountered. Our MC thought about it. It asked Xiaoqing if she thinks that he can fight it. Xiaoqing admitted that it was hard for her to say, since according to human algorithm, the silver centipede has an amount of 120,000 spiritual power, and Ziyu only has 16,000. Ziyu understood and told her that she can go back. He reminded her to let him know if anything happens. Xiaoqing was silent. Then she replied, yes. At the Extraordinary Research Institute, someone called out to the professor. The professor was bald and he had horns like a horn that is similar to a lamb, but it had a pillar at the center. It looked like a headdress. The teacher asked what Xiaoling was doing there. She informed him that she wanted to go to the northwest and see what's going on there. The professor scolded her for that. He told her that if she's interested in the silver centipede, he will bring her there once they have caught it. Xiaoqing was surprised to hear that they planned to catch it. The professor claimed that it won't be able to use its powers once they caught it. He assured her that her spiritual ore had been prepared. Xiaoqing argues that the centipede pops out of nowhere before detection. The professor speculated that it had the ability to hide, or it could be that the problem is with the ore. Xiaoqing glared at him. Back at the Misty Mountain, the peregrine falcon made a loud noise. They continued to chirp out loud while transporting a large worm-looking creature. Ziyu felt overwhelmed because these damned birds just captured the ant queen. The ants followed them. Now, Ziyu won't have to worry about evolution. He told them to gracefully accept their fate. Ziyu attacked the ants. The red fox stomped on them. At this point, the red fox is at level 8. Ziyu has 882 evolution points, and it's time for him to evolve his roots again. He endured the pain. He chose the root so he could fight against a powerful creature like the silver centipede. The system asked him if he wanted to build up the remaining 8 roots. Ziyu was determined to make it stronger, but to his surprise, he felt a hot current. He screamed out loud. All of his roots were in a frenzy. It's like his skin was being burned away, and it revealed the roots. He felt it getting stronger. No matter how painful it is, he endured. He willed himself to be patient. His core had formed cracks. At the same time, on the other side of the forest, we see the Ping-Tu honey badger was hurt badly, a few hours back at the frozen lake. The Ping-Tu honey badger emerged from the hole after it caught a fish. It happily made its way back. Until it noticed an otter. It was a family of otters, and their stomachs rumbled. The Ping-Tu honey badger made an annoyed expression like it's saying that it doesn't want to share. But then it happily ate while the small otters ate half. The otter gave it a nut. Then, when they were done, they said goodbyes. The Ping-Tu honey badger felt happy. Suddenly, it was blasted away. When it looked back, it saw an eye staring at it. It was a gigantic creature, and it made the Ping-Tu honey badger tremble. The large creature stepped on the small otters. Seeing his friends dying in a blink of an eye made him lose its reasoning and started attacking the gigantic creature. But the large creature had set its eyes on it. This interaction made the wolves sense something. They went towards the sound and saw the blood. And the Ping-Tu honey badger that was covered in snow. It was hurt severely. After that, Ziyu watched it and he was speechless. He uttered that it looked like an opponent that was much stronger than it appeared. But still, the Ping-Tu honey badger was lucky to have escaped. He gave it the essence of life. It opened its eyes. Zhu dipped it in the pool. Then Zhu instructed the wind wolf to take its brothers and find it. He deployed the red wolf too. Zhu was furious when he gave the order to find it and get rid of it. For that creature to be able to escape from his detection in that thick fog and seriously injure the Ping-Tu honey badger, it would be impossible for that creature to be weak. Zhu couldn't let it grow to the point where it is able to threaten him. Xiaoqing volunteered to go with them. Zhu was surprised to see her. He asked when she would return. Xiaoqing wanted to inform Zhu about Lingxi. She thinks that Lingxi might have the ability to cut off spiritual power. Zhu replied that the situation regarding the silver centipede made sense now. Xiaoqing suggested that Zhu wait a little longer because she will obtain Lingxi after a while. Zhu refused and told her that her resources should be dispensable to him. Our MC knew that once he broke through the transcendental third order, it can't be achieved with just 1 or 2 spiritual stones. Xiaoqing thought about it, and in her head she agrees that once her master ascends, it will certainly set off a monstrous momentum, and at that time, even if he wants to hide, he won't be able to. Zhu told her to take her time in the Lingxi mine. He told her that they are sensitive to aura, so he can find it. He stopped talking, so Xiaoqing was confused. Zhu stopped moving. Then, he had a eureka moment. Land, lower, spirit, river. He realized that it was the underground spirit river. The underground river water containing spiritual energy made him question as to where the spiritual power of the river comes from. His speculation about the source made him sweat. He realized that it's the stone mine. He speculated that the other party probably relied on the spirit stone to avoid his detection. If that's the case, the thought that the opponent is definitely more powerful than the tomahawk snake. He told the animals that there is a change in their plans. They abandoned revenge because if only 5 of those animals went, they would be killed. Xiaoqing asked if the opponent who wounded Ping-Tu was in the spirit stone mine. She knew that if it was true, then it's actually possible that it had gotten past Zhu. Zhu wasn't certain, but they had to confirm it first. He divided themselves into 3 groups. He ordered the red fox and the wind wolf to go to the scene and check it out to see if they can find that guy. Our MC ordered the peregrine falcon leader to call back the patrolling birds, and together with the white crane, they are to check from the air for any suspicious places like caves, cracks, even waterfalls. He told Xiaoqing to follow him through the hole he dug along the way to check the upper parts of the river. He emphasized that no matter what happens, they have to report back first and never confront the enemy. The wind wolves started running. The falcons also rushed and flew, while Xiaoqing went underground. Zhu prayed for his guess to be right. And just a few minutes later, we saw Xiaoqing look surprised. She didn't realize that her master's roots covered the entirety of the underground cave. She continued flying above the river to be able to go to the upper part of the river. Meanwhile, at the cliff, the red fox followed a scent. The other animals were there at the entrance of the cave too. Xiaoqing kept going. She was surprised at what she saw. Just as her master said, there were spirit stones everywhere. She didn't expect to find it so quickly. Suddenly, there was a loud roar. She felt scared from the spiritual power that emanated from the roar. She could tell that it is more oppressive than her master's. A large creature was on the crease. It hasn't noticed Xiaoqing yet. Xiaoqing recognized it to be the earthstone elephant turtle. She wondered if it's the one that hurt the Ping-Tu honey badger. The spiritual power emitted is too strong. She thought that it is still fortunate to have found it early. If given more time, she doesn't know what kind of monster it would have evolved into. She saw some plants growing on an ore. It is called bloodgrass, and it is a companion of the spirit stone and the elephant turtle. It is the most important treasure for advancement. Xiaoqing knew that the spiritual herb will be of great use to her master. Otherwise, the elephant turtle would not be so protective. Suddenly, the elephant turtle attacked. A gust of wind covered the area. Xiaoqing was confused as to why it can see her. She wondered if it's because it had reached the transcendental first order. Zhu felt something through its root. He speculated that Xiaoqing had angered the beast. He checked Ping-Tu honey badger on the pond, but only saw the black bull drinking there. Xiaoqing had grabbed the bloodgrass, and the elephant turtle saw it. The beast made a loud noise. Xiaoqing used spiritual strengthening. The elephant turtle lifted its foot. It created an earthquake when it stomped. The red fox and the wind wolf felt it. The impact extends outside the cave. It chased Xiaoqing even outside the cave. Xiaoqing was focused on heading towards her master. The beast stomped once again, and this time it was even able to change the topography of the area. Walls started appearing to block Xiaoling, and since she was just a spirit, she was able to pass through it. But when she turned around, she saw that the spirit grass couldn't get through. She realized that the elephant turtle just wanted to protect the spiritual herb. She wondered what she should do. She knew it was too late for her master to rush over, and if she let it escape, it's over. Something traveled at the speed of light and it surprised her. Even the elephant turtle was confused. Then it was alarmed. The beast was hit by an attack that was powerful enough to make it move backwards. This fucker was hurt. And Xiaoqing watched them. She was surprised by the Ping-2 honey badger. Even if the Ping-2 honey badger had a bleeding forehead, it was ready to fight. Turns out, this guy just headbutted the gigantic beast. It stood face to face against the elephant turtle. Xiaoqing panicked because Ping-2 honey badger is only at level 6. She knew it was no match against the power of the Transcendental First Order, but she knew that Ping-2 honey badger can't hear her. Ping-2 honey badger was furious. It moved fast when it attacked the elephant turtle. The elephant turtle stomped and created spikes on the ground, but the Ping-2 honey badger swiftly evades it. It hit the elephant turtle. A portion of the elephant turtle had shattered. Ping-2 honey badger was enraged. It bit the elephant turtle. The elephant turtle got hurt. The bite caused it to bleed. It lifted its foot to stomp on the Ping-2 honey badger. The Ping-2 honey badger crashed on the ground. Xiaoqing got worried, but even then, our boy stood up and faced the elephant turtle again. Xiaoqing yelled at the Ping-2 honey badger that if it continued, it would die. The Ping-2 honey badger's mouth is bleeding. Most of its teeth are already blunt. It recalled how the elephant turtle stomped on the otters whom the Ping-2 honey badger had shared a meal with. It made a loud, agonizing noise, and the elephant turtle watched it. The honey badger is found in Africa, West, and South Asia, and is a carnivorous weasel. Its thick skin and rough hands can withstand the attacks of enemies. It is a vengeful creature, but also the most fearless creature in the world. It showed how it faced the elephant turtle. And, right now, it started glowing. Xiaoqing noticed that the color of its hair is changing. Our boy honey badger was evolving. It covered itself with electricity and used a skill called Thunderbolt, and at lightning speed, it traveled and hit the jaw of the elephant turtle. Xiaoqing was surprised. It fearlessly hit the elephant turtle. The elephant turtle counterattacked. Xiaoqing used her spiritual power and made rocks fall on the elephant turtle. Again, the Ping-2 honey badger moved fast, and it targeted the foot of the elephant turtle. It was vicious, and it kept attacking consecutively. Xiaoqing was amazed. But due to the extreme speed and bulkiness of the elephant turtle, the Ping-2 honey badger is also getting injured. Xiaoqing wondered if it could win. It was a battle between a 7th level and the Transcendental First Order. It attacked again. It roared loudly as it emits lightning from its body. Then it electrocuted the elephant turtle. The elephant turtle fell. The Ping-2 honey badger stood its ground. Xiaoqing celebrated its win. The elephant turtle crashed on the ground. The Ping-2 honey badger looked exhausted. Suddenly, something hit it. It was thrown to the opposite side. The elephant turtle stood up. The Ping-2 honey badger coughed. Xiaoqing got worried. The elephant turtle stepped on it. It was hurt so bad. Then, the elephant turtle continuously attacked it. Xiaoqing threw rocks at the elephant turtle to make it stop. Xiaoqing caught its attention. The elephant turtle opened its mouth. Xiaoqing felt it sucking her in. To fight for one's life is what they know because these animals can only evolve by constantly challenging opponents stronger than themselves. They are undaunted by the power of the opponent, and not fear, not death, nor failure is to stop them from giving their best. Furthermore, they are unwilling to accept defeat. Xiaoqing was in pain just from watching the Ping-2 honey badger. At that moment, the Ping-2 honey badger's brain has completely lost all rational thought. It's just dragging its bloody body towards the Earthstone elephant turtle. The Ping-2 honey badger was ready to defend his dignity. It was still up to fight even with the tears and blood that it was shedding. The elephant turtle's eyes widened. Xiaoqing yelled at the Ping-2 honey badger to get out of the way. But before the honey badger was hit by the beast, a gigantic root landed on its head with tremendous force. It threw the turtle to the opposite side of the cave. It crashed so loud, the Ping-2 honey badger was bruised all over. It saw Ziyu. Ziyu's roots creeped in the opening. Then it wrapped around the falling Ping-2 honey badger. It was wrapped tightly. Xiaoqing was relieved that the root of the tree had finally caught up. The elephant turtle moves. Ziyu told Xiaoqing to pass his consciousness across. Xiaoqing agreed. She let her master do it himself. Ziyu opened his eyes and saw the elephant turtle in front of him. The consciousness of his core was atop of the root, together with Xiaoqi. The root became a monster with eyes and mouth. Ziyu faced the elephant turtle. Upon facing the elephant turtle, he had confirmed his suspicions that it was a mutated beast with elemental attributes. It evolved secretly in the spirit mine by using it to hide its aura. This earth rock elephant turtle has a special ability called Earthquake. A sound caught Ziyu's attention. It was the shivering Ping-2 honey badger. Ziyu told the Ping-2 honey badger that it was amazing. Despite facing a first-order transcendent, it didn't run away. And despite being injured badly, it still fought with its life on the line. He empathized that it must have been painful. He told the Ping-2 honey badger that it can rest now, and it can leave the rest to Ziyu. The Ping-2 honey badger shed tears. The elephant turtle made a loud noise as it charged forward. Xiao King told her master that the defense of the Earthstone elephant turtle is surprisingly high. She advised him not to go head-to-head against it. Ziyu used piercing stab. It broke one of the tusks of the turtle. That surprised Xiao King and the Ping-2 honey badger. Ziyu stated that it's not easy fighting with a Ping-2 honey badger on him, so he threw it away and yelled, "I'll leave it to you." The red fox caught Ping-2 honey badger. It carried the Ping-2 honey badger outside. The elephant turtle made a loud shrieking noise. It lifted both its feet and made several earth spikes appear. It's to block and attack Ziyu, but our MC easily broke the spikes with a single swing of his root. Then Ziyu wrapped the root around the elephant turtle. He lifted it into the air. Ziyu knew that its main attribute is useless if it's not on the ground. Now it was just a turtle waiting to be slaughtered. While in the air, he attacked it using the other roots. The Ping-2 honey badger and the red fox braced themselves for the impact of the attack. Ziyu was ready to deal the final blow, the battle axe snake fist. It broke the tusk and the shell of the turtle, causing it to bleed. Then it crashed on the ground with a loud impact. It rolled over. Eventually, its eyes turned white. The system projection showed that the Earthstone turtle was killed, and Ziyu obtained 8,000 evolution points. The Ping-2 honey badger saw it happen. He finally avenged those otters. The elephant turtle was defeated outside the cave. Then, Xiao King led the way towards the spiritual stones. When Ziyu saw it, he was overflowing with joy. He was in a frenzy upon seeing so many ores. He claimed that it would all be his. Xiao King even gave him a spiritual herb which will be very useful to him. Xiao King shared that it took her a lot of effort to get it from the Earthstone elephant turtle's lair. Ziyu was surprised. He replied that it was great and the harvest has been so rewarding. He was ready to dig and move it all. To bring back more spirit stones, Ziyu dug a cave under the roots of the tree for the animals to use. The fastest animals are the red fox and the 4 wind wolves, so they were tasked to transport the spirit stones using the tree net. Ziyu took advantage of this time to excavate 10 more small caves. This way, Xiao King, the red fox, and the other animals could use the spirit stones to cultivate within the cave. Once Ziyu was done, he announced that they were ready to advance. It only took them half a day to cultivate many ores. According to Xiao King, that was a medium-sized spirit stone mine and is bigger than one occupied by the silver centipede. Ziyu grabbed the stones even if he's uncertain how it will turn out. Once he absorbed it, he exudes powerful light and wind. With the revival of the aura, ordinary birds migrated south, whilst the mutant birds stayed since they could withstand the cold. This will be the most regretful decision of their lives. Ziyu's roots snatched them up from the sky. He did the same for the land animals. His roots dug the ground and entered the crevice. The other roots came up the canyon. It was chaotic, but Ziyu was focused. Eventually, his appearance changed. The color of his body has changed, and his eyes became more aggressive. But his head is still bald. But he didn't mind what his face looked like. He opened the system projection. It displayed his lifespan of 1.2 over 500 years. He has 13,432 evolution points. He still has his passive skill of receiving 1 evolution point per day for receiving sunlight and increase in evolution points by killing other creatures based on the creature strength. He also has inherent talent like super regeneration, a terrifying talent unique to plants, and even if he got damaged, he can regenerate. This is upgradable too. He also has his 50-50 mutant branches, which have a hardness comparable to steel. It can move freely, and can secrete paralyzing and stun toxins, and uses the essence of life to recover over time without losing evolution points. He also has 9 mutant roots, which are kilometers long, regardless of strength and speed. The roots can be used to turn the enemies into nutrients. Another talent he has is the essence of life. Ziyu's body contains a spiritual aura, which can accelerate the evolution of species and heal wounds. Ziyu has the skill called Mist Shroud. It emits a dense fog that envelops around its center for several kilometers, submerging itself in the fog. Illusion gives the fog and branches an illusionary effect that can be used to confuse creatures' perceptions. Earth Element absorbs large amounts of Earth attribute spirit stones and hunts Earth turtles to gain the power to control the land. Ziyu was surprised that he can manipulate the Earth Element. It made him wonder if it's because he killed the turtle and absorbed its essence during his first evolution. That made him happy. He immediately tried the new ability, and several large spikes appeared from the ground. Upon seeing that, he realized why humans call the second order of transcendence a disaster. The only problem with the new skill is that the attack range of the earth element is only about 100 meters, but he believes it will get stronger every time it upgrades. Ziyu can't pull his roots, but if he can manipulate the earth, he thinks he'll be able to walk. He noticed that inherent abilities which evolve with the creature and become more powerful was enough for him to level up last time. He told the system to upgrade his inherent abilities. The evolution of inherent abilities starts with enhanced regeneration, followed by strengthened regeneration consumption, and third, strengthened regeneration ability. Ziyu decided to go for enhanced regeneration, as it could be a life-saving ability. He thinks that even if most of the body and even the roots were to be destroyed by nuclear weapons, he can still be resurrected from the remaining roots of the trees that are spread within the ground. His inherent ability, evolution, has been activated. Mushroom grew on his roots. Several flowers have bloomed around him. He realized how strong his regenerative capacity is. Everything around him became alive and well. He moved his roots and cut them. But immediately, something appeared at the tip. It regenerated. Ziyu stated that the speed of the regeneration is horrific. The black bull, monkey, and Xiaoqing appeared from the ground. Xiaoqing was happy for her master for breaking through. She saw that his body is almost 20 meters taller, and her master now has a spiritual power of around 200,000 to 300,000. Now, the silver centipede can be his opponent. Ziyu noticed that the white crane and the peregrine falcon were back. He asked why they were alone. They started making sounds. Zhao King interpreted it for Ziyu. The animals are saying that they found a suspicious target, so they hurried back to report it first. Ziyu told them that it's been settled and ordered them to come back. The birds were confused. Suddenly, the black bull started mooing. Ziyu asked him if he wanted the item. It's called the rock flower. The crystallization of the earth element forms a spiritual flower that is far more powerful than the essence of life. It was from excess energy emissions. He gave it to the black bull, who happily ate it. Then, its eyes glowed. It became a mutant bison at entry level 9. Ziyu's jaw dropped when he saw it went straight up to level 9. He claimed that the ability is too scary. Then the black bull spoke God Tree. Ziyu was spooked that it just talked. It kept calling Ziyu. Ziyu lifted it in the air like a baby because he was impressed that after evolving to the 9th level, the spiritual consciousness had awakened. The red fox is still at level 8 and will soon reach level 9. If cultivated well, it can awaken the consciousness in the future, and possibly get stronger even more. Over the next couple of days, Ziyu continuously expanded the cave. The red lemurs, the monkeys, wolves, bisons, and other creatures were also constantly moving the ore. Not long after that, Xiaoqing returned to the body of Xiaoling at the Extraordinary Research Institute. Xiaoqing knew that the body and spirit are already in perfect harmony. The fire attribute comes from the physical body, and the spiritual power comes from the spiritual body. Someone opened the door. The professor entered and saw Xiaoling. Xiaoling asked him what he needs from her. The professor pointed at the being that has a mixture of human and wolf genes. He stated that it's a whole new life form, back at the forest. The Pingtu honey badger was all patched up. It was sitting on a branch while staring at the wilderness. It cried when it remembered the time it spent with the otters. It was like a dramatic scene of a prodigal son being alone. Until Ziyu smacked its butt for just sitting there and moping. He ordered it to get to work. Its butt was red, and the monkey and the bison who saw it were confused. Back at the Extraordinary Research Institute, Xiaoqing was surprised to see a hybrid of a human and an evolved wolf. The professor shared that after conducting thousands and thousands of experiments, it still failed. It is because the human regenerative cells cannot resist the invasion of wolf cells. Xiaoqing looked worried. The professor informed her that the next batch of test subjects will be arriving soon. Those are people who volunteered to be experimented on. The professor claims that the rise and fall of mankind is at stake, so it was a necessary sacrifice. It was for them that the professor wanted his experiment to be successful. If he could break through the cellular regeneration problem, and only if they can capture creatures with regenerative powers. He claimed that humanity will usher into a new age of evolution. He saw that in the age of rejuvenation, the human beings won't lose. Then, the scene shifts as several men walk through the foggy forest. Glasses, boy, an ordinary person called his brother Hu to ask if the Misty Mountain is really evil. There was a rumor that it would trap people to die on the mountain. Suhu, an ordinary person, replied that it was like that before. But now that they have Qianqun, they think that it won't be difficult to go deeper. Qianqun is a pretty and sexy woman who is an awakened transcendentalist with the ability of intuition. Glasses Boy checked out her round and bouncy chest. Another awakened transcendentalist named Qingzhao has an ability to strengthen his body. He stated that the requirements are not tough. They just need to collect some spiritual herbs and kill a few mutant beasts. He knew Leng Feng wanted to kill a few more mutated beasts for that quest. He stated that those rich people are paying them enough to last them a lifetime. Leng Feng, an awakened transcendentalist, has the ability to manipulate shadow, and he replied that he's not interested. Qiang Qin warned them that something was coming. They saw large, vicious eyes, and the creature roared loudly. Glasses Boy got spooked upon seeing the mutant beast. Qingzhao punched it, and it was easily defeated. He claimed that a grade 1 mutant boar is not worth much. The Glasses Boy was scared, and he clinged on Qiang Qin. Qiang Qin, who got annoyed, asked him if he had touched enough. Glasses Boy apologized. Qiang Qin expressed how they are just exploring the mountain all that time, even though it's a yellow area. Hu replied that it is only because of the mist that people feel scared. He claimed that if there was a powerful beast, then there would have been an army in there already. Qiang Qin sensed something. She turned pale. She told them to stop since she had a bad feeling about it. She told them to run because they can't stay there any longer. She suggested that they leave before it's too late. A white tiger suddenly pounced on them. They were all caught off guard. It chomped Hu's head. Qiang Qin froze since it was just in front of her. The mutant white tiger stared at her. This mutant beast is at entry level 7 and has the abilities called mutated tiger claws, which are sharp enough to tear everything apart. It has a tiger roar, which makes everything tremble and makes the opponent lose the courage to resist. Qingzhao got annoyed and was about to punch the mutant beast. It charges at it. Qiang Qin yelled at him not to go there. Before Qingzhao can reach the beast, it already counterattacked and hit Qingzhao on the chest. The Glasses Boy randomly fired his gun. It made the white tiger look at him, and the white tiger grabbed him with its mouth. Leng Feng asked what Qiang Qin is standing for when they can't defeat the level 7 Tiger King. He told Qiang Qin to run. He told her that someone needs to escape and inform the military. The beast used its foot to attack. When it landed, it created an explosion and limits the visibility. When the dust cleared, Qiang Qin saw it staring directly at her. It had stepped on Leng Feng's head. Qiang Qin was terrified. She wondered if she's going to die there too. The white tiger roared loudly. Unexpectedly, the branches grabbed it. Qiang Qin was hit, but she managed to open her eyes. She saw the roots wrapped around the tiger and wondered what it was. She eventually closed her eyes. In the misty forest, the white tiger was nervous because all of Ziyu's animals were glaring at him. The Ping-Tu honey badger taunted him. The poor white tiger was trapped in a root and was surrounded by Ziyu's animals. Ziyu's essence of life has been enhanced with new abilities. The system projection showed that once the essence of life is evolved, the enhanced essence of life will accelerate the evolution of all things, and the subconscious will be closer to Ziyu. It allows the user to improve obedience, and Ziyu will test it with a white tiger. He dropped the essence of life on it. The white tiger's eyes changed. It was like the tiger was suddenly tamed. It even meowed and licked Ziyu. The essence of life is more powerful than before. The white tiger became obedient at once. It made Ziyu wonder what would happen if used on people. He decided to try it on the people that he just rescued. With perfect timing, Qiang Qin was slowly waking up. She was wrapped in roots, and before her were the animals watching her. These fuckers all had this devilish grin. She turned pale upon seeing those mutant beasts. She yelled at Leng Feng and Qingzhao to wake up, but these two were dreaming and sleep-talking. Leng Feng uttered, "Call me Oni-chan," while Qingzhao was crying and expressing that he doesn't want to break up. Qiang Qin thinks it's her end. She never expected that there's a demon in that place. Ziyu prepared his branch. Qiang Qin was raised in the air. She was confused. She had no idea what that tree was doing. She probably saw something like this in movies or wherever that she assumed something bad was about to happen. She yelled "no" out loud. But then our boy dropped the essence of life on her. She blushed and her eyes glowed. Apparently she saw calamities like lightning, tornadoes, earthquakes, and volcanic eruptions. She stated that everything was destroyed. Ziyu was confused. Qiang Qin added that the world is being taken over by giant trees. All of it, the sky, the earth, the animals, and the birds, all of it was being controlled by a tree. And she stated that after that, it was the birth of the land of the trees. Ziyu just stared at her. He asked her what her abilities are. Qiang Qin replied that it was sixth sense and intuition. She was surprised that the tree was talking. Ziyu laughed while he asked if that's considered an awakened ability. He let go of her and told her that she can stay there from then on, and she's assigned to take care of his pets. Qiang Qin was about to protest that she was taken as a slave, but her lights lit up, and she became obedient. Ziyu was pleased to see that it worked on her. The change in attitude was obvious. He claimed that the essence of life is fantastic. Then, to try the effect, our boy commanded her to compliment him, and she called Ziyu Giant Tree. Ziyu then ordered her to take off her dress. Qianqin blushed, acted embarrassed, and shyly replied that she doesn't want to. Then she hid her face in her hands while calling Ziyu a pervert. Ziyu realized that it seems like not all the time she would listen, and there's some autonomy left. He dropped the essence of life to the other two. He hoped that those men could teach Bison and Red Fox about humans. Originally, Ziyu planned to rely on Xiaoqing, but he has limited time. He knew that teaching that kind of thing can be done by anyone. Instead of bothering Xiaoqing, he claims that it's better to let the humans deal with it. Ziyu decided to build a house for them first. He thinks that those men should be grateful that they have some use. Ziyu made some houses out of the branches. He grabbed Qianqin to place her in her room. Around Ziyu, there's an underground cave and the pods for humans. It looked cramped. He's finally done with his chores and is now ready to get down to business. Not only would he be able to move freely on land, but he would also become an existence known as the God of Willows. In normal times, he wouldn't have dared to think of this, but he must do it to keep his spirits high. He started thinking that due to the extraordinary circumstances, anything is possible. He checked his status, and currently, he has 13,432 evolution points. When he broke through the second level, he harvested over 5,000 evolution points. Killing the Earthstone turtle gave him 8,000 points. A bit of a lesson on this. Entry level 1 provides 10 evolution points, while entry level 2 provides 20 evolution points. Entry level creatures provide 10 evolution points for each level. For creatures of extraordinary rank, the number of evolution points is calculated according to their spiritual power. If he killed a life with 80,000 spiritual power, he would get 8,000 evolution points. The system showed him that he can manipulate the earth element. It means that he needs to absorb a large number of earth stones and hunt earth turtles to gain the power to manipulate the earth. He told the system to reinforce the earth element. He was informed that it consumes 1,000 evolution points and was asked if he wished to continue. Ziyu was surprised, but he knew that after all, he is a second-level transcendental creature, so it costs a lot to evolve. He reinforced it. The animals were surprised when the ground shook. Ziyu tries to get up. The ground shook even more, and it spooked the animals. He could feel that it's stronger than before, but the range is still within 100 meters. Ping-Tu honey badger almost fell from the cliff. Unfortunately, the part where it is holding broke and it stumbled downwards. It aches all over its body. It started thinking that it's always him who gets hurt. Ziyu still reinforced the earth element, and it consumed all 3,000 points. He made parts of a ground rise. It was like pillars had been erected around him. Ping-Tu honey badger was confused. Until it felt that the ground it's standing on rose above the ground. Ziyu also noticed that every tree root of his body is like a turtle. Now, it can tear the earth apart and cause earthquakes. He was thinking that if all tree roots are used at the same time, it will be enough to raise a wave of land that is hundreds of meters tall and drown everything. However, using spiritual energy on such a large scale increases the risk of injury to his body. When he has complete control of the land, he could travel freely across the world. Ziyu watches his creation, while Ping-Tu honey badger suffers while thinking that the debt from its past life has been paid off. It was up high, and it could only cry. Meanwhile, in a country on another continent, someone was using binoculars. This guy watches the waves of the sea. But his eyes widened. The waves are too high. It was a tsunami, and it washed away the city. The people got scared as the water swallowed the infrastructure, and along with it came a monster with spiky teeth. The sea monsters looked creepy, and they rode the waves, and ate people that were on the way. Something big emerges from the water. It was a first-order transcendentalist, a crimson octopus. It was gigantic, and its sharp teeth were scary. It looked at something. A silhouette emerges from the fog. It was a third-order transcendentalist, golden eel. It faced the sunken city. 5 hours later, in the White House. It was chaotic. People were questioning how the army's response was too slow. The president sat there and monitored the situation, while his subordinates gathered information like the death toll, and relayed reports that the entire city of Jinshan has been ruined. He called Aaron to ask if they found out about the mutant sea creatures yet. Aaron reported that according to the results, the mutated sea beast should be a large basilisk belonging to an ancient species. Initially, it is estimated to be about 100 meters long and weighs around 70,000 tons. As for the spiritual power index, the lowest value is 170,000, and the highest value is 250,000. That made everyone sweat. The president asked for the current status of the sea creature. She replied that of the 3 nuclear bombs launched to kill it, only one met its target. Now that it has retreated to the bottom of the sea, it is difficult to pinpoint its location. They questioned why only 1 bomb hit it. They were uncertain if it was dead or alive. They concluded that the ocean's mutant creatures are after humanity, especially those deep sea creatures. They expected things to go downhill under Ziyu's roof. Lang Feng yelled, "That's it!" Qianqin told someone not to make any mistakes. Qingzhao was fired up. It was a chaotic scene of Lang Feng engrossed in cooking, Qianqin teaching a white tiger, and Qingzhao sparring with the monkey. The monkey emerged victorious. Lang Feng looked for the plate and the black bull brought it to him. Qianqin was teaching phonetics to a tiger who was playing goofy and was upside down. She felt like she's going crazy because the tiger is so stupid compared to the other beasts. Qingzhao offered her food and invited her to eat first. When she saw him, she thought he's dying. He was covered in bruises and could barely open his eyes. The animals gather around Lang Feng since he feeds them. Lang Feng started to see himself as the son of darkness, who became the boss of the strange beasts. Qingzhao and Qianqin only saw him as a cook. Qiangzhao claims that he's a trainer now, but he's beaten up all day. They conversed how it's been 3 days since they have been there, and the beast tree hasn't killed them. They knew it was because they are working the way it wants them to. One of them expressed that they had no idea that a huge tree in the mountain, 300 kilometers from the city, would be so sentient. They thought that if the army were aware of supernatural beings having developed their consciousness, it would mobilize the whole country to eradicate them. So Qingzhao concluded that if they want to live, they have to teach the beasts to read and write. The white tiger passes by, and they all felt the problem. Meanwhile, Ziyu watches them. Xiaoqing asked him why he kept them there. Ziyu replied that they need them because human knowledge is important for the beasts. He elaborated that the knowledge will come in handy if they get into a fight. Xiaoqing informed him that something big is happening on the human side. He asked what. A few hours later, the Ping-2 honey badger was peacefully sleeping, while Ziyu was boiling in rage. He questioned if they used nuclear weapons. Xiaoqing shared that 3 were fired, only 1 hit, the other 2 bounced off. Ziyu asked what she meant when she said it bounced off. The golden eel roared. It used sound pressure to interfere with the trajectory of a falling nuclear weapon. And even after being hit by a nuclear weapon, it managed to escape back to the bottom of the ocean. Ziyu assumed that it had realized the horror of mankind. But unlike the beast, which has the sea, they had nowhere to escape to. Xiaoqing asked if the sea creature would survive. Ziyu replied that the most frightening thing about nuclear weapons is not the explosion itself, but the radiation. But in the midst of the Great Age evolution, the seafloor creatures must have evolved to have resistance to radiation. Then that would spell disaster for humanity. Ziyu told her that they need to look for a strong alliance. They need to hurry up and build an underground kingdom. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, the golden eel's body is almost broken in half. That only meant that a more powerful being has taken it down. On land, Ziyu mobilized his branches. It moved fast. It grabbed an animal one after another. It held 3 animals, then dumped them in the hole. The 3 humans watched him. They are curious as to what those beasts are doing. Qianqin asked if it was some kind of event. Lang Feng narrated that the beast tree is trying to subdue the beasts. The crocodile was fierce, but it cowered when it faced the red fox. Ziyu told them not to scare the animals. He gave the boar an essence of life. The 3 humans drooled as they thought that it's a waste to use those on the beasts. It became a mutant boar at entry level 6. It has inherent abilities like armor, which is fully covered with spiky fur, able to withstand most physical attacks. Then it has a special ability called Savage Charge that tramples the earth on all 4s. Ziyu commented that it's not bad and was pleased that it awakened its inherent abilities. Although, it's not as powerful as the bull of the red fox or the white tiger. But it's still up there with the second tier of Ping-2, the golden monkey, the peregrine falcon. In the future, they could become the big 4. He gave the essence of life to the crocodile. It glowed brightly. It transformed into a menacing red crocodile with icy spikes on its back. It looked terrifying. Ziyu didn't expect that. Xiaoqing, too. It became an ancient emperor crocodile. Ziyu asked about it. Xiaoqing told him that she read it in her mentor's books. It's an ancient beast. The most ferocious of all beasts. Something caught the crocodile's eyes. The red fox stepped forward, and it boasted its power. Ziyu understood. Those 2 wanted to fight each other. Red Fox and the ancient emperor crocodile were on a face-off. The other animals felt nervous from just watching on the side. While the Ping-2 honey badger treats it as entertainment, The mutant red fox is at 9th level. It has inherent abilities like fire control. Basically, it is a beast of the flames. It has a special ability called Eyes of Seduction, which can peer into the mind. The individual can become confused and dazed when looking at him. The time has come to prove who the strongest is. The ancient emperor crocodile roared loudly. It destroyed a lot of trees. The red fox efficiently evaded the attack. That attack was a sonic wave. Ziyu couldn't see because of the dust. The red fox and ancient emperor crocodile ran towards each other. The ancient emperor crocodile bit the red fox's leg. The red fox was surprised. The ancient emperor crocodile lifted its leg. Then it tackled the red fox, and they crashed on the ground. The impact of the fall was powerful. Qiang Zhao used his body to cover Leng Feng and Qiang Qin from the debris, but the ancient emperor crocodile was left confused. It was about to swallow the red fox. Ziyu and Xiaoqing were alarmed. The red fox inhaled flames, and when it exhaled, it released a fire breath. It created an explosion. Black smoke covered the area. It even made Xiaoqing cough. But the two contenders remained standing. The ancient emperor crocodile scoffed. The red fox looked like it was having fun. Ziyu saw it, and he knew it meant that the two had recognized each other's strength. Xiaoqing exclaimed how it was a surprise. Ziyu also recognized that the ancient emperor crocodile is not something to be looked down on. Ziyu recognized that its strength is already at par with the red fox. The ancient emperor crocodile is at 9th rank level. It has inherent abilities like atavism, which awaken the instincts of a beast. The angrier it is, the more powerful it becomes. It has a special ability called Superb Sense of Smell, which is strong enough to detect and distinguish between thousands of species of animals. It also has bone armor, which is a layer of bone armor around the body that provides great protection, plus sharp teeth that can rip through anything. Lastly, sonic shock to cut everything and generate sound waves to attack. The humans wanted to know who won. The next day, an animal was slashed. It was done by the red fox. With the increased population in the Bayou Gorge, food is also an issue that must be considered. Fortunately, with the arrival of humans, food can now be preserved. A few days later, Ziyu caught newborn pups from somewhere and took them to Leng Feng. He asked Leng Feng to take good care of them. It struck a blow on his dark heart, and the humans did well in some areas. In just a few days, the black bull and the red fox have been able to talk to Ziyu. They greeted the god tree with a happy new year. And when it comes to learning, Ping 2 honey badger and golden monkey were stubborn. They cannot remain silent for less than 5 minutes. On the other hand, the white tiger studied hard. However, it learned nothing. The most active of the humans was Qiang Zhao, who not only hunted everywhere, but also made new clothes for Qian Qin and Leng Feng. He had even made a breakthrough in his abilities by drinking from the spirit pool. Ziyu finds him a funny guy. The red fox reported that someone is coming on their way. Ziyu asked what Qiang Zhao was doing. The red fox had no idea, but the black bull had gone to stop him. The bison talked and told Qiang Zhao to stop as he's not meant to be there. Qiang Zhao announced that he had something to say to the sacred tree. He pleaded to be let through. The bison threatened him to go back. Ziyu yelled not to hurt him. He allowed him to be let in, because he wants to hear what Qiang Zhao has to say. Qiang Zhao yelled, "Long live the sacred tree! My admiration for you is as great as ever." Ziyu asked if that's all he wanted to say. He gave him 1 minute to get to his point. Qiang Zhao mustered his courage. To express that, he wanted to join the sacred tree's army. Ziyu finally learned what Qiang Zhao is after. Qiang Zhao expressed that he wished to be trained by him. It is because Qiang Zhao had just awakened his physical talent and had no experience at all. He expressed that he is his only hope to get stronger. Ziyu expressed that he wouldn't trust a man who can betray his own kind. He yelled at him to leave. Qiang Zhao knew he wasted Ziyu's time, so he got up. Xiaoqing asked Ziyu if he wouldn't take him. Ziyu replied that it would be nice to keep him alive because that man would rather be there than anyone in that spiritual place. Ziyu knew that Qiang Zhao's current strength has gone up a lot compared to before. Xiaoqing thinks that it's good, and with few humans, it will be more convenient to enter human society in the future. Ziyu knew how some people are rebellious by nature, and if he had given them too much of something, they will get used to it thinking that they deserve it. But if he suddenly doesn't give it, then they will be the first one to betray him. He claimed that it's how humans are. Whether it's such people or not, they had to continue to monitor. Now that their canyon is well established and ore-based, they just need to keep a low profile. Xiaoqing reported that the silver centipede has been caught, and now it has become a subject of human experiments. Ziyu was surprised to learn that they caught it in just a month. She expressed that she intends to absorb the soul of the silver centipede. In that way, she may be able to break through the First Order. Ziyu asked her if she's certain since the spirit of the Second Order is no joke. She could be swallowed up. She replied that she's sure. Ziyu noticed how Xiaoqing has also learned to think about problems by herself. It looked like her human sight had grown a lot. A sudden explosion from a distance caught their attention. Ever since Ziyu caught the ancient emperor crocodile, he tried his best to suppress his temper. He thought it was just trying to relieve its boredom, while Ping 2 honey badger strength reached the peak of the 7th level. The golden monkey and the wild boar also climbed to the 7th level one after another. As for the birds, except for the white crane who was at the 7th level, the other 8 falcons entered the 8th level. The wind wolves even collected 30 wild wolves and had grown into a big group. Ziyu knew that the growth of these beasts would never be stable. He thought of imprisoning them there. Xiaoqing expressed that if the ancient emperor crocodile is released, it will become the lord of the one area. Ziyu stated that it's about time. The nighttime reached the canyon. Everyone had gathered in front of Ziyu. Qingzhao was thinking that if the lineup is placed in the real world, the Enter Federation would go crazy. Ziyu told them that they have reached the peak, but he cannot give them eternal protection. He told them to go out and train, but not everyone. Just those who have leveled up. He announced that Red Fox, Black Bull, and Crocodile can go out. The White Tiger pointed at himself. It was like he's saying, "What about me?" White Tiger had just entered rank 9. Ziyu replied that it's stupid, so it's better that it stays. Otherwise, it would cause him some trouble. Our MC told the Red Fox that it will be called Nine Tails, and it is now the boss. Nine Tails just entered 9th order. It has a natural talent called Fire Control, which is the ability to light up a fire. Then, it has a special ability called Pupil of Fascination, where it gains insight to the human mind. The Black Bull was renamed to Bull Demon. Bull had also just entered the 9th order. It has a natural talent called Crescent Collision, which is a fierce, sharp, and fearsome weapon capable of tearing apart enemies. It has the special ability called the Earth Trod, in which it shakes the earth using his limbs. White Tiger is the 3rd, and it had also just entered the 9th order. It has a special ability called Mutant Tiger Claw, a sharp sword like claws enough to tear through everything. It also has a roaring roar that can shake everything, enough to make even the bravest warriors retreat. Next was the ancient Emperor Crocodile. Although it is stronger than the Bull Demon and White Tiger, it was late, so it came in 4th. It also entered the 9th order. Its natural talent is to awaken the activist instinct of the beast. The more angry he gets, the stronger he will be. Its special ability is superior sense of smell, enough to distinguish thousands of odors and track. It also has bone armor, a layer of bony armor wrapped around the body. It can provide powerful protection, teeth sharp enough to tear through everything with a sound. It can also use sonic boom to cut through everything and generate sonic attacks. Ziyu labeled them as his 9 monsters. He told them not to go anywhere except for human cities. The Bull Demon expressed that he doesn't want to go. Ziyu told him that if he doesn't want to, then he can stay. The ancient Emperor Crocodile approaches him. Ziyu reminded it that even if it is strong, it cannot defeat 100 with 1. The ancient Emperor Crocodile acknowledged that. Nine Tails and ancient Emperor Crocodile raced as they made their way outside. Meanwhile, at the laboratory, the head of the centipede was inside a machine. Xiaoqing stood in front of it. Ziyu saw it through her. He realized that for the experiment, the body of the centipede was cut to the head. He didn't even think it was alive. It was truly a tenacious one. Xiaoqing told it that it's better to be under her wing than to survive there. She offered to live with her. That caught the centipede's attention. Xiaoqing's eyes were fierce. Meanwhile, Nine Tails sat on a cliff in a desert, while the ancient Emperor Crocodile dove in the ocean, and the White Tiger was attending a lesson with Qiangqin. It was funny because when Qiangqin was teaching it, it was making a heart with its arms. It was such a goofy animal. Inside the cave, the Ping 2 honey badger is lazily chilling on top of the oars while the wind wolves do the work of transporting the oars. Ziyu's branch approaches the Ping 2 honey badger and grab it to force it to carry the oars too. It was funny how its butt was smacked to make it move while the wolves watched it, and Ziyu was busy practicing a wind blade. One blade hit the root. He noticed that the power is too weak for the roots to explode. It was okay to use for close combat, but it takes a lot of energy. He invested 2,000 evolution points to strengthen the willow blade. With that, he had 6,432 evolution points left. He tried again. He focused. Then he released several willow blades at once. It hit the roots that serve as the ceiling of the canyon, and his willow blade had finally cut through it. He finds it interesting that the power, quantity, and the attack range have been greatly enhanced. But it was also exhausting as he had to extract his own spiritual power and visualize it. It wasn't the same when using the roots. He opened the system, and several screens appeared at the same time. He checked his abilities, in which all have risen to level 2, except the main tree root. The main tree root is Ziyu's source, so he wanted to upgrade it. To his surprise, it cost 100,000 evolutionary points. He was surprised and complained that it was like being robbed. Then he saw that it required 6,000 points to level up the fog spread. He chose to upgrade it. He spent so much for it. Having to evolve 9 big trees with 50 branches each was enough to kill him. But he knew that it will prove the power of level 3, and he'll become awesome. Suddenly, an animal howled. Changqing thought it was a dragon. Leng Feng replied that it was nonsense. Then suddenly, something flew above them. They were so surprised to see a white dragon in there. Leng Feng identified it as the Western Dragon. But this is just caused by the mastery of the fog level 3. This mist not only serves as Ziyu's eyes, but it can also change and turn into whatever he wants. Ziyu laughed and said that when Xiaoqing comes back, she'll be scared. That reminds him that he hasn't seen her lately. It made him wonder if she's that busy with humans. Out of the blue, his crotch shined. It made him panic. He checks underneath the ground and saw that it was Xiaoqing. She's finally breaking through a new level. With the purple centipede all over her body, it made Ziyu think that she absorbed it in the Extraordinary Research Institute and began to break through. Meanwhile, at the Extraordinary Institute, the researchers saw Xiaoling's body covered in bright light. They are worried and curious about her situation. The professor saw it and stated that whether Xiaoling has fainted or is asleep, she is then advancing. He knew that Lao Zhao's son was the same. He ordered someone to get the best fire spirit stone. In Ziyu's world, he gave her an essence of life. While in the institute, the professor gave firestones. That mixed up. Xiaoling opened her eyes. She glowed brightly while the purple centipede wrapped around her. Ziyu was delighted that it worked out well. In the institute, they also deemed that it was a successful entry. They cared for her and carried her to her room to let her have rest. The professor was thinking that Yuan had really brought an amazing talent this time. It only took her half a year to break through the first level. He thinks that her future is immeasurable, and because she just went through a transformation, Xiaoqing's physical body was now sound asleep. Meanwhile, at the canyon, several of Ziyu's roots were blasted. It was done by Xiaoqing. Ziyu yelled at her that it was enough and she no longer had to show off, otherwise she'll destroy everything. He called her name loudly, and Xiaoqing answered. Ziyu noticed how she not only broke through, but also turned the silver centipede into a strange weapon, and it looked like she's being iconized. The centipede was like her pet who adores her. It even promised to protect her. Ziyu told her that he had something to show her too. He released the mist in the form of a tornado. Out of that, he created the bull demon and a dragon. Xiaoqing finds his new abilities interesting. She also noticed how the creatures made of mist are destructive. Ziyu explained that the pressure must be caused by moisture in the air to produce a destructive force. But the attack ability is not strong. It only has the strength of the median mutant root. He added that those creatures can afford any physical attack. He demonstrated it by making the dragon hit its tail on the ground. It was Ziyu's trick. Wrapping the roots of the tree with mist makes people mistakenly think that new creatures have been born. And with this unpredictable beast shape, coupled with hallucinogenic effects, there's a high possibility to make the illusion come true. He teased Xiaoqing by asking her if she's envious. Xiaoqing replied that it was just simply funny. She added that this kind of thing is nothing in the spiritual department. She snapped her fingers. Ziyu was spooked that his mist beast poofed. He thought it was immortal. Xiaoqing told him that it's not only useless, but can also be dangerous since humans can follow the fog beasts and find the body that controls them. Ziyu admits that he hasn't thought of that. She suggested that he use the spirit stone. It can not only obscure his spiritual connection with the fog beast, but also strengthens the fog beast. It was a light bulb moment for Ziyu, but he instead said that she spoke what's on his mind. He took one spiritual stone, merge it with the mist, and it glowed brightly. The creature had taken a more solid before compared to earlier, which looked like smoke. Ziyu had a meme face, saying it was terrible. While Xiaoqing finds it cool since it's more realistic, then she remembered that she had something to show him. Meanwhile, in another setting, there was displacement in the ocean, and from the water that's rising, the sea monsters emerged. The military tanks fired at it, and the military planes dropped missiles. It created a huge explosion in the sea. One pilot got alarmed at what he saw. A chelipid emerged from the smoke. The military officer asked if the support from the Freedom Federation had arrived. One man replied that they won't be coming. Tears pooled in the pilot's eye upon hearing that, especially when the giant coral crab in second order appeared before him. He already knew they were going to die there. The evacuees watched the city get destroyed. They lost their home. Meanwhile, in some parts of the world, it is still peaceful. The butcher hangs the pigs in his shop. This was in some rural area. Xiao King told Ziyu to send the falcon to the location to find her tomorrow because she has something to give to him. The next day, Xiao Ling waited for the falcon. The falcon noticed her. It immediately recognized her soul form. It started making caw sounds like it was in a frenzy mode. Xiao Ling told it to stop since it's going to draw the attention of others. Then it rubbed its face against her. Xiao Ling was confused since it was their first time meeting, and yet it was so intimate. The falcon felt emotional. Then she gave it a cylinder to deliver to her master. Back at the cove, Ziyu received it. He inspected it and saw a switch. The system notified him that faint signs of life had been detected. Inside the capsule is an ant, and it looked like it's on the verge of death. It is a mutant ant, and it has only 2 days to live. It has innate abilities called heaven-shaking power, where it's 100 times stronger than that of ordinary ants. Other abilities include sharp scales wrapped around a layer of golden scales like armor. But it was still unawakened. The same with its 6 sharp legs that is similar to a sickle and is enough to cut everything. Xiao King arrived and complained that Ziyu didn't even wait for her. Ziyu tried to explain that he was just taking a look. She explained that the ant is a miracle produced after sacrificing hundreds of millions of ants. She shared that if it hadn't been for the fact that it had only a few days left to live, the professor wouldn't give it to her for final dissection. Ziyu thought about the hundreds of experiments since upon seeing the ant, it gave him an impression that it's something special. He decided to awaken its talent at level 1. He noticed that it also had sharp scales and 6 legs. He knew that if it weren't for the experiments, it wouldn't have had those capabilities, so it was like a blessing in disguise. He commented that Xiao King really outdone herself. He assured her that he won't let it die. He knew that the essence of life is too strong and that feeding it directly may cause it to explode, so he diluted it with water from the spiritual pool. A drop fell on the ant. Its eyes lit up. The system informed Ziyu that its vitals had stabilized. Him and Xiao King were both impressed. Next, he dropped some pure essence of life. Suddenly, the ant glowed and it slightly shot up to the sky. Wind covered the light too. It showed the true form of the golden mutant ant. It looks more like a wasp. Then it opened its eyes. Ziyu was alert. He immediately moved his branch. The ant evaded it. He tried a few more times, but the ant kept evading. It was pretty fast. He attacked it again. This time, the ant blocked his branch with its arm, but he was able to push it back. The ant grounded its feet on the ground to halt the movement. Xiao King was amazed with its agility, and it has noticeable strength, plus it grew bigger. Then, the ant bowed in front of Ziyu. It expressed that its gratitude since he didn't abandon it. It promised to follow Ziyu until the end of its days. Ziyu was surprised that it used telepathy. He couldn't believe that the ant learned it at level 5 when White Tiger, who is at level 9, hasn't learned it yet. But looking at the White Tiger, it was no surprise. It was such a doofus. Good thing it's cute. It acted friendly towards the ant, but it got broken-hearted when the ant treated it coldly, even teased it by asking if it can use telepathy. The White Tiger meowed, which meant that it can't live with that ant. Ziyu saw it crying while running away. Ziyu informed the ant that before it, there are 4 more beasts, so this ant will be at his command as the 5th. He instructed it to go underground later to practice. In addition, he also decided to give it another name. He saw that it has gold all over and decided to call it Flash. While Flash leaves, Ziyu was thinking how this ant witnessed tragic deaths of countless compatriots in the human laboratory. After going through countless experiments, its heart is full of wounds. Ziyu knew that the stronger it will become in the future, the more it will be unable to suppress its anger towards humans. And he's okay with that, because he knew it won't turn against him, and that was enough. Meanwhile, the White Tiger was so sad. Qianqin comforted it. Consequently, in another area, the ancient Emperor Crocodile gobbles up another beast. But suddenly he glowed. He was alarmed that it's time to evolve. He knew that it wasn't the right place. That made the alarms at the Spiritual Monitoring Bureau rang. They determined that on 32 degrees, north latitude, 103 degrees east longitude, there is a large range of power fluctuations, and the spiritual power is as high as 24,000. They determined it to be a mutant beast, and identified it as entry level 9. A woman instructed them to send those coordinates to the Air Force, and they granted permission to obliterate the beast. At that moment, Ziyu was still playing with his fog beast. Just a few hours later, the Air Force had gathered where the light was. The ancient Emperor Crocodile knew that humankind was approaching. The humans saw on screen that it was a crocodile. It threw a stone and broke the camera. The humans panicked as all 3 videos were down. The woman realized that the mutant beast is bigger than a silver centipede. Capturing it with just fighter jets seems impossible. She ordered the Air Force to advance and annihilate it directly. She also wanted to deploy long-range missiles at the same time. She told them all not to let it get out of there alive. Xiaoqing quickly informed Ziyu that something big had happened, that the crocodile's whereabouts have been discovered. She added that dozens of combat aircraft have been called for the attack, and humans even dispatched extraordinary troops to the location of the Emperor Crocodile. Ziyu asked how it was discovered. He knew that the crocodile can't be that careless. She replied that it was discovered during the breakthrough, and this time, they even raised the danger level of the Emperor Crocodile to the highest level. Ziyu was thinking that it's an ancestral mutant monster, but the Federation is in a mess. It made him wonder if the Federation is really that scared of beasts with ancestral genes. He knew that they didn't make such a big deal to catch the silver centipede. It made him wonder if there's a secret that he doesn't know about. Xiaoqing had to go since she's on standby. Ziyu told her to be careful. Ziyu was worried because the ancient Emperor Crocodile hadn't seen Xiaoling's appearance yet, so they might fight. He prayed that things won't get worse. Ziyu whistled. To call the peregrine falcons the best beast he has in the sky, he wants their help to get the Emperor Crocodile back. He knew that, at their speed, it's hard for humans to threaten them. He ordered them to hold down the planes that follow the crocodile and snip them off if necessary. When he told them to go, they left at the speed of light. Back to our crocodile friend, humans fired their missiles. The ancient Emperor Crocodile roared loudly. At that point, the Air Force is leading the giant crocodile to a certain place. The humans also plan to land there to intercept it, and they'll fight it to death. Xiaoling was on that plane, and she's worried. At the psychic monitoring station, one of the staff questioned if it's really necessary for them to fight that giant crocodile that much. He suggested driving it into the red restricted area and fighting it with extraordinary troops. The woman refused to do that because the Institute of Biology had confirmed that the crocodile has retro-ancient genes, and it will become even stronger if they don't stop it. She pointed out how a month ago the Freedom Commonwealth was turned upside down by moray eels. Then, there's also the ancient giant crab from Sakura country which destroyed the entire coastal city. So if they let it go, they will have to face an even stronger crocodile later. Thus, the hunt for this beast continued. The ancient Emperor Crocodile grabbed some rocks. He threw it at them. It created an explosion in the air. They reported that the boulder rolled up by the giant crocodile collided with the missile, causing a lot of smoke. Now, the other pilot's vision is blocked. Through the smoke, a pilot saw the incoming boulder. He couldn't evade it. They chose to go higher and were careful of those rocks. One pilot expressed how the crocodile is completely different from the centipede. He was fortunate that not a single shell has fallen on him yet. It made them think that the crocodile acquired wisdom. The crocodile saw the chance. It scampered away. The Air Force saw that it was getting away from the field. He asked what he should do. One pilot ordered them to use the bombs. They wanted to keep the crocodile even if it was shot down. They launched the missiles again. The ancient Emperor Crocodile had parts of it that coagulate, and it fell. Its tail froze. The Air Force saw that it stopped moving and its muscles were stiffened and exhausted. They took it as a chance to fire all their ammo. It rained down missiles. It was chaotic. The ancient Emperor Crocodile called for his master. On the screen, they saw all the shells raining down like a storm, bombarding the Emperor Crocodile. Everybody held their breath while watching all of it, as if they are looking forward to the imminent victory of the operation. Debris flew everywhere while our helpless Croco didn't even have the chance to move. The barrage of attacks continued. The ancient Emperor Crocodile has been hit. It coughed up blood. Most of the units had run out of bombs already, and they are on the last one. The woman bites her fingernails, anticipating the ending of the attacks. There were no other acceptable results except for having killed that crocodile. They saw that the crocodile was badly hit. Suddenly, they detected other creatures approaching. They reported to the woman that there are 8 of them with 8,000 to 9,000 spiritual powers. The woman asked what creatures are those. They couldn't determine it because it was too fast. They couldn't capture any images. It was the peregrine falcons. These guys screech as they saw their targets. They then announced to the Air Force the approaching targets from the southeast, and it's traveling at 4.6 Mach. The pilot asked how it was traveling. It flew across them. And just like that, the head center lost contact with all air units. And the target is missing. They concluded that the battle had failed. Meanwhile, Xiaoling felt relieved. Unexpectedly, someone announced that they captured an image. The commander ordered them to cast it on the big screen. It was a picture of a peregrine falcon. They turned pale, seeing that it was a top predator before evolution. It can travel at terrifying speeds of up to 390 kilometers an hour. And seeing that those birds are on the 9th level, the current Air Force wouldn't be a match for them. The commander asked how they could defeat them. Meanwhile, The peregrine falcons escorted the ancient emperor crocodile as it swam on the river back to Ziyu, at Bayu Goga. The animals were all surprised. The ancient emperor crocodile had reached Ziyu, but it was in a dire state. The Ping-Tu honey badger felt worried about it. The crocodile assured it that everything was all right. Ziyu saw how it suffered a lot of injuries. He told everyone that the crocodile had been caught by humans when it was evolving, and it almost died. Hearing about humans, the golden ant seemed spiteful. Suddenly, the crocodile covered Ziyu. Ziyu felt the attack too. It scraped the crocodile. The remnants of the machine fell. The crocodile was worried for Ziyu. Ziyu inspected it and learned that it was a miniature scouting plane. Then he checked the crocodile's injuries. He realized that those humans used armor-piercing projectiles. Confused. The ancient emperor crocodile explained that the mother awakened the elements of ice, so the egg may also awaken the ice element. And he also found an ice spirit grass next to the F. It was all hidden in the crocodile's mouth. It was amazing. Ziyu realized how he really has been fated with snakes. The snake egg is icy and cold. He can feel the strong spiritual power emanating from it, which means that it is capable of surpassing the existence of the tomahawk snake. Meanwhile, the humans saw on screen that there's a fog. The humans find it strange since the fog turns into a vortex. It made them think that elements have also begun to evolve into life. They could see a silhouette of a tree, but they saw that it just moved. The commander ordered to check again if there is life there. She stated that the mountain where the giant crocodile escaped to has to be investigated by the Air Force since it could be a habitat for mutants. She ordered to list the mountain as a red forbidden area and to send some troops to monitor it. No matter what, they aim for the crocodile to be killed. She vowed not to let it get off the mountain. At the human settlement in the forest, it was highly guarded. The golden ant watches it from afar. It was vengeful against humans. Apparently, Ziyu ordered the ancient emperor crocodile to go to the center of the Misty Mountains and claim the land as his own and create a lake. And when the time comes, he will give him some life essence to help him create a spiritual lake. When the crocodile was about to leave, the boar, monkey, and Ping-Tu honey badger approached it. It told them that it's fine, and they're going to play together when it gets better. It made those three happy. Ziyu watches the crocodile make its way. Xiao King popped out and asked what they should do when all humans already knew there's a giant crocodile in the mountains. Ziyu knew it was only a matter of time. Since the humans just discovered the existence of the ancient emperor crocodile, he decided to leave them be for now. And he planned to use the fog beast to hide the truth. He claims that on that mountain, no one can harm them. Xiao King informed him that the humans have assembled a small team at the foot of the mountain and are preparing to enter the mountain at any moment. Ziyu already noticed that. He thought about it. The humans entered a misty forest and they were surprised when one soldier went the other way. They told the guy to come back, but it continued walking. One of the soldiers ordered the other to contact the camp at once. Suddenly, something flew in the sky and landed on a soldier and smashed it to death. The other soldier who just witnessed that turned pale. The camp was alarmed since they had been under attack. And they saw that they're up against a dragon. Confusion enveloped them. They recalled that it's the fog beast from the report. They kept firing, but they saw that it didn't work. The fog contained water, so it quickly regenerated, rendering the bullets to be useless. One soldier told them to move away because he's going to use a flamethrower. But before he could, something smacked him in the face. It was Qing Zhao. Earlier, Ziyu told him to go along too if he really wants to prove his loyalty. The soldiers panicked upon knowing that there's enemies behind them too. They saw that it was a human, but they were still cautious since it is still an enemy. Then the golden ant appeared too. It told them that no matter where they go, they exude the stench of rotting flesh. The soldiers fired at them. Xiao King and Ziyu observed from a distance. Xiao King was worried as the threat that the mountain poses will be truly exposed to the world. Ziyu pointed out how it's impossible to hide forever. All they have to do now is to show them the true horror of the mountains. He knew that delaying entry to the mountain is what they should do, and if nothing is done about them, they will continue to flock to the mountains with impunity. She asked what would happen to the soldier who was tormented by the vision at the beginning. Ziyu ordered it to be let out because he needed someone to help him bring the terror of the fog beast out. She told him that the next time they will come, it won't be such a small army. They could send more powerful armies and superhuman forces. Ziyu has made up his mind. If humans wanted war, then let's fucking have it. And with that, the fight against the whole camp of soldiers ended up one-sided. The Golden Ant and Qing Zhao easily defeated them all. A mountain full of mist all year round. A mountain that keeps people walking in circles. Soon, the rumors that it's dangerous to enter the Misty Mountains spread to the cities. Now not only have giant crocodiles emerged, but there are also evolved living fog beasts, and in the depths of the mountain, the ancient emperor crocodile made an even bigger spiritual lake. 10 drops of life essence were given to the crocodile. Now it has become a paradise for everyone. The Ping-2 honey badger, boar, monkey, happily swam on it together with the ancient emperor crocodile. At this point, Ziyu's branches are now like a hand. 2 branches are at level 3, and it looks like it has fingers, so it can grab things now like a hand. Ziyu also noted that the strength and speed have increased significantly. It can also split into several branches in an instant and catch the target. He currently has 49,000 evolution points, and it costs 1,000 evolution points for a single branch. It was more than what caused him for the roots. Then he saw that the main root cost 100,000 evolution points to evolve. He complained that it will take a long time. He decided to strengthen 8 branches, which left him 823 evolution points. His current spiritual power is about 490,000, and the strength is above the 2nd level. He needs to speed up the next evolution. He could take it slow and easy in the past, but now he can't afford that. He called the Emperor Crocodile through telepathy. The crocodile heard him. He asked if he found anything in the river. He ordered him to tell him everything he knew. The crocodile reported that the great river is treacherous and unpredictable, even with the strength he had before. He didn't even dare to stay there for long. He added that the water of the great river also has the power to suppress fluctuations in spiritual power. He could feel that there are existences of transcendent 2nd order and above. At City Z, in the mental facility, a patient screamed that he didn't want to die. The commander watches from the window and states that the only useful clue is that the foggy beast that the mist is made of. And there's nothing else. The man with him was ordered to assemble the superhuman troops as well as the extraordinary 10 heroes of the Federation. He claimed that the battle will be under his personal command. He stated that the crocodile is amongst the top 3 of all mutated beasts discovered, and even if there are only ashes left, he vowed to burn that mountain on the ground. Ziyu got curious about this transcendent 2nd order power. The ancient Emperor Crocodile reported that he did not go deeper, but he felt that terrible sense of oppression. He suspects that there are more than just 2nd order transcendence in the depths. There was even a 3rd order transcendental existence. Ziyu realized that the river is not as simple as a dragon's lair or tiger's den. The ancient Emperor Dragon realized his plans. Ziyu declared that he wants to bring that river into his territory. The advantage of letting it flow directly into the sea will become his means of fighting against human beings in the future. He claimed that they are about to rise. The ancient Emperor Crocodile was moved by it. He suggested that Ziyu send Ping-2 honey badger, armored boar, and the 2nd and 5th brother to conquer the mountain range first. The crocodile is already at the 1st level of transcendence, and when it makes a move, the humans will sense its spiritual strength. It thinks that it's better to use that as a place for them to train, and while they protect them from the edge. Ziyu didn't expect it to be thoughtful. He made it in charge of the hunt, since he knew that it's aware of what he wants. The ancient Emperor Crocodile uttered that the prey will be left to be decapitated by the god tree himself. It also knows to bring back beasts that had good qualities if it encountered one. Before it leaves, Ziyu gives it some essence of life since he doesn't want anything bad to happen. It accepted it. When it emerges from the water, due to its size, it creates a wave. Now that the battle arrangements are in place, Ziyu decided to focus on the city. He asked Qingzhao about the construction of the cities coming along. They looked at the blueprint, and Qingzhao walked him through it. There will be 3 floors, which once opened, will connect the entire underground tunnel. And thanks to the wind wolves, everything is going very smoothly. In addition, the mutated mice sent before, the cave is expanding faster than ever. According to the order of God Tree, a water source was brought in, and a tall bridge was erected that leads to all the rooms. Moreover, spirit stones can also act as a source of light, not only illuminating the underworld, but also free. He reiterated that he's at war with the human race, and it is up to them whether they decide to stay or leave. And he hoped that for the sake of his companions who get along with each other, he won't sell information to humans. Qingzhao's brows furrowed. Suddenly, someone called Ziyu to get out there because the snake egg is going to break out of its shell. He immediately went to say goodbye to Qingzhao. He saw the dazzling light. Xiao King, excitedly, waited. The light shot up to the sky. It revealed a mutant white snake at entry level 1. It has the talent of an ice element that can control cold air and freeze anything. Its cold breath can turn the cold air in the body into exhalation. It also has body protection where the cold air wraps the whole body, and wherever it goes, it will become cold due to the cold air it emits. Ziyu and Xiao King celebrated, especially how it looked great. It was like snow and had great abilities too. While Ziyu was happy, the other side of the mountain had some incidents. Someone stepped on it. It is the expeditionary unit consisting of the bull demon, white tiger, monkey, boar, pingtu honey badger. They arrived at their destination, the part of the mountain that they have to conquer. All forces in there will be eliminated, and some will be captured and be brought back. The ancient emperor crocodile was hyped up to do it. It's the same for other animals too. The ant is with them too. It left first. Bull Demon reminded it not to provoke any opponents. It jumped from the Bull Demon's back then. When it landed on the ground, it started running. Suddenly, there was an explosion. The others started taking down the beasts in the area. The monkey saw the honey badger jump and it kicked a horse in the face. They also defeated a tiger. It was brought by White Tiger. The golden ant kept moving. Eventually, it created havoc, and the large beasts that it had taken down had piled up. In a quiet area in the forest, a green chameleon watches from a branch of a tree. It is at first order transcendent. There was a red one too, and it's on the same rank. The events take us to the Biu Gorge, where captured animals were brought to Ziyu. Because of this, the system continuously notified him about receiving evolution points. Ziyu's eyes glowed brightly as blood splashed in all directions, while the system kept updating him about the kills. Looking at the small mountains of corpses, the protagonist remarked that over the past few days, they had caught many animals, and that hunting turned out to be an effective way to gain points. When the wolves were about to leave, Ziyu stopped them, telling them to eat the corpses of the monsters and replenish their strength. After that, Ziyu surprised the little snake by telling her to take some meat and eat as well. The scene then shifts to another part of the forest, where a furious gorilla, master of the territory, let out a thunderous roar. This gorilla, comparable in size to a hill, walked through the forest. Xiao Qing hovered above, amazed by its size. The gorilla raised its head and noticed her. She simply smiled in response. Moments later, the mutant gorilla screamed loudly at her. It dug its fingers into the ground and ripped out a massive chunk of earth, raising it above its head, preparing to throw it at the girl. Xiao Qing smiled again, thinking to herself that the beast was strong. A moment later, the gorilla hurled the giant chunk of earth at Xiao Qing, but with the help of spiritual energy, it was immediately broken into many smaller pieces that floated harmlessly in the air. Xiao Qing smiled again and said it wouldn't be that easy to get her. Summoning a centipede, she declared that it was now her turn. Events returned to the Biu Gorge, where Ziyu was happy to see the clearing finally free of bodies. Suddenly, the body of the gorilla crashed in front of him. Xiao Qing, hovering above the monster's corpse, said she brought him what he wanted. Thoughtfully, she asked Ziyu in surprise if he really wanted to train the gorilla, reminding him that primates are very different from other creatures, and if you don't pay enough attention to them, they're hard to control. She asked him if he's listening to her. He replied that he is. Although, in his head, he was thinking that the grass had just been cleaned and now it was smashed again. He replied that he understood her concerns. He explained that primates are the most human-like species, and if trained properly, they can develop much faster. If they manage to master human knowledge, they could potentially become representatives of a new species. Looking at the gorilla, the protagonist added that its presence might be beneficial to them, since the world was now in chaos and evolution takes a long time. Xiao Qing, still hovering, stared silently at him. Suddenly, the gorilla opened one eye and then stood up, focusing on Ziyu. A moment later, it roared. Ziyu narrowed his eyes slightly, noting that the gorilla was even bigger than the tiger. As the gorilla leapt into the air to strike, it was instantly hit by one of Su's branches and thrown back, paralyzed on the spot. The system immediately reported the use of paralyzing hallucinogens. The gorilla lay trembling on the ground. The paralysis caused by the toxin was like a nightmare. Our MC looked down at him arrogantly, offering a choice: swear allegiance or die now. The gorilla let out a scared scream, surrendering to Ziyu. Our boy then widened his eyes in shock. He had expected threats and negotiations, not immediate submission. After calming down, Ziyu asked the gorilla for its name. When it didn't respond, he declared that its name would be King Kong. Recalling the movie, Ziyu said that the gorilla would surely evolve in the future. He then handed King Kong a branch infused with the essence of life. As he absorbed the branch, King Kong released a burst of energy from his body. Ziyu even leaned back from the overwhelming wave of spiritual force. After the evolution was complete, King Kong's fur changed color and his body grew larger, and its muscles bulged. It feels like a light punch from it could instantly kill. A system window immediately appeared showing a full list of the gorilla's characteristics. The mutant gorilla is at entry level 8. Its talent is berserk, meaning it can choose to give up sanity, thereby gaining a large amount of strength and speed. It has an ability to use brute force to strike a strong body, far exceeding those at the same soul level. Endowed with deadly power and super craftsmanship compared to the regular mutant wild beasts, giant orangutans have very specific fighting skills and can flexibly use a cut auxiliary combat. Xiu frowned, mentally noting that while the gorilla's skills were good, they still weren't enough for him to join the 9 beasts. When the gorilla stood upright, Xiu ordered him to call his tribe. King Kong immediately took a deep breath, tensed his muscles, and let out a thunderous roar. The ground beneath his feet crumbled from the sheer force of it. Xiu and Xiao King involuntarily covered their ears due to the deafening scream. In another part of the forest, monkeys opened their glowing eyes wide and turned their heads in the same direction. Moments later, the entire monkey tribe began rushing forward, leaping from branch to branch. Xiu was stunned. Xiao King's eyes also widened in disbelief. Behind the gorilla stood a massive number of screaming, roaring monkeys. Seeing them, our MC chuckled, saying, "This time we hit the jackpot." Meanwhile, explosions erupted in another part of the forest. Rocks and trees shattered. The golden mutant ant at entry level 6 was slightly caught in it. It jumped back in response to a burst of energy from its enemy. Its opponent was a blue mantis in entry level 7. They stood face to face. The golden mutant ant thought to himself that although he was only a 6th level beast, he could fight monsters of the 8th level. But it could feel that the mantis was overpowering. It acknowledged that the opponent is strong. The mantis made loud noises before lunging at the ant. The ant blocked the attack with his forelegs. Their collision created a shockwave that shattered the ground around them. The praying mantis's pupils turned red with rage. The ant recognized the mantis's strength and invited it to come with it. It bent low and struck back. Its attack damaged the mantis, causing it to crash to the ground, immobilized. Its body trembled. The ant told the mantis it wouldn't die because it hit it with a blade with its master's paralytic toxin. Suddenly, the bull demon approached from a distance, asking if the ant was okay. The bull demon stopped sharply in front of the ant, who assured it everything was fine. Looking at the mantis, the buffalo asked if it had injured the ant. The ant responded, saying he wasn't hurt, but admitted the mantis was useful due to its great speed and control over the wind element. Looking at the sky, the buffalo said the hunt was over since it's almost dawn. Eventually, the nighttime came, and the group of hunters began returning to Xiu. A bright light glimmered behind the boar. It was the eye of the imperial crocodile, watching them intently. The ant looked at the bull demon and asked why their 4th brother was staring at them like that. The bull demon replied that the imperial crocodile was keeping watch and would come down from the misty mountains in a rush to back them up if they ever faced a powerful enemy. 1,000 units of spiritual energy. Looking at the enhanced branches, Xiu thought of needing to strengthen 27 more. A few more hunts and he'll achieve it. He then opened a system window to view the status. There are 23 branches at level 3 and 27 branches at level 2. And he has 781 evolutionary points left. He noticed a happy tiger running towards him. He complained that it was noisy. Then he asked why the tiger was so excited. He also confirmed if the first day of hunting was over. The tiger stopped in front of him and spat out the blue mantis. Xiu was surprised. The blue mantis started to rise. This blue mantis is at entry level 8, with a talent called wind power. Basically, it has the ability to harness the wind, which not only greatly increases its attack power, but it can also wrap the wind around its body to greatly increase its attack power. Its ability is called mimicry, the ability to blend in with the environment and remove its scent, making it indistinguishable from the real thing. Xiu was impressed with its talent. He thinks that the guy could be a great assassin. He praised energy, and it shot upward, trying to escape. Without hesitation, Xiu struck it with a root. He knocked it unconscious and sent it crashing back into the well. Bull Demon and the others had arrived. Xiu acknowledged them. The Bull Demon expressed its concern since 9 Tails haven't come back yet. It wanted to go look for 9 Tails. Thoughtfully, the Xiu replied that 9 Tails had been away for half a month, but with its level of strength, there was no need to worry. Still, the Bull Demon raised its head and insisted, asking the protagonist to let find it. Xiu glanced at the Bull Demon and said seriously that just because he was skilled in combat didn't mean he could survive the desert or find 9 Tails. He also told him that if he encountered someone equal in strength to 9 Tails, he would likely lose. So, Xiu told him, only after breaking through to the next level would he allow him to go. It nodded in understanding. He announced that he would go to the spiritual stone mine to train. Xiu agreed. In his head, the Bull Demon who had been by his side absorbing the spiritual power he emits. And after a long period of accumulation, it had already reached entry level 9. Now, heading to the spiritual stone mine, a place with energy properties perfectly suited for it, was the best choice. By then, he expects it to break through to transcendence level. He wondered what strength it would have. 3 days went by. In those days, with the help of White Tiger, Honey Badger, and Ant, Ziyu strengthened all the branches. All of Ziyu's branches turned red, and on the system panel, it showed that all 50 branches had been upgraded to level 3. He also realized something. If branches were constantly infused with spiritual energy, they could sprout new shoots and grow even more branches. He decided to test it. He began flooding the branches with spiritual energy. Immediately, the branches shot outward in every direction, overflowing with radiant power. The monkey, boar, and honey badger looked on with wide eyes. White Tiger and the wolf leader were completely stunned. Even Qianqin and Feng stood frozen, amazed by what they saw. Qianqin looked up at the sky and whispered that it looked like the aurora borealis. She exclaimed that it was beautiful. She also felt its frightening force. Feng, however, gritted his teeth in horror that if it all fell down, their place would be flattened immediately. The glow of Ziyu's branches continued to intensify. The ant appeared behind the others and calmly said that they should be honored to witness the power of their master. It added that if it wasn't for its master thinking to use them, it would have already killed those humans. Feng asked what he's talking about. Qianqin stopped him from escalating this. She nervously asked the ant if it really hates people that much. The ant finds the word hate funny. Flash glanced at them with a serious expression and replied that he doesn't just hate humans, he abhors them. Without waiting for a response, the ant jumped away and vanished. Qianqin stood rooted to the spot, horrified by what she had just heard. Meanwhile, the radiant glow of Ziyu's branches slowly began to fade. Soon, all the branches retracted, returning to their original form. Ziyu was breathing heavily. Frowning, he muttered to himself that the rate of spiritual energy consumption was far too fast. All 400,000 units of energy were gone in just a few minutes. He realized that the level 3 ability is too heavy to use at the second level of transcendence. He mentally concluded to only use it in a life-or-death situation. Meanwhile, in the dungeon, monkeys were carrying logs for construction. Ziyu watches them silently through his root. Ziyu approached Qingzhao and praised him for his hard work. He was worried that he might not be able to control the apes. Qingzhao acknowledged the presence of the god tree and replied that he could handle it since those were primates after all. He stated that as long as they recognized he is superior, they will be controlled. Looking over at King Kong, Ziyu declared that their next step was to train the primates as warriors and begin building an army. Suddenly the ground shook. Qingzhao was surprised by the earthquake. Ziyu told him that it's not an earthquake. Rather, it was similar to when Xiaoqing had her breakthrough. He wondered if it was the bull demon. Because the spiritual power is blocked by the spirit stone, Ziyu can't perceive many things. The last time Xiaoqing broke through, if there wasn't any light, he wouldn't have noticed it. He saw that it was coming from a small hole. He was alarmed because it's where the spirit earthstones are stored. Bull demon glowed brightly. Ziyu was anticipating how strong he'll become. Its eyes glowed brightly, and it howled in pain. Ziyu saw 2 earth power flowers on his root. By absorbing large quantities of spirit earthstones, the flowers blossomed. It contained a large amount of spirit stones, which is beneficial to the bull demon. He's excited for the bull demon to break through. Bull demon released violent energy. It ate the flower. Suddenly, a pillar of energy burst out of its body. It destroys the surface of the soil. Ziyu was concerned about his hole. A moment later, a beam of energy pierced the earth and rushed into the sky. Ziyu, looking at the rising dust, asked if it broke through. He felt sad that every breakthrough creates a mess. The smoke slowly began to dissipate. At that moment, a bull demon emerged from it, with 2 more horns growing on its head. Ziyu exclaimed that the pair of horns looked majestic, and judging by the aura, it was already clear that White Tiger was weaker than it. Taking a closer look, he saw how the air around the bull demon's body was twisting. Ziyu opened the system panel to see its attributes. He learned that the bull demon awakened the gravity ability. He expressed his joy because gravity is one of the most powerful forces on the planet. Suddenly, the honey badger ran toward the bull demon. It noticed that the second brother became stronger again. Bull demon replied that he doesn't feel his powers. Ziyu replied that it will learn of it in a fight. He immediately paired the blue mantis and the ant to fight bull demon. The blue mantis remembered how Ziyu told it that if it won, it could leave. If not, then it had to stay obediently there. The ant bowed his head and apologized his second brother. Bull demon's eyes lit up brightly, after which it taunted them to attack. The mantis released its aura, preparing to attack. The ant did the same. Then both of them suddenly rushed at the bull demon. Ziyu, who was watching from the side, became nervous about how fast they were, saying that he couldn't even see the silhouettes of his subordinates. In the blink of an eye, both of the bull demon's opponents moved dozens of times across the battlefield. The monkey looked on in surprise, while the other animals remained focused. Those two insects rushed straight at the bull demon. The blue mantis struck furiously, while the ant struck with all its strength. Those two are determined to win. They were both trying to attack from above, from a position where their attack would be unnoticeable, but suddenly the bull demon released its spiritual energy and roared. Because of this, the mantis began to fall rapidly, and a second later, the ant was pinned to the ground. The bull demon stood motionless while the bodies of its enemies hit the ground. Ziyu realized that speed is useless in front of the bull demon. He scolded the honey badger not to think of sneaking up there, or it could die. Immediately worried, the bull demon asked the ant if it was okay. Flash replied that its internal organs were damaged and several joints in his legs were broken, but it still said that generally it's okay. Suddenly, a branch from Ziyu flew over them, from which the essence of life flowed. The system immediately notified them about Rain of Vitality. It's capable of accelerating the healing of living beings and awakening the vitality of the body on a deep level. Ziyu, observing everything, mentally noted that Flash looked normal, but internally, the organs were seriously damaged by the force of gravity. He felt fortunate that he had the Rain of Vitality, or the ant would have been out of commission for months. Suddenly, the mantis tried to escape, saying it would be glad to join but had to leave for now. Ziyu cursed at it, and a blow from his root smacked the mantis to the ground. Honey Badger giggled upon witnessing that. Later on, Ziyu and Bull Demon had time together. Ziyu, looking at it, said that it had only just broken through to a new level, and it needed to get used to his abilities, because in the future, its powers would grow even stronger. And since he had previously made a promise, he gave it permission to go and find 9 tails. He reminded it to be careful and immediately returned once it found 9 tails. Bull Demon replied that he understands. When Ziyu told it to go, it immediately turned around and walked away. The scene shifts to the soldiers' camp. The soldiers were very nervous, discussing the Imperial Crocodile and a possible attack. Soon, another pair of soldiers approached. It was the Transcendental Force. They instructed the soldiers to wait for the troops and artillery to arrive because they are about to take hold of that mountain. The next day at the Institute of Transcendental Research, Xiao Ling was training. A huge cloud of smoke rose in front of her, and the ground was torn up. After creating a pair of fire butterflies, she realized that after entering the transcendental stage, her powers became even stronger than she had initially assumed. She thought of it as a fusion between physical and spiritual abilities. It added a fantastic change to the flame. Suddenly, a student of the institute called out to her, saying that the mentors were waiting. Xiaoling immediately turned around and walked away, while the young student looked at the destroyed arena in shock. The ceilings, walls, almost all parts of the room had fallen. The girl became slightly nervous, remembering that the training room was built with super alloy. Soon, 2 groups of people gathered opposite each other. Xiaoling approached her instructor, and he greeted her with a smile. A guy standing nearby was surprised to see her. He looked closely and saw waves of heat radiating from Xiaoling's body, but what surprised him more is, she's pretty. When Xiaoling approached him, he introduced himself as Li Hao. He expected her to know him, but Xiaoling replied that she hadn't heard of him. The instructor witnessed that, and he laughed loudly. He muttered Tat Hao was too confident, as if the whole world knows him. The pink-haired classmate whispered in Xiaoling's ear to tell her that he is one of the top performers of the Federation. He broke through the transcendental level half a month earlier than her. She added that he came from a rich family. His father had spent billions on spiritual herbs for him. He also recently became the youngest major general in the Federation for his outstanding service in suppressing the coastal beast invasion. Hao, clearly upset, told Xiaoling that he had come to invite her to join the 2nd Military District, but she needed to pass a test first. Xiaoling frowned slightly upon hearing this. A moment later, both of them suddenly released their auras. Her test was to fight him. The scientists immediately began to cheer fiercely for Xiaoling, while Hao was only supported by his companion. Hao got into a lunging stance and warned of his attack. Xiaoling formed a single fire butterfly. Hao was dumbfounded by the sight of it. He thinks that her fighting style suits a woman, and unexpectedly, she was able to turn the most violent flame into such a flashy thing. Xiaoling glared at him and told him to be careful. The angry guy rushed forward, saying that his spiritual energy exceeded 20,000 units. He launched his fist at the butterfly. It immediately exploded, engulfing him in flames. He flew out of the smoke, jumping back. He complained that she's burning him to death. Suddenly, the instructor began to shout, demanding that Xiaoling kill the guy. The pink-haired girl warned the professor that it would be a crime. Hao's companion was alarmed, urging him not to show mercy. The crowd around the arena began to cheer for Xiaoling. Hao covered his face from the heat. He couldn't understand how an ordinary butterfly could be so deadly. Xiaoling reminded him that she had warned him to be careful. This greatly angered Hao. It even made him use his full power. This was really getting out of hand. He screamed for Xiaoling to not get cocky yet. He even warned her to not blame him if she dies there. But our girl remained unbothered. She just smiled and answered, "It won't happen to me." At this point, the professor and Hao's companion made these unsettling expressions on their faces. And that was because thousands of flame butterflies had been summoned. They were all around Xiaoling's body. She also claimed that it's now too late for Hao to admit defeat. With that, Xiaoling told him not to blame her if he dies. His muscles swelled, and he immediately enveloped himself in spiritual energy. He rushed towards a colony of butterflies. Then a loud explosion happened. It created a powerful gust of smoke, and when it dissipated, it revealed Hao kneeling on the ground. He was coughing. Before he falls flat face down, he admits defeat. The scientists immediately rejoiced, celebrating Xiaoling's victory, while Hao's comrades were horrified. All of this was recorded by a camera on the pocket of a suit. In a separate room, someone watched everything. He smiled, seeing how Hao had suffered a crushing defeat. A yellow-haired man who was standing nearby said that Xiaoling's strength was terrifying. He knew that Hao is a formidable opponent even for him, but he was defeated by the young girl. The head of the Federation looked at him and ordered him to collect information about Xiaoling and keep everything related to her a secret. He stated that after the deployment of the Second Army, most of the 2nd Division's recruits were inferior in strength to Hao. It made him wonder where the more powerful transcendence is. Then, he looked at the photo of Xiaoling. The events bring us to Beiyu Gorge. In the eastern part of the Misty Mountains, Ziyu's beasts are still helping him to level up. The roar of the various beasts can be heard from afar. Meanwhile, Ziyu was once again collecting an enormous amount of spiritual energy, preparing for another phase of strengthening. Currently, his body has a spiritual power of 450,000, and he is waiting for all his body parts, including the leaves, branches, and roots, to be fully strengthened. It was the beginning of breaking through the 3rd stage, yet, deep in the mines where his subordinates mined magic stones, something sinister stirred. An ominous scarlet energy was spreading. The spirit stones have the power to cut off spiritual energy, so none of the creatures in the gorge could see it, apart from Qianqin, whose ability is intuition. She gazed at the distant god tree, noting the discomfort she felt every so often, but intermittently. She traced where it came from until she approached one of the caves. There, the energy grew stronger. As she stepped closer, streams of air rushed out violently. Her anxiety grew, especially when her master didn't notice it. Suddenly, vines shot out from the cave. Wrapping around Qianqian, she yelled for it not to touch her, but it cut off her air, and she fainted. She tried to call for her master, but it was too late, and was dragged into the dark depths of the cave. Above, Ziyu remained unaware, eyes closed in meditation, until a strange sensation made him open them. He immediately thought of Xianqin. He knew that the one calling him was her. Our boy then panicked. He searched for her, but she's not around. He panics as he questions how he hadn't noticed a living person disappearing right under his nose. The fog was too thick, he muttered, making it hard to keep an eye on everyone all the time. He wondered where she was because he knew she couldn't have just run out of the mountains. He activated mist sensing, releasing invisible waves to scan the area. Finally, he found her. She was in the deepest part of the cave. His root shot down through the soil toward a distant red light. It made him wonder how she ended up there. As he arrived, he saw crimson roots. It was digging into her body. The system warned him. This was a mutated plant class whose innate ability is to breed a forest of vines. It also uses blood mist, wherein it can corrupt enemies with blood mist vine thorns. A parasitic vines covered in barbs can parasitize itself on a creature to gain control. The red mutant grinned evilly. Zuyu suddenly recalled the plant that he saw. Basically, this blood-colored plant found in the spirit mine mutated right under his nose. Worse, it had kidnapped Qianqin, which means that it already has some level of intelligence. He realized that he couldn't detect it because the spirit stones blocked the spirit energy. The monster's aura surged with hatred and bloodlust, and without hesitation, it attacked. Ziyu sensed its evil and hostile aura. Ziyu questioned if it's normal to be that hostile on their first meeting, but it didn't matter. He slashed through the vines and freed Qianqin, then tore the plant out of the earth by its roots. The plant must haven't figured out who the boss is. It was fully plucked out. The ground crumbled. The system chimed. New ability acquired. This seed of vitality is used by plundering the essence of a mutant blood plant. It can use its spiritual power to quickly grow multiple trees in the ground, like a small first. He was surprised to know that it can create a forest. He He thought of the possibility of creating an ancient forest. He killed so many beasts before, but he had never acquired their skill. He thought of hunting more plants that are also mutated to get more abilities. Next on his plan. He looked at Qianqin, who died just like that. He said that it's a pity. Her body was torn, motionless, and no longer breathing. The vines had dug deep. He inspected her body and saw that she had wounds everywhere. He guessed the plant tried to parasitize her. Since they had known each other, he decided to give her a proper burial. Suddenly, her body glowed with energy. A cocoon formed around her. To his shock, the cocoon solidified into stone, then shattered when a hand came out. Qianqin emerged, transformed. She barely had any clothing. It was like a green tattoo on her torso and female organ while vines came out of her back. Her new form left Ziyu blushing. He assumed that Qianqin had merged with the red blood plant. She clutched her head in pain and cried. He got worried. She told him that her head hurts. She shed tears as she asked if was still human. Ziyu looked at her gently and told her she's not. He excitedly told her that she's a plant. Qianqin screamed in protest and told him to stop joking. His tone shifted as he told her that even if he doesn't know which side she belongs to, with the way she looks, she can no longer return to human society. He knew they wouldn't accept her as one. Qianqin stared at him in horror. He noticed that her consciousness wasn't damaged, and she even absorbed all the red plant's energy. He invited her to join them and make that place her home. She then accepted. Concurrently, a mutated chameleon's tongue shot out of its mouth and pierced the chest of White Tiger nearby, throwing it back. The creature laughed, savoring its victory. They went back to the Bu Gorge. They brought White Tiger to Ziyu. Ziyu was surprised to learn that White Tiger was injured by Transcendent Level 1, and the attacker just ran away. The ant reported that the Emperor Crocodile had offered help, but White Tiger refused it. Ziyu realized that White Tiger possessed the king's pride, wanting to defeat the enemy alone. His branch hovered White Tiger and dropped the essence of life. Flash noticed that there are more trees there. Ziyu shared that he's testing a new ability. He can now give birth to trees. But after inserted spiritual energy disappears, it will revert to a normal tree. Flash understood his story. A tree sprouted instantly before them. The White Tiger was so shocked. Flash shuddered. It felt another aura. It quickly moved and saw a silhouette. It prepared to strike, but Qianqin's vine blocked its attack. The ant was stunned. Flash wondered why she became like that. The system announced her life force talent, allowing her to manipulate vines freely. The ant retreated. Ziyu calmly stated that Qianqin was now one of them, ranked 6th among the 9 monsters. The animal's jaws dropped in shock. She was renamed as Thorn. Flash couldn't agree with it. It stated that humans can stay and work there, but they couldn't be with them side by side. It planned to kill her at once. It continued to object and said that she's not fit to fight alongside them. Ziyu got angry and asked him what part of what he said earlier he didn't understand. That caught the ant's attention. Ziyu unleashed his spiritual pressure as he asked him if he's defying him. Flash shuddered. He knelt and immediately admitted that he was wrong. Ziyu knew the ant hated humans, so he tried to explain that Qianqin is different from the humans that it knew. He encouraged them to get to know each other slowly, and maybe he'll change his mind in the future. Qianqin looked concerned. Flash simply agreed. Ziyu realized that the ant's hate towards humans exceeded his imagination. If they don't unite, his team will be difficult to lead. Elsewhere, a group entered deep into the forest to search for the Emperor Crocodile. A woman asked who was in charge of looking for the whereabouts of the crocodile. A man replied that it didn't matter when enough money was given. They are tasked to find it and not fight with it. An old man added that the mercenaries only do things because of money, so there's no need to know too much. Their leader, a bald guy, halted. He heard that the place is classified red zoned and even has fog creatures. He urged them to search as they might not be far from the target. Mercenaries are a new profession. They are humans evolved with unique abilities and relies on their combat ability to do things for people in exchange for large sums of money. A few hours passed. The old man grew tense. He was surprised to see a woman. It was Qianqin. Unaware of danger, Qianqin picked fruit nearby. She was happy to see so many fruits. She decided to collect some more to share with the other humans since they haven't eaten fruits for a long time. Suddenly, the mercenary leader appeared, grinning darkly. He knew that it would be a big catch. He never expected to encounter something like that. Qianqin's expression changed. She stepped back, but the man grabbed her, slamming her head against a tree. Holding her by the hair, he laughed and stated that he'll gain bigger from her instead of the Emperor Crocodile. The old man shouted at him, asking what he had done. He was concerned that the face was injured because it would cause her to drop her value. Qianqin could barely open her eyes. Those men knew that type of mutant is a rare type. Those men decided to enjoy her for a while as long as they didn't injure her. The old man shared that it has been so long since he had a woman. The woman on the mercenary party yelled at them and told them to move aside and focus on what they came there for. She criticized them for acting that way after seeing that slut. But when she saw how great Qianqin's body was, she got twisted by jealousy and malice. She grinned cruelly, raising a dagger, and declared her intent to dig out both of Thor's eyes kin and mutilate her. Qianqin got terrified. She told them to stop. She took control of her vines, lashing out in fear and desperation. She wrapped her vines around them. The woman noticed that Qianqin's aura pulsed, unstable yet growing stronger. She warned the others that this girl had just awakened her powers and hadn't grasped her powers. She told them to attack and subdue her. Without hesitation, the mercenaries lunged to attack. Qianqin was surprised. Before anyone could reach her, a yellow flash streaked across the battlefield. One mercenary's head was cut. His body splashed blood, before collapsing lifelessly to the ground. Something stood atop the severed head. Qianqin was surprised to see that. It was Flash, its blade dripping with blood and his gaze cold with fury. It was angry that those humans had come in there. The mercenaries panicked when they found out that it could talk. They find it to be a strange beast, and it's protecting the woman. The old man bolted, saying that it wasn't on the mission that he'll engage in a fight. The woman yelled at him to wait, but it was too late. His head flew from his shoulders in an instant. The woman was horrified. Flash appeared next to the terrified woman and asked them if they thought they could just come and go in there. With that, a terrifying aura exploded around him and lectured them that they shouldn't dare to come into its master's territory. He vowed not to let them leave alive. Then, he cut down the woman. In a blink, Flash dashed toward the last mercenary. The man fired wildly, but the bullets bounced harmlessly off Flash's hardened shell. Moments later, a clean strike pierced his chest. The massacre was over in mere seconds. Corpses littered the clearing. Qianqin stared in horror, unable to process what had just happened. The last mercenary caught up in blood. Suddenly, a faint glow appeared behind Flash. One surviving mercenary had activated a powerful grenade. A bright light burst outward, followed by a violent explosion. Flash's body was hurled back, smoke rising from its cracked armor. It laid on the ground. It cursed itself for his carelessness. The woman, a surviving mercenary, bloodied but furious, advanced with a final scream. She told Ant that these grenades were made to kill monsters like it. She was determined to kill it. She was about to pierce it. Blood splashed everywhere. But before she could strike, a vine burst from the earth, piercing her straight through the skull. Qianqin did that. She stared at the dying woman. Her mind was numb, her body aching, and her heart broken. She had just killed a human being. Later, in the quiet meadow, she wept loudly. Flash stood beside her and told her to stop crying because she's so noisy. She expressed that it's her first time killing someone and she feels so bad. Her voice broke as she tried to explain. She had only followed Feng to pick herbs and earn a little money. But now her body became like that, and she had taken a life. That made Flash ponder. Flash puzzled her, the way humans only seem to feel guilt after killing their own kind. He reflected on his past, how he had once been just an ordinary ant, captured and tortured for human experiments. If those people had caught Qianqin, her fate might have been far worse than Flash. Flash told her that she did it to save him so she doesn't need to be guilty. Flash's tone softened as it thanked her for saving him. He was surprised that she's crying again. She replied that she's touched since Flash had just said a few days ago that it would kill her. Flash climbed onto a nearby boulder and asked gently if she missed her family. Qianqin's arms wrapped tightly around herself as she admitted she had none. She was an orphan. Silence hung between them until Flash, steady and sincere, told her that now she had a family. She turned toward Flash. Her tears began to dry as warmth bloomed in her chest. Then she replied yes. Upon seeing her, Flash blushed. I guess even ants were not immune to Qianqin's charm. Back at the Bayou Gorge, Ziyu could tell that Qianqin's heart had been opened. At the human settlement near Ziyu, Feng asked her if she really wanted to do it. She replied yes. Then she suggested that he also make plans for the future. Feng's fists clenched, his voice taut with emotion. He told her that he wasn't like her. He still had a family waiting for him, so he had to go back. In that world, it was the beginning of spiritual recovery. The inland cities are being attacked daily by beasts, and the death toll continues to rise. The most horrified are the coastal cities. The world has been hit by the sea beast frenzy, and the death toll has reached hundreds of thousands. During this time, humans called this situation the Dark Age. In a high-level meeting, the atmosphere was tense. The head of the Chinese Federation scowled as he stated that the Spiritual Research Institute had identified the source of the sea creature's madness. He demanded an explanation. A group of scientists stepped forward. One of them, a composed woman, projected a holographic graph. She is the director of the Inland Spiritual Power Bureau of the Chinese Federation. Spiritual energy in the ocean depths had been increasing rapidly, she explained. She showed them the graph that showed data over the past 6 months, where the surge had grown significantly. Murmurs rippled through the room as the implications set in. She explained that spiritual power is like oxygen. Pure oxygen is highly toxic, and so is concentrated spiritual power. If the creature cannot withstand the strong spiritual power, it will be poisoned to death. For this reason, sea creatures were fleeing to the surface, no longer able to withstand the pressure from the concentrated spiritual energy. And because those sea beasts can't face the stronger, mutated monsters and are pushed to the coastal lands. With that, the global sea beast frenzy cannot be avoided at all. The China Federation General Zhao Jianjun asked, how much longer will the frenzy last? The scientist didn't hesitate to say that it was only the beginning. She pointed to the graph again to show that there are signs of spiritual energy rising deep inland. She told them that a spiritual tide will come again, and the beats of the continent would likely mutate a second time. By then, coastal cities would be plagued by sea beasts, and inland cities would be attacked by wild animals. The woman reminded them that unlike battles near coastal cities, where powerful weapons could be deployed, inland conflicts would be far more catastrophic. She told them that what awaits humanity is a fight more terrifying than the sea. Tension thickened as sweat began to bead on foreheads. The head of the Chinese Federation stepped forward once more. There was something else he needed to show them. Meanwhile, it was dusk in Bayou Gorge. Ziyu was diving underground. His roots had reached 10,000 meters underground. Unease gnawed at him as if he could tell that the world would face a catastrophe. Xiao Qing asked why he had taken her with him. He replied that they are close to their destination. Suddenly, a radiant light flared ahead. Xiaoling gasped at the sight of the ground emitting a strong light. She was enveloped with that light. Before them hovered a concentrated mass of spiritual energy, brilliant and dense like a tiny star. They floated inside that light. Xiao Qing speculated in her thoughts. It was the spiritual tide. She could feel the dense power. Ziyu called her and informed her that it's the beginning of a new cycle of evolution. Back at the Federation conference, new footage began to play. It showed Flash standing protectively before Qianqin, warning approaching mercenaries not to step foot on his master's land. The people in that room were surprised that Flash spoke, and they saw that the woman seemed to be a mutated plant being. The Chinese Federation head confirmed that the footage was from the camera implanted in one of the mercenaries' eyes. He noted that Flash uttered the word master, but his expression grew darker as he recalled the peregrine falcons that had come to the crocodile's aid. A disturbing pattern was emerging. He no longer believed these creatures in the fog beasts were acting alone. Meanwhile, Ziyu examined a spiritual shield. He studied its construction while wondering if it was the one interfering with his fog spread ability. He didn't expect that human technology was quite advanced. With a grim expression, he realized that if it continues, he won't be able to sense life forms using the fog spread, and it would be quite troublesome. He looked at Flash and asked if it had really collected them all. Flash replied that it had gathered 5 in total. Suddenly, the Emperor Crocodile reported some bad news. A large number of strange vapors had appeared. Ziyu's eyes widened. The white crane flew across the sky, and a formation of helicopters accompanied them. Tanks rolled along the ground, and a battalion of soldiers marched beside them. A massive army was heading towards them. The soldiers stared ahead sternly. A twin-rotor helicopter moved to the front, and its doors began to open. A foot stepped onto the ramp, and the Transcendent Force Genetic Modification Department began to disembark. A woman with cat ears grinned. Then members of the Federal Transcendental Force, Transcendental Academy, also arrived. Some muscular men in sleeveless jackets had already jumped down. In the branches of a tree, the white crane observed the army with alarmed eyes. The monkey, riding the boar, stood on the slope. They were growling in anger and trembling with fury. Flash was furious that humans dared to approach. The white tiger howled into the fog. A man with scars smiled and asked, "What?" He asked if their true objective was really the highest mountain, commenting on the nice view. The willow trees were drowning in the fog. Ziyu looked ahead and muttered that the people had arrived faster than expected. He wondered why Xiao King hadn't warned him. It made him worry that something happened to her. He frowned. Judging by the size of the army, he knew they clearly weren't aiming just to capture the Emperor Crocodile. He realized that their true objective had to be something else. 5 days ago, the head of China Federation ordered his men to find out who is in control of the Misty Mountain. The people in that meeting were overwhelmed. A woman questioned if there's really a human who can domesticate those beasts. The scientist reminded her that in the footage, Flash was clearly speaking human language. She knew it was not something that it could have learned by itself. Junjun expressed that HTE Other Side may be a very dangerous organization and not just one person. So they can't rule out the possibility that the Emperor Crocodile is also intelligent and that they have human genetic modification technology. He told them that there are 8 red zones in the interior and the Beiyi Gorge is the most dangerous area. On top of that, the second wave of the spiritual tide is just 10 days away. With a grim expression on his face, he expressed that those monsters should be annihilated before they even evolve again. The head of the China Federation was silent. The meeting ended and she called someone in. The gray-haired man entered the room. He leaned over and said that he would report on the battle plan they had developed for the Beiyu Gorge. He told them that they would attack in 5 days before the spiritual tide. In the laboratory, they were working with the yellow sphere. The scientists announced that the elixir with the mutagen had been successfully produced. The instructor, with horns, said that with its help, Xiaoling would be able to further improve her control over the flames. He added that he would send it to her immediately. The girl loomed over the scientist and complained that he's thinking about her again. She viciously suggested that the instructor would let everyone in there die except his precious Xiaoling. Meanwhile, in the conference room, the people looked at the holographic screen. Someone asked if they really had to use it. They said that even if they won, there would be no point. The cost was too high, and they had planned with too much military force. The commander stood in front of the map. He said that if they lost, the consequences would be disastrous. All the mutated beasts in the gorge, after the tide came, would no longer be under control. Everyone was tensely silent. The man looked at the papers and said that all the plans for the operation were completely classified, and no one below the rank of major knew any details. The commander looked at him and said one last thing. He asked for someone special to join the operation. If the one controlling the fog on the mountain was human, then they needed someone who could match his strength. And that person is General Li. The beast flashed his eyes beneath his glasses. After the meeting, it was decided to build protective walls around the cities of the Federation. It was not yet clear whether this would be effective, but such protection would definitely work against weak monsters. Meanwhile, in Z City, a girl ran after Xiaoling. She opened the door and saw the professor on a hospital bed. The frightened doctor looked at her. The old man lay wearing an oxygen mask. Xiaoling went into shock. Earlier in the laboratory, the woman who visited the professor earlier erupted in bright flames. The professor then shouted that the elixir was made from the core of a fire leopard. He began to yell that she did not possess the element of fire and that her body was now mutating. He demanded that she spit it out immediately. The girl struck the old professor while telling him to shut up. Blood spurted from his chest. Back to the present time, Xiaoling approached the bed. She was informed that Lengling was taken into custody by the genetic unit of the military. However, she was not given the death penalty since she was under the influence of drugs when she hurted the professor. She has been imprisoned and will soon be deployed in the front lines. They looked pained when they talked about the condition of Dr. K. Xiaoling looked angry. Dr. K woke up and weakly called Xiaoling. She replied that she's right there. He showed her a half-bitten pill. He said he had been trying to protect it for her. She held his hand and asked him not to speak anymore. Dr. K looked at her and said she was young and had a brilliant future. He asked her not to blame anyone for his death. He pleaded with her not to ruin her future because of an old man. He asked if she understood. Xiaoling pressed her lips together. The old man looked at her and called her name. She was silent, then quietly said, "Yes." The old man closed his eyes and said he could now leave in peace. The machine began to beep. People rushed to the bed and began mourning the deceased. Xiaoling looked ominously into space. She held the pill in her hand, squeezed it tightly, and walked silently down the corridor. A man approached her and said that the Second Army Command had ordered her to go to a new combat zone. He added that the first group of Transcendents had already gone there and that she would be joining the second group. He asked her to follow him at once. Xiaoling looked up and asked where they were going. The helicopter flew over the area. The man said he can't tell her yet, and that she would find out everything later. Xiaoling looked out at the familiar area, then she realized that the battle was to take place in the Beiyu Gorge. On the ground, the army had assembled. The The commander approached the counter and said that he was in charge of the operation. Xiaoling looked at him with concern. The commander shouted that this was the first combat operation conducted by their troops against the creatures living in the depths of this territory. Their goal was to destroy the Emperor Crocodile and the Fog Beasts. He declared to eradicate all animals spotted within the mountains. He informed everyone that they were about to face an enemy they had never encountered directly before. He warned that the enemy's strength was formidable, and this would be a difficult battle. The people stood with their hands behind their backs. The commander reminded them that these creatures were capable of shooting down their combat aircraft. He said that 30,000 warriors had been deployed for the mission. While they held global superiority in numbers, even that could not prevent inevitable losses. They expected to have severe casualties. The commander leaned forward and shouted that they must win, because only in victory could they guarantee humanity to survive. He said the code name for this operation was the Hunt. Everyone stood up straight and shouted, "Yes," in unison. Xiaoling looked ahead in fear. She knew something was definitely wrong. She felt she needed to return to her master and report this. A man approached her and said the general wanted to speak with her alone in the tent of the operations department. Xiaoling stood before the General Li. He mentioned that he had read her personal file. Her village, he revealed, was located at the foot of Beiyu Gorge. He also knew that Xiaoling and her sister had once been attacked by mutant beasts, and only Xiaoling had survived that day. The general pointed out that she must know the area well. The winding paths, the narrow trails leading deep into Misty Mountain. He expected her to want revenge. Xiaoling wore a stoic expression as she replied that she doesn't remember what happened before the attack. The general raised an eyebrow, almost challenging her claim. She asked if that's all that he wants from her. He pressed his offer again. At the Beiyu Gorge, Xiao King reported to Ziyu that General Li wanted to take her as his disciple. She replied yes to the offer. Ziyu scratched his head, puzzled and impressed. He knew that Xiao King's physical talent is exceptional, so it's natural that ordinary people would want to take her as a disciple. He knew it was good that she could join the entourage of a big shot. Then Xiao King informed her that in the next day the army will attack. She asked if they could win. Ziyu told her that there's always a solution to every problem. He added that no one wanted to die. Everyone wished to live. But not everything could be earned simply by wishing. If he had the power to prevent what was coming, he wouldn't interfere. Not this time. But it was impossible. The tanks began to roll forward. Ziyu told everyone to listen. He didn't sugarcoat the truth and told them that the battle ahead would be brutal. If they lost, they would all die. Even if they won, they would probably lose some companions. The red-eyed monkeys watched him in solemn silence. But he continued to say that if they won, the humans would never dare to disturb them again. He told them to prepare to die and fight with all their strength against humanity. Tomorrow's battle will determine their future. A chorus of wild cries echoed across the jungle. Animals roared, monkeys beat their chests, birds shrieked overhead. Ziyu was prepared to face those humans. On the human side, Feng adjusted his mask. He was thinking that the army had finally invaded the place. He decided to take this chance to escape with his precious little treasures. This is the Beiyu Gorge Battle roster. White Tiger is level 9. Emperor Crocodile is tier 1. Flash is at level 8. While the Golden Monkey, Armored Warthog, Blue Mantis, Honey Badger were all at level 7. Green Ash is at level 8. White Crane and King Kong at level 5. There's one Peregrine Falcon at level 9 and the other 8 are in level 8. The Windwolf King is also at level 8. Then there are 7 level 6 Windwolf, 15 at level 5, and 30 at level 4. Plus, 35 gorillas at level 5, 75 at level 4, and 105 at level. Meanwhile, on the human side, there are 75 fighter jets, 100 main battle tanks, 50 anti-aircraft artillery, 50 anti-aircraft missile vehicles, 100 transcendental people, 2,000 genetically modified people. Special operation forces were composed of 5,000 people, infantry at 40,000 people, 400 armored corps, 150 air defense, 100 scout, 98 communication corps, and 7 commanding officers. In summary, humans had 49,355 deployed personnel, while the Beiyu combat beast was only at 285 beast. The troops occupied a vast land. Seeing it from a bird's eye view, Xiaoling realized that there are more troops than she initially thought. A scarred soldier next to her explained that their forces had been divided into 3 strong units. The other 2 teams were such huge numbers. Their task was to surround the area and ensure no mutants escaped into the city. That was why they had brought such overwhelming numbers. One female soldier gasped at the scale of the operation. She thinks that having 50,000 people was unnecessary. The scarred soldier disagreed with her. He shared that before he became a transcendent, he saw how a 4th-level mutant wiped out a rescue army unit of nearly 100 men with his own eyes. And to think it was just a 4th-level mutant beast, and it can bring such a big damage. On top of that, most dangerous beasts they will encounter are deep in the mountains. Meaning, level 4 is just on the bottom of the food chain. He told them that they had to overwhelm those beasts in numbers because it's the only way to reduce casualties. Xiaoling remained silent. Her mind drifted toward the master of the beasts, as she wondered if they could truly withstand such force. Inside the command tent, the generals reviewed a sprawling map. They discussed how the operations are divided into 3 directions. The center force would lead the strike, while the left and right flanks moved to encircle the enemy. It was a classic 3-pronged assault. They would begin with a massive tank bombardment. Then the transcendental troops would act as the main attackers to carry out the encirclement and suppression. All troops were equipped with spiritual shielding devices to conceal their spiritual power and scent so they wouldn't easily be noticed by beasts. The operation had a 24-hour window to succeed. Orders were issued. The war began. Tanks fired the first rounds. Explosions shook the jungle. On the left and right flank, helicopters strafed the trees. One soldier wondered if such bombing would cause a wildfire. Another soldier replied that a lot of firefighters have been prepared around the mountain. Their goal was not only to clear a path, but to drive the beasts into a single location. General Li told them not to think about it, and they should focus on their mission. The soldier got nervous upon seeing him. The height of the general intimidated them. He is one of the strongest generals in the Federation. He has the strength of a whole army and the most powerful transcendent among them all. Suddenly, the general leapt from a cliffside. Soldiers gasped in disbelief. He descended like a meteor, landing with a thunderous crash. The path has been cleared. It was time for the soldiers to move forward. They charge in. Suddenly, the ground trembled. Ziyu's roots split through the earth. Fog thickened, and from it emerged a monstrous dragon. Xiaoling recognized that it's her master. The soldiers got more cautious as the trees and the beasts showed up. It was reported to the commander that the central force was already under assault. He was surprised to hear about that. On the left flank, a large number of fog beasts have appeared. On the right, creatures that looked like walking trees attacked. Panic erupted in the human ranks. Commanders scanned the battlefield. He turned pale with concern. Ziyu made sure that they won't be able to break in easily. The commander ordered to send him the number of fog beasts and those trees, and to have the air forces support the left and right wings. The tanks kept firing. Fog Beast stood in its firing range. Anti-aircraft guns have been blocked. Roots surged from the ground to shield the beasts. Suddenly, the guerrillas lunged forward. They notified the soldiers that the group of guerrillas were coming at 3 o'clock. They kept firing. King Kong grabbed a boulder and threw it. It landed on a tank and created an explosion. Giant gorillas roared and charged. It was chaotic. The true battle had begun. It was like a scene from the Rise of the Apes movie. Ziyu grinned. He was satisfied with how they stopped the whole army. The Emperor Crocodile informed him that a rat broke in. Ziyu responded that it was okay. In the deeper forest, laser rifles lit the shadows. Soldiers crept forward, scanning for movement. But the beasts were already waiting. A dozen glowing eyes opened in the dark. Honey badger, monkey, and other beasts were waiting to ambush. Screams followed. In headquarters, the general examined the board again. They have 50,000 soldiers, 100 tanks, 75 helicopters, 1,000 transcendents, and 2,000 genetically enhanced warriors. On top of that, they have General Li. The commander looked angry when he said that their mission wasn't just about the Imperial Crocodile. They invested so much to uncover the organization running the Bayou Gorge. In order to avoid direct attacks from the fog beasts, they stationed the army away from the foggy area. Yet, the fog beasts are fighting on the front lines. No one knew how, but it made them certain that the leader of the beasts is very powerful. He expected the leader to have a strength of a transcendent first order or above. They had just over 23 hours and 41 minutes left in combat. He instructed everyone to make sure to solve the mystery of that mountain. Here's how the beasts are positioned. With Ziyu at the center, his roots, the gorillas, and the birds are in charge of the front. On the left is White Tiger and other beasts, and on the right is the Wind Wolf, Honey Badger, Boar, Monkey, and behind him is the Emperor Crocodile. Meanwhile, the soldiers at the left wing kept firing. Qian Kun used her vines. To counterattack, they called her a witch and kept firing at her. The White Tiger emerged behind the soldier. Blood spattered across the scene. Qian Kun rode the White Tiger and encouraged it to keep going since there were plenty of targets ahead. This is also the birth of this dynamic duo. The white crane flew toward Qian Kun, chirping frantically. Suddenly, a missile screamed across the sky. followed by a cascade of explosions. The Transcendent Squad turned their gaze to the battlefield, chuckling as they boasted they could crush everyone with one hand. One of them is a Transcendental Lion at level 9, and the other one, Yan Lingling, is at level 8. Lingling laughed and claimed the tiger as hers. With a grin, she turned to see Qianqin standing before them. The Transcendental Lion asked if this was the girl mentioned in the briefing. The Transcendental Lion, amused, noted the missiles were designed to kill mutated beasts and didn't expect her to survive after being shot in the head. Gazing at the ferocious white tiger, he called him the King of Beasts. Lingling remarked that if they could capture the woman, they'd discover who was behind all this. The Transcendental Lion transformed, declaring he'd take on the tiger while leaving the girl to Lingling. He announced that the battle he'll have is a match between the kings. Meanwhile, a bat was swung. The monkey had hit the soldier in the balls. Then the warthog barreled through multiple enemies in a single blow. Another beast soared through the air and knocked back. They assumed that they already emerged victorious. But soon, they noticed something in the forest. With a shout, the golden monkey swung its staff. A man with a scorpion tail lunged from the shadows and slashed him with his tail, directly hitting it, then sending it rolling across the ground. A deep cut opened along its side. The attacker declared his tail carried the strongest scorpion poison, and the beast had less than a minute to live. Honey Badger leapt into action. It attacked from behind with an open maw charged toward them. Just then, a human runner radiating a yellow aura appeared, admiring the Honey Badger's speed. He punched it and made it crash on the ground. Then, a female soldier with a large hammer targeted the golden monkey. The boar intercepted it with his forehead, blood spurting from the impact. The girl landed. This Transcendent Squad is composed of Thunder Ray at level 8, Hammer Girl at level 7, and Venomous Scorpion at level 6. They remembered that the Honey Badger was the one who attacked their colleague. It was 3 against 3. On the beast side, there's the Armored Warthog at level 7, Honey Badger at level 8, and Golden Monkey at level 7. They were in a tense standoff. Since the Golden Monkey was hurt, the humans charged in thinking that they will only face the last 2 beasts. The Honey Badger surged ahead. Thunder Ray laughed at it for launching the first attack. The Honey Badger roared. It released a powerful thunderbolt that engulfed the battlefield. The Transcendents screamed in pain. They were shocked that it could control lightning. The Warthog and Monkey followed. They delivered heavy blows that sent their opponents flying. Then Honey Badger punched Hammer Girl. Locusts are arthropods with green or yellowish-brown bodies, and there are more than 10,000 species in the world. A locust isn't harmful to human beings. It can be easily killed by shooting it. But only if there is just a single creature. In another part of the world, a farmer stared in horror as a dark cloud of locusts approached. Though individual locusts posed no threat, this was a swarm that could make people feel only helplessness and despair. Back on the battlefield, the 3 Transcendents were defeated. The Golden Monkey fell to his knees and activated Extreme Absorption, a unique ability allowing it to absorb all beneficial substances from others. However, once the toxins invade the body, Extreme Absorption will strongly reject toxic substances, so there's no way to purify the toxins. The other beasts gathered around him. Soldiers gave the order to find and destroy the monsters that had taken down their transcendental force. They shot at the beasts and were determined not to let them escape. The beasts were hit. Honey Badger was getting annoyed. A flash of lightning stopped the soldiers in their tracks. Determining that it was a high-level beast, they switched to special bullets. The Armored Warthog charged towards them. Honey Badger released a thunderbolt. The monkey noticed something behind it. The man has an ominous presence. The Golden Monkey saw him bring down a blow. It was about to get hit. But the Warthog blocked it, taking the full impact. The Golden Monkey looked on in horror. Tears pooled in its eyes. Honey Badger was shocked too. The enemy plunged a hand into the Warthog's chest and ripped out his heart. Blood sprayed. Warthog instantly fell. The monkey wailed. Another Transcendent placed a hand on the Honey Badger's head and fired a shot. It collapsed. Blood sprayed on the battlefield. The army pushed forward using the special bullets since the normal ones are deemed useless. The monkey ran toward them, swinging a stick. But bullets whizzed through the air. The wounded Honey Badger managed to grab the Golden Monkey and dash away into the forest. The soldiers were determined not to let them get away. Honey Badger ran as fast as it could with Golden Monkey in tow. Despite its bleeding leg, it was hurt from the direct attack earlier. Despite the pain, physically and emotionally, tears fell from its eyes as it pushed forward. Amid the chaos, 2 insects sped past. Blue Mantis told Flash to wait for him. It warned the other not to overexert himself. But Flash was blinded by the urge to kill all humans. They moved as fast as they could. Elsewhere, White Tiger coughed up blood. Chongqing and this White Tiger were battered, breathing heavily. The Transcendent Lion and Lingling stood before them, amazed those beasts had taken down over 100 soldiers. Corpses littered the area. White Crane and a wolf stood close to Xiangqin and White Tiger. The Transcendent Lion bared his teeth, aware that those beasts were at their limit, and besides, only one wolf remained. He also noticed that White Tiger kept protecting the mutant girl while fighting them. He suggested using her as bait to end it all. Xiangqin glanced at the White Tiger. She knew it wouldn't last long because it had already exhausted its power, and it received a lot of damage from the last missile strike. She knew that if she weren't protected, she would have been caught already. A group of Transcendents joined Lion. The vampire-looking one pointed out their worn condition and asked why Lion hadn't dealt with the tiger yet. The Lion was surprised that Gullah had finally arrived. Xiangqin got worried that reinforcements had arrived. She wondered how long the battle would last. She noticed the vampire-looking guy and the huge amount of spiritual power he has. She knew only the God Tree could deal with him. Gullah ordered them to keep attacking because he knew that the enemy would sooner or later fall. The Transcendents were motivated to go and charge. They think they're unstoppable. The tiger struck back. White Crane and Windwolf fought back. Xiangqin was overwhelmed. Lingling threw flash bombs. Xiangqin had no way to dodge it. The light was too blinding. Lingling didn't waste time to charge forward. She hit her in the torso. Warplanes unleashed a barrage of shells. Dust clouds rose. Soldiers gripped their weapons, unsure if the mutated creatures had been destroyed. As the dust cleared, a dozen glowing eyes appeared among the tree roots. The monkeys sprang forward. Soldiers fired. Peregrine falcons tore through the warplanes, leaving trails of yellow light. Ziyu couldn't believe that a missile of that caliber penetrated him. A branch cracked underfoot. A silhouette with glowing eyes stood nearby. Ziyu was actually waiting for the human to arrive, and this was none other than General Li. Back on the left flank, Xiangqin was struck in the stomach. She screamed from the pain. She coughed blood. Lingling mocked her for smelling like a country girl to the point that she felt like throwing up. Behind her, glowing eyes and fangs emerged from the shadows. The White Tiger pounced, hurling Lingling across the ground. The Transcendent Lion stood frozen. Lingling panicked as her neck bleeds. Xiangqin also didn't look good. Surprisingly, the White Tiger told her to leave, that she should go find the God Tree. Xiangqin was surprised that White Tiger talked. The White Tiger continued to say that there are many people with spiritual power, and if she hurriedly left. 2 Transcendent soldiers chased after her. The Windwolf stopped them. The soldiers fired at her to stop her. Several bullets were about to hit her, but the White Crane took those bullets to protect her. The bullets pierced holes on its body. It was in agony. The Windwolf has been stabbed too, and several transcendental beings charged at White Tiger all at once. Xiangqin shed tears as she ran. She muttered an apology to the White Tiger because she couldn't save it. One transcendental soldier was being aggressive. He slashed the White Crane, and the White Crane bled even more. It didn't even want to go fight. In its mind, it had no emotional attachment, especially to Xiaoqing and Xiaoling. And if it was being honest, it didn't want to go and die. It also doesn't understand why creatures mourned the dead. But despite thinking that, it still protected someone. Cranes are large terrestrial birds, and usually, they live in flocks. They consist of several families and form large flocks. They were an endangered species, but with the revival of spiritual energy, they have almost escaped extinction. After experiencing the incident with the tomahawk snake, the White Crane sought refuge under the protection of the God Tree. Although it was not valued and became an existence on the edge, it was still happy because it had a home. While interacting with other creatures, it gradually understood the determination for revenge that everyone had that day. The more it understood, the more pain it felt. Eventually, it felt ashamed of its own weakness that time. So the White Crane made up its mind that when the same crisis strikes again, even if it was badly injured, it was still determined to protect the girl. It even started talking, expressing to the Transcendent soldier that it will not let it pass. The Transcendent soldiers charged forward. The White Tiger in front kept fighting several of them all at once. It had one soldier on its mouth, while it stomped on the other. It spat out the bleeding Transcendent soldier. A large number of Transcendent soldiers were in front of them. Gullah encouraged everyone to charge, especially when the enemy already looked exhausted. At this moment, White Tiger remembered its conversation with Ziyu. Ziyu said that it's a good thing that it's pursuing great power. And when it comes to fighting, he's confident that White Tiger won't lose. However, he reminded it that physical strength does not last forever. He lectured that the body's power will dissipate over time. At that time, it will feel afraid because of its lack of power, so it needs to keep sharpening its mind. Ziyu stated that the one who courageously faced a powerful opponent had to shoulder the responsibility of keeping everyone safe. He wanted the White Tiger to learn it because it might come handy later. At the present moment, this king of the beast roared loudly. A few minutes later, the area had been enveloped with fog. And when Flash arrived, it was silent. Then, it saw the silhouette of the white tiger on top of the mountain of corpses. It could only comment, "Silly tiger." It has been a question on when the attitude of a king begins to appear. Perhaps it is when they leave their mother's side, or it could be during their first successful hunt, or when they first show unwavering courage in the face of death. But the answer was neither. Flash was staring in front, looking at the white tiger on top of the corpses. Its eyes looked tired. Blue Mantis was thinking that even in the face of death, the white tiger is still maintaining a proud attitude. But looking at it closer, the Blue Mantis began to cry. It was because of the gruesome fate that the king of the beast went through. Yes, it was able to win against hundreds of powerful humans, but in the end, it wasn't enough. And what's enraging was that the skin on the right side of its body was all peeled off. The shock made them freeze. A shudder ran through Flash's body, and tears appeared in its eyes. Flash's anger towards the humans heightened. It became enraged as it asked how much more were the humans going to take from it. He flew away while questioning the extent of the humans' hatred. Meanwhile, the honey badger was covering the golden monkey with leaves as it lay in a felled tree trunk. The honey badger already looked exhausted. The honey badger froze, hearing the humans screaming. Those humans were determined not to let them escape. The golden monkey, lying in the green leaves, frowned helplessly and reached out with a paw. The honey badger looked sadly at it over his shoulder. Then it immediately started running. A group of men moved forward. One of them frowned, saying that this honey badger had defeated their scouts. It made them think that it's a beast that couldn't be taken down by armor-piercing bullets, so they had to deal with it. As they searched for it, bright eyes appeared in the shadows. The honey badger lunged forward, piercing the man's head with its body and soaring high into the sky, leaving a bright blue trail behind it. The beast bared its teeth, hovering in the air. People on the ground shouted, "It's up there!" The men grabbed their weapons and struck at the honey badger. Its eyes rolled back and blood spurted from its wide-open mouth. Hammer Girl hit it with a hammer, leaving a bright trail in space. Her eyes widened in surprise. When she moved the hammer away, she saw a deep hole. Honey badger went underground. Did he just dig himself underground? She wondered. The Transcendents had to find it again. Right under the foot of the Transcendent soldier, the honey badger, eyes closed, burst out from under the ground and struck one of the men in the lower jaw. The beast bared its teeth, blood dripping from its mouth. A dark silhouette appeared behind him, a man whose eyes were shining brightly. And it asked where the stinky monkey was. He struck the honey badger, leaving a bright flash in space. The honey badger rolled its eyes and opened its mouth wide as blood burst out. The ground split from the force of the blow. Stone blocks rose, releasing streams of dust and air. The beast lay among the debris, head thrown back. The man's hand grabbed the animal by the neck. He clenched his teeth. Thunder Ray was annoyed that a bunch of pests dared to tease him. He raised his fist and punched Honey Badger consecutively. The honey badger covered its face with its paws, trying to protect itself from the blows. Thunder Ray dared it to run if it could. He gritted his teeth and struck the honey badger with all his might. The beast rolled its eyes and flew to the side, crashing into stone cliffs. The Transcendent soldier waited for the dust to subside. When the dust settled, they saw the trembling honey badger. Hammer Girl smiled and told the others to finish it off since there are still plenty of monsters to kill. At this moment of the honey badger's life, it was thinking how it wanted to ask for more meat from Xiaoling. The honey badger finds the meat tasty. 4 people began to hit it at the same time. Drops of blood spurted out. Grenades were hidden in its mouth. He lowered his head and let them fall out. The girl's eyes widened. She gritted her teeth, asking when he had time to take them. Her face lit up with a bright light. The honey badger narrowed his eyes wearily. A bright glow appeared around it. The Transcendent soldiers tried to run away, but it was already too late. The grenades exploded. Elsewhere, the Emperor Crocodile stepped on a log. It was alert and had sensed something. The honey badger arrived in a clear white dimension. It was standing there alone, until a girl approached it. It was Xiaoling. The honey badger burst into tears. It ran to hug her, pressing its muzzle against her body. It clinged to her while it bawled its eyes out. Xiaoling comforted it, saying that there would be no more pain. They held hands and walked away. Back at the battlefield, in the middle of a crater lay the bloody body of the honey badger. The golden monkey was pained to see the condition of the honey badger, while a Transcendent soldier asked for help. Thunder Ray screamed in agony, calling for help. His body was covered in blood, and he closed his eyes, shouting that he would skin the honey badger, even though it was already dead. Enraged, the golden monkey struck the man with a sweeping blow. The monkey clenched its teeth tightly, holding a long stick. The man, missing several teeth, raised his hand and screamed, begging not to be killed and to be allowed to leave the forest. Tears appeared in the monkey's eyes, and it made loud noises. Many blows followed. A long trail of bright red blood stretched across the ground. The body of Thundere lay lifeless. The golden monkey was carrying the corpse of the honey badger. It pushes through despite its deep wound in the stomach, until it could no longer carry it. It laid the honey badger on the ground. The monkey reached out its hand to the honey badger's white fur. It bit its lip and gazed into the blue sky where a rainbow arched across it. The golden monkey smiled faintly. It remembered its moment with the honey badger. The honey badger, the boar, and the golden monkey were huddled together. Eventually, the golden monkey closed its eyes too. Comment RIP if this made you guys teary-eyed. Back to the recap, Qianqin stopped running and rested on a tree. She was exhausted, but she tried her best to go back to the god tree. She saw a familiar black and white striped fur, and she called out to the white tiger. But it wasn't. It was Lingling, followed by the other transcendental soldiers. Earlier, she was just wearing a black top, but the white and black stripes of fur are now sewn on her top. She took it from the white tiger, and with a huge grin, she expressed that the fur is very warm. Qianqin screamed in agony. She attacked her with her vines while telling her to die. Lingling jumped up, emitting a bright light. She laughed as she shouted that Qianqin was too slow. She also didn't expect much from her because she already had a lot of injuries. Lingling yanked her hair. She attacked her, then it was followed by a powerful explosion. Lingling cursed loudly. Qianqin was able to grab the fur. Suddenly, Feng and Qingzhao appeared. Lingling was surprised to see other humans. She asked them if they are part of the organization there. Gullah told Lingling that they would capture and interrogate those people. He ordered her to retreat, saying she was in no condition to beat them in her current state. Gullah took over. Meanwhile, Ziyu and General Li stood face to face. General Li assumed that he's the boss in the area, and Ziyu confirmed that. General Li wasn't surprised because they knew from the beginning that there are intelligent beasts existing. But now that he had encountered it, he still couldn't help but feel amazed. He didn't expect it to admit it so easily. He also knew that it was the creator of those fog beasts. Ziyu checked the general's stats and it showed that it's transcendental in the second level. It has an innate wisdom, a special ability called Sword Key Alchemy, which increases spiritual power and kills enemies that are beyond the user's levels. But at the same time, it consumes lifespan. Ziyu confirmed that he created all the beasts and that humans shouldn't have barged in there. General Li told Ziyu that they shouldn't take away places where humans live. That's why, if humans don't get rid of them, they won't be able to live in peace. Ziyu was furious. He called him arrogant for claiming that it was their place. He knew that the problem couldn't be solved by talking, and they had to resort to killing each other. General Li unleashed a powerful force from his sword. Ziyu blocked it with his root. General Li was taken aback when his sword broke, and he was wrapped with a root. At the headquarters, they were talking about where the reconnaissance plane that was attached to the Emperor Crocodile was last spotted before it entered the mountain. And based on the image captured by the satellite, that mountain was now surrounded by mist. They compared it with the original appearance of the Misty Mountains before the spiritual energy revival. They realized that it must have been the hideout. The commander shared to the panel members their speculation earlier that the organization that has control over the mountains might be a human. But looking at it again, he's starting to think that might not be a human or an organization after all. That was shocking news to General Li and the head of the Chinese Federation. The commander showed them the moment when the reconnaissance plane was shot down by the fog beasts. He directed their attention to the lower right corner, where there were some unidentified beasts. They did some technical restoration. They saw a tree. They were surprised to see that it's a tree that evolves the beasts. Analyzing the data, the commander informed everyone that it has been only half a year since the last spiritual energy revival, and being able to control 8 peregrine falcons in such a short time, plus make a first-order transcendental emperor crocodile obedient, makes them think that the tree's strength cannot be lower than the first-level transcendent. And to be able to manipulate all these strange beasts, evolve human beings, learn the human language, and all of the mysteries shrouding this will all be known once General Li arrives at the enemy's location. They are now certain that what they are going to confront isn't a human, but it's a first direct confrontation with the newly awakened intelligent monster. Back at the battlefield, General Li was engulfed with dust. He was cautious, but was still taken aback when the spiky root was pointed at his neck. Ziyu pointed out that General Lee was being too boastful when he said that they would win, especially when his current state is that he's kneeling in front of Ziyu. Ziyu informed him that he had no intention of starting a war with humans. He questioned why they attacked them. He communicated that if they retreated, they would never invade human territory. But of course, General Lee wouldn't believe him. General Lee replied that Ziyu hasn't realized it yet, but the human soldiers are equipped with spiritual power isolation devices, which can isolate spiritual power within a 5-meter radius. Ziyu's eyes widened as General Lee declared that the protagonist's subordinate spiritual energy had been cut off from him. They could no longer sense his mist. And General Lee just got a word that all the organized creatures that have been targeting the soldiers have been killed. General Lee raised his hand and shouted that every single animal on this mountain was now dead, whether it was the honey badger or the white tiger who had killed hundreds of mutant soldiers while protecting the mutant woman. He gave an analogy that at the moment, Ziyu is the elephant and the humans are just a colony of ants, and the only way for humans to survive on this land was to destroy him. Ziyu understood that this war couldn't be won without sacrifices, but he had this conviction that they are not simply afraid of death. A bright golden light appeared in the sky and shot the aircrafts. It was the peregrine falcons. A sudden explosion echoed in the air. Soldiers reported that the enemy's movement speed was decreasing. They expected to get tired soon. Meanwhile, Qingzhao was grabbed by the neck. But Ziyu was still filled with fighting spirit. Because surviving and fighting is the only thing they can do. King Kong was stabbed in the chest. On the other side of the battlefield, lying on the ground were a warthog, a honey badger, and a golden monkey. Emperor Crocodile arrived. Upon seeing them, tears welled up in its eyes. Ziyu added that they would do their best to survive, even if the whole world would hate them. Flash's eyes glowed. Ziyu opened his mouth and bellowed a question that echoed through the forest. He questioned General Lee on since when did the world belong only to humans? Ziyu glared at General Lee with fury in his eyes, and he claimed that since they started a war, if they don't kill him, he will stop at nothing to take his revenge. His red eyes blazed wide as he roared, claiming that all creatures had an equal right to the earth and they don't have anyone's permission, especially that it had never belonged to humans alone. Concurrently, the Emperor Crocodile opened its fanged mouth wide and roared loudly. On the other side of the battlefield, Qingzhao was seen being choked by Gula. Flash arrived and attacked Gula. Its gaze was piercing. Chengqin was surprised to see it. Flash had searched for these people who killed the white tiger. Soldiers began to prepare their strike, but a thin golden beam of light tore through their formation. Blue Mantis had arrived, slicing effortlessly through their bodies. Gullah leapt backward as Flash attacked him. He hadn't expected another beast with such speed and intelligence. Lingling knew she had to run, but Flash wouldn't let her. Blue Mantis reminded Flash to take it easy. Flash chased after her. Gullah blocked Flash's path. With a sweep of his cloak, he spoke coldly, noting that animals weren't the only ones capable of moving fast. Blue Mantis cursed under its breath. Gullah released a swarm of bats. Blue Mantis was hit. Blood gushed from the wound and even from his eyes. A realization dawned on it. The man had only struck once, but that was more than enough. He was on an entirely different level and knew that it was no match. Blue Mantis turned its head just as Flash stood up. It got concerned because Flash was badly hurt. Gullah frowned, his thin brows creasing. Gullah is actually a level 1 transcendental. Flash opened his mouth and let out a mighty roar. Then it lunges toward the enemy. Flash slashed at the vampire. Flash's eyes narrowed as he unleashed a flurry of rapid strikes. Gullah dodged with finesse. It jumped from the ground and moved with such speed that golden streaks lit up the air around him. Blue Mantis couldn't even keep track of its movement. Flash's eyes glowed red as he dove downward. Leaving a streak of yellow light in his wake, its eyes opened wide. When it saw Gullah's darkened expression, Gullah told Flash that it couldn't even pierce his skin despite using all its strength. In a brutal motion, the vampire impaled Flash with a sharp stake. Blue Mantis rushed into the fray. Gullah smirked, waving his cloak with grim satisfaction, declaring that their attacks meant nothing to him. Suddenly Qingzhao appeared and grabbed the vampire by the throat. Then Qingzhao called out Feng's name. From the fog, a silhouette emerged. Feng knew he can't cut through the skin, so he'll pierce the eyeballs all the way through the gut. The vampire wrinkled his nose as the blade neared. Then, bats exploded into the air in a frenzied cloud. Feng gritted his teeth, scanning the chaos. He was told to attack the bat with red eyes. It was among the swarm. Jianqin told them that it was the bat with red eyes. They found it, and the Blue Mantis launched forward. Gullah turned in surprise, but it was too late. The blue mantis struck him from behind. Blood gushed from the bat's mouth. He was angry that he encountered the beats one after another. Gullah tumbled through the air. Flash waited for him near the ground. Upon seeing that, Gullah got alarmed. Flash charged again and an explosion erupted between them. Qingjiao, watching from a distance, asked if they had won. Blue Mantis immediately went to Flash. Blood soaked the battlefield. Suddenly, someone yelled for them to run. The beast's side was attacked with shadow impact. Qingjiao pushed Feng aside to save him from the attack, but doing so, he had to take the hit. The area where the bat with red eyes would have fallen was empty. Gullah returned to his human form. The attack he just did consumes too much energy. Feng rushed to Qingjiao's side, tears falling from his eyes. Blue Mantis was coughing as it lay on the ground. It lay on the pool of green blood. Flash saw it, and tears fell. Blue Mantis sacrificed its right side of the body just to protect Flash. Gullah's arm shifted into a sharp stake. He lunged with a deadly thought in mind. Flash may have a small frame, but its speed, power, and precision made it dangerous. If Gullah didn't eliminate it now, it would become a real threat. He decided to kill it right there and then. Flash was beside the Blue Mantis. Unexpectedly, Chiakin stood between Gullah and Flash, a stake piercing through her body. Flash was surprised. Our girl called Flash her fifth brother. Chiakin stood weakly, hands limp, knees trembling, but smiling through her tears. This, she whispered, was her time to repay the debt of life. She trembled and fell. The vampire looked down and sneered. He stated that if he reported the incident to the officials, they might shut down the operation. There might even be peace. But he wouldn't do that. He didn't want peace. He didn't want to lose the pleasure of killing. Gullah smirked. He told them that they don't need to cry because it won't matter who dies first, because he was already set on getting rid of all of them. Feng raised his sword and charged at the vampire from behind. Then he yelled at Flash that if it doesn't want to die, it should grab the mantis and immediately run away. The vampire got confused when more creatures came out of the ground. It was rats. Flash expressed his hate for humans. The blue mantis saw it ready to fight and told it that it was enough. It encourages Flash to run away. Mantis uttered, "Let the humans kill each other." A flashback came to Flash. That time, it was looking at a pile of ant corpses and its heart sank. At that moment, it had already accepted his fate. It was in agony of being helpless, the kind that came when death loomed in every corner. It felt like the life of an ant meant nothing. At the present moment, still trembling, Flash stood and clenched his fists. Even if it couldn't win, it vowed to fight. The mantis shoved him down and yelled that he had no chance. Flash screamed through its sobs that it knew but it wouldn't die in vain. Not without defending this place, Flash whispered that running away would be the same as dying. Blue Mantis stared at him. The mantis looked down at him and offered a desperate solution. If Flash truly wanted to win, even at the cost of everything, it suggested that Flash devours it. Flash's eyes widened. Tears kept falling as it asked what the blue mantis is talking about. The mantis stated that it was about to die anyway. It shared that its mother had devoured its father to give him life. His father's power now lived on inside its mother. Flash commented that it's a ridiculous way to die. It doesn't want Blue Mantis to suffer such death. Blue Mantis had been running away from experiencing the same fate. However, his decision now is his own choice. He wanted Flash to have his strength and speed. Flash replied no, that he couldn't do it, especially when so many of its friends had died already. It didn't want to lose Blue Mantis either. Several creaking sounds followed when Gullah attacked the mice. Feng got furious and attacked him again while telling him not to hurt the mice. Flash told Blue Mantis to stop being silly. The Blue Mantis started coughing blood, and it expressed that even just talking is now very painful. Blue Mantis uttered that they had come all the way, and yet they haven't felt the presence of a single comrade. It knew that everyone was dead. And rather than dying at the hands of a human, it prefers to give its power to Flash. Blue Mantis expressed that it always thought of Flash as a friend. And that's the destiny it had chosen for itself, so it doesn't need Flash to blame himself. Flash sobbed out loud while cursing. It was forced to make a decision. It opened its mouth while screaming out loud. Then it bit Blue Mantis. Leng Feng, who was holding the rat in his hand, cried out in despair as his body was pierced by Gullah's stake. He coughed up blood. The rat cried with its mouth wide open. The vampire smirked and asked what the point was of saving these mutated rats. Gullah brought the spike toward the rat's body. Suddenly, a fiery explosion thundered. The vampire frowned in confusion. When the dust cleared, a red insect stood beside the rat. Gullah looked at it carefully and noticed that the appearance of Flash had changed. He was confused why it was dying earlier. And not only that, but its aura had become stronger. Flash's eyes shone brightly. The vampire realized that Flash entered level 9, but Gullah was confident with his own level. Gullah scoffed, saying that Flash was hopelessly stupid because its partner had risked its life to give him a chance to escape, and Flash didn't take it. He was confident that even with greater strength, Flash would not defeat him. Suddenly, the Flash was behind the vampire. Gullah instantly turned around, surprised by the speed. The vampire struck with cloak impact. The stake sank into the ground. He knew he missed. Gullah's face darkened. Flash carried a multitude of mice. Even if he knew that Feng never sided with the god tree, he noticed that it treated the mice preciously. Flash grouped the mice together with Feng, and it vowed to avenge them all. Gullah was surprised that the ant moved the corpses in an instant. He uttered that based on Flash just said, "It seems like it thinks that it can win." Gullah smirked and shouted that he had underestimated Flash, but he would not make the same mistake again. He would regret living. Suddenly, a blow struck the vampire's cheek. It was Flash's fist. Its fist was smoking. He told Gullah to get up, because Flash refused to give him an easy death. Flash's eyes glowed brightly as he shouted that Gullah would know endless torture. The vampire frowned, not understanding how this ant had become so strong at such a low level, and how he could now surpass him when he's a first-level transcendent. A black cloth wrapped around Gullah's arm. He said he refused to be tortured. His cape disappeared, his hair grew longer, and he said he didn't think Flash was strong enough for this. Flash's body began to emit red flames, while the vampire's body began to glow blue. Gullah hit Flash in the gut. His hand had transformed into a huge bat with spikes. He screamed with laughter that Flash was weak. Then, he struck Flash in the face. Gullah, laughing loudly, attacked again. He had red tentacles that kept attacking simultaneously. He smiled widely and screamed that Flash would still die by his hand, despite his speed, because strength is the most important thing in any fight. Suddenly, the yellow eyes of Flash appeared in the middle of the smoke. Flash hit the vampire in the face with a powerful swing. I think this is one of the most satisfying moments in the whole time recapping manhwas. Damn, this is peak. Anyway, Flash struck Gullah. Its eyes emit a bright yellow light. Its face reflected rage. Gullah flew back, gritting his teeth. A colony of bats appeared around him. He let out another strike. A stream of dark aura quickly approached Flash. Flash's eyes were burning, and behind him, a bright flame burned. Gullah declared that the bomb made of bats was his special technique. He added that the monster could keep dodging, but it wouldn't matter because its friends would be annihilated. A dark purple aura surrounded Flash's body. Flash asked coldly, "So that means all I have to do is kill those bats?" Hundreds of bats instantly filled the sky. Gullah thinks it can't do it because it was a large quantity of bats. Gullah roared that there are more than 13,000 bats. He was determined to raze the place to the ground. The bats swarmed, flying around the red ant. Flash stood silently. Then, throwing both hands forward, the man directed the bats to attack. "Goodbye!" he sneered. Dozens of bats descended from the sky in a deadly wave. Flash's eyes widened, and he began enveloping his right hand in aura. But before it could react, a dark bat caught one of his limbs. Then a second, a third. His movements were limited. Gullah was surprised when 10 quick attacks struck from different directions. His bats started exploding. He knew he was in dire position when he realized that the bats were returned to him. It was followed by a massive explosion. Caught in the blast, Gullah flew sideways, crashing to the ground. He spat out a stream of blood. When he opened his red eyes, Flash was just a meter away, winding up a powerful strike. With a devastating blow, Flash hurled him backward. The man smashed into the ground, breaking several meters of earth beneath him. Another spurt of blood flew from his mouth. Instantly, Flash was on him. It grabbed his head and slammed it into the stone. Fire energy enveloped Flash's fist. Mouth and eyes wide, Gullah knew he's gonna get hit. He tried to converse with Flash to stop, but Flash didn't even let him finish talking. The impact erupted in smoke that rose tens of meters above the forest. A shockwave tore through the landscape, destroying everything in its path. From the smoke, a bloody figure staggered out. Gullah gritting his teeth, eyes squinted in pain. He cursed inwardly. He questioned if it's Flash's real strength. He admits to himself that it was unbelievably fast that he couldn't keep up. He felt frightened by how strong Flash was. He couldn't accept it, though, because its level is lower than his. He couldn't understand why he couldn't defeat it. With a scream, he tore his clothes open, muscles expanding grotesquely. Madness filled his expression. "You'll regret this!" he roared. In a blur, he charged, swinging a heavy fist. His punch shattered the slab beneath Flash's feet, but Flash had already leapt away. Pivoting midair, Gullah launched a flurry of fast, chaotic attacks. They failed to break through. Then, our boy countered, and in a swift motion, Flash passed under his arms and struck his body with a crushing blow. Gullah then held its hand mid-attack. Flash's eyes widened in shock. Blood flew from Gullah's mouth. "This is the end," Gullah said. He's still confident of his level. A bright flash flared from the force of his punch. He held his hand out confidently, grinning. But Flash still stood. Silent. Unshaken. Flash remembered the conversation it had with Ziyu. Ziyu acknowledged that it has a strong hatred towards humanity. But our MC also told him that not everyone is bad, and he hoped that in the future that he will change the opinion of human beings. And when that happens, it would be the sign that they truly became companions. Flash stood there, filled with anger. Gullah was surprised to see it unharmed. Suddenly, a dark purple aura enveloped the red ant. His glowing eyes were filled with pain and wrath as he declared that Gullah slaughtered its companions and offended their master and tried to take away their home. And now, even his only friend is brutally killed. Gullah's eyes widened, pupils trembling in disbelief. Flash yelled at him that it's unforgivable. With a thunderous punch, Flash slammed his fist into his enemy's face. A pillar of compressed air exploded skyward from the impact. This fucker was hurled backward, landing in a heap. Flash looked at him silently, unblinking yellow eyes locked onto his crumpled figure. Flash is easily the cooler version of Beru. Flash looked at the body that was buried upside down on the ground. Suddenly, Flash's body exploded. It turned slightly, pain etched deep into his expression. It wondered if his body was no longer able to contain the overwhelming power coursing through it. As it watched torn pieces of flesh fall from his form, it acknowledged that the power had never truly belonged to it. Dragging its battered body forward, leaving fragments of itself behind, it muttered that he had reached its limit. And yet, he continued walking calmly, solemn. It felt peace, knowing it had avenged its comrade. It thought that it was late. It dropped to its knees before the lifeless bodies of his friends and expressed that it was happy to have known them. Jiangqin had a faint smile on her lips. Feng sat with his head bowed slightly, face calm and still. Jiang Zhao, bloodied and broken, wore a gentle, final smile. Flash gazed forward one last time, offering a quiet apology to his master. Its body became still thinking that it was time for it to rest. Elsewhere, the wind rushed through the forest. Lingling ran hurriedly. She slowed when she spotted a figure ahead. Her hand moved instinctively to her neck, a shiver crawling up her spine. In front of her was Xiaoling. Xiaoling's gaze was scary. Lingling didn't expect to have met her there. She blamed her bad luck. Then she realized something. She informed Xiaoling that it's not good since the troops and the beasts are fighting ahead. Yet, most of the beasts have been wiped out. Deep inside, her intention was to kill Xiaoling. She yelled at Xiaoling to go over there and join them at once since they needed help. Xiaoling tilted her head to the side as she asked if that was true. Lingling claimed she was injured and heading back, but before she could run, Xiaoling landed a crushing blow to her back. The force sent her flying 10 meters across the forest floor. She scrambled, furious, demanding to know what she was doing and whether she was trying to die. Xiaoling stared coldly and declared that it wasn't her who's going to die. Fear flickered in Lingling's eyes as she clenched her teeth. Xiaoling's eyes sharpened, madness dancing in her gaze. With finality, she vowed that it was the Lingling who would die that day. Struggling to her feet, Lingling demanded if Xiaoling was truly intent on killing her. Xiaoling replied yes without hesitation. Lingling realized with dread that Xiaoling was dead serious. She tried to reason with her by acknowledging that she offended her before, and she pointed out that it isn't the time for fighting. She pointed out that they needed to fight the beasts together. Xiaoling told her to stop talking nonsense. Lingling's pupils contracted as she blurted out a desperate confession. She said that if the cause of anger of Xiaoling was because of the doctor, she explained that she had no choice back then. She blamed the drug for being too strong. She lost control. She hadn't even known what happened until it was too late, and the doctor was already dead. But before she could say another word, Xiaoling's strike slammed into her, twisting her face with pain, and it sent her flying backwards. She screamed in pain, saying her nose hurt so much. Xiaoling, clenching her bloody fist, expressed that she had promised the doctor not to kill her, but that promise didn't stop her from beating her up. Taking a stance, Lingling created hundreds of streams of white and purple magic around herself. She declared that Xiaoling had asked for it. With burning eyes, Lingling took off, swinging her fist at full force. Lowering her body, she delivered a straight punch called Flame Fist. But Xiaoling attacked first. Lingling's eyes rolled back, her mouth wide open as the air was knocked out of her lungs. Without wasting time, Xiaoling launched an arcing kick. It sent the Lingling flying into the 2-meter-high boulders. Throwing her hand forward, Xiaoling enveloped herself in fire and used fire butterflies. A dense stream of fire instantly surrounded the Lingling and the nearby area. Xiaoling stretched her hand forward, trying to reach her opponent. Grabbing her head, she slammed it into the ground. Her body was enveloped in streams of fiery energy as she slowly walked toward her crawling opponent. Trembling and putting her hand forward, Lingling begged not to kill her. She admitted she was wrong. She bargained that if Xiaoling lets her go, she will repay her later. Xiaoling created a fiery blade in her palm and approached. She thrust it into the girl's hand. Screaming in pain, the girl opened her mouth wide and closed her eyes. Looking down, Xiaoling said she would not kill her, but she wouldn't let her go so easily. Xiaoling remarked that the mountains were full of beasts, so Lingling wouldn't be lonely. A wind wolf started to approach. 2 wolves with bloody mouths were madly looking forward, their eyes filled with hunger. With fear and fury on her face, Lingling screamed, "Don't!" She cursed at Xiaoling and told her that she should die. She screamed loudly when the wolves attacked her. With madness in her eyes, Xiaoling looked down as the 2 animals began eating the girl lying on the ground. Xiaoling made her way through the forest, passing huge trees. Lowering her head and clutching it, she was filled with worry because she can't go back to her master. Her body felt so drained. Starting to run forward, she mentally declared that she should hurry and get back to him. Huge monsters with glowing eyes were running to attack. The roots were slamming into different parts of the area, knocking down tanks. The bull demon and peregrine falcon were rushing forward, caught in a stream of explosions. Bringing a radio to his mouth, the commander ordered the deployment of all the incendiary bombs. Several rocket launchers fired, and dozens of rockets flew toward the beasts. A powerful stream of fire engulfed fog beasts. The peregrine falcon was caught up in flames, even the roots, but it wasn't burned to ashes. Looking ahead, one of the soldiers said that the roots of the tree were somehow regenerating. The commander ordered them to continue the bombardment, adding that the creature needed spiritual power to restore its abilities and regenerate. He added that once it ran out of spiritual energy, they could finish it off, and that its roots couldn't reach the launcher operating from this station. The fire burned through the tree's roots as the military installations kept up the attack. 3 falcons covered in a yellow aura approached the launcher. Rushing forward, several transcendental warriors knocked them down with their fists. As they struck again, a green-haired guy with a crazed expression asked the peregrine falcon if it thinks it could move at full speed all the time without consequences. Rushing forward, one of the falcons quickly flew over the group of soldiers. Gritting his teeth and turning, the orange-striped guy shouted that there was another one. Opening its beak, the bird continued flying at full speed, then dove toward the ground, causing a huge explosion. The explosion illuminated the formation of warriors. One of them reported that the launcher behind them had been destroyed. The ground beneath the shocked soldiers' feet began to collapse, and a column of smoke covered the area. Then, our boy Emperor Crocodile emerged with its mouth wide open. The soldiers raised their rifles and began to shoot. They recognized that it was the ancient Emperor Crocodile. Its eyes glowed purple as it opened its massive mouth. The Emperor Crocodile looked vicious. It was being watched from the screen in the headquarters. The female commander who first encountered it uttered that they had finally met again. She added that, this time, it wouldn't be able to escape. The Emperor Crocodile spread its paws and raised its head, then roared with all its might. Gritting his teeth in fear, the commander saw it and uttered that it was the Emperor Crocodile. He ordered the soldiers to fire. After his command, a powerful barrage of fire rained down on the Emperor Crocodile. A flurry of attacks filled the entire area. The Emperor Crocodile stood firm in the stream of destruction. An image of a rocket appeared, set against the background of a cloudy sky. It was ready to be used. The officials described it as humanity's last resort. Unusual energy was burning brightly inside the rocket's metal body. General Jianjun asked if there's a ready news from General Li. His secretary reported that there has been no news since an hour ago. On the battlefield, General Li emerged from the smoke. He spits blood. A massive snake root with glowing purple eyes stared him down. Ziyu, now, it would become a real pain in the ass in the future. Taking a brown pill in his hand, he brought it to his mouth. He didn't really want to use it, but he felt like he had no choice. He bit into it. His pupils shrank, and an animalistic grin spread across his face. He told himself mentally to destroy the monster before the medicine wears off. He called the demon Tree. Spreading his arms, he enveloped himself in a powerful stream of aura. He shouted that even if I have to put my life on the line, he will never allow him to live. He declared to bury the demon tree, along with its wild beasts, on that mountain. A system notification appeared to warn of the rapid increase in strength and decline in the opponent's health. It also showed the status of mid-third level spiritual power of 680,000 and a lifespan of 10 hours. Ziyu dared it to go kill him. Ziyu is on the second level of spiritual power of 490,000 with a lifespan of 200 years. Suddenly, hundreds of thorns sprouted from the god tree and darted across the platforms. The general darted past them, leaping onto a stone ledge. Li mentally noted that the god tree kept its distance and pushed the fight to a long-range one. But General Li won't let him. Pushing off the platform, he launched a sharp dash forward. In his hand, the general formed a glowing blue blade. In a swift arc, he swung the weapon toward the tree's trunk. A powerful shockwave almost hit the tree. Loud explosions followed. Holding his blade in front of him, Li stared ahead and saw a cane. Suddenly, a massive stone fist erupted from the ground, slamming into his chin. The tree beneath his feet split in half instantly. General Li was sent flying dozens of meters into the air. Explosions erupted across various parts of the tree. Dozens of slashes from the blade carved through the air as Ziyu opened his mouth in surprise. Spreading its arms and legs wide, the General Li unleashed multiple energy blasts in all directions. The technique is called 10,000 swords. His eyes widened and his teeth clenched as he flew backward. His powerful energy blast collided with his opponent mid-air. He jumped again, hovering above the battlefield dotted with sharp spikes. Turning sharply, he gasped in shock. The branches covering the Bayou Gorge had fallen. Ziyu retaliated, using an attack called Willow Leaf Flying Knives with green energy bullets that shot forward, crashing into the earth and cloaking the field in thick smoke. On the ground, Xiaoling moved swiftly, bounding across the terrain. She gritted her teeth, thinking of her master. In the president's office. In a large room, discussions erupted among a dozen high-ranking officials. Another report had just arrived from the front lines. It contained the information that the headquarters there was attacked by an emperor crocodile. The head of the Chinese Federation asked who is in command of the battlefield now. They reported that the director of the supernatural unit had temporarily taken over. Looking grimly ahead, he asked if that thing isn't ready yet. An image of a massive new rocket appeared on the screen. The officer replied that it was ready, and when General Li retreated, they could launch it directly. But unfortunately, after he stepped in the mountains, they lost contact with him. They assumed that he's in a fight with the opponent's boss. Back in the battlefield, Ziyu regenerated a branch. General Li saw it and thought that continuing to fight like that is a waste of time. He knew it is necessary to act fast and destroy the core before it's too late. General Li charged forward. His speed increased, but his lifespan shortened to 5 hours. Ziyu saw the incoming attack. It was followed by a massive explosion that consumed the entire landscape around them. Smoke limited their visibility. But then Li's expression turned to shock. When he saw that Ziyu was still intact and dared to question if that's really the power of the third level, throwing his sword behind him, he leapt again at the enemy, driven by the thought of the countless lives he had to protect. He could not afford to lose. Not now. He had to continue the fight. But Ziyu wasn't interested in his resolve. He narrowed its eyes and struck Li hard with a thick branch, dismissing his ideals as nonsense. From its perspective, the humans deserved to die, for they had always acted as though only their lives had value. Li was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth. Ziyu claimed that humans constantly attack them, and now they had brought an entire army to surround its home and annihilate them. Li reasoned that it's to protect humanity. Ziyu's wide-open eyes and jagged teeth radiated fury. He questioned when they ever invaded a village or destroyed any cities. He continued to say that only because humans are afraid of them, that is why they are trying to erase their existence. Ziyu questioned their authority to do that. Li stood there, speechless. Suddenly, the sound of a radio transmission crackled to life. He lifted his hand to his ear. A man's voice came through the receiver. The man informed him that the battle had gone on far longer than expected, and a rocket powered by condensed spiritual energy was ready for launch. Li needed to evacuate immediately. The voice reminded him. He had to be at least 10 kilometers from the blast zone to survive. But Li refused. Jian Jin was surprised. Ziyu continued to observe him. Lowering his head, Li confessed that he refused to admit that he's inferior to a second-level beast. He was determined to defeat it. Jianjun talked to him instead. He reminded Li of the other missions that still required his attention. He was too valuable to be lost here. He ordered him to come back. Li stayed silent, eyes lowered. Finally, Li spoke again to the enemy and uttered that there's no need to fight him anymore. Ziyu stared at him in confusion. Li explained that soon this entire location would be annihilated by a missile containing a massive concentration of spiritual energy. And there was no way to stop it. Raising his head, he revealed the truth. The mission from the very beginning was to infiltrate the mountain, destroy the enemy, and seize control. But the condition was to defeat Ziyu in an hour, because if there's a beast that cannot be killed by a third-level transcendent within an hour, they knew that if they kept fighting, they would be defeated due to exhaustion. He admitted that they didn't want to resort to it using the spiritual energy missile either. The spiritual power of that missile is close to 1 million, and it is a prototype missile developed with the full efforts of the government. Although radiation is not as extreme as nuclear weapons, the area will eventually become a radiation zone. It was originally intended to expand the area for human activities, but now it seems like they ended up hurting themselves as well and suffered losses in the process. He revealed that it was their last card. Meanwhile, at the headquarters, the rocket has been launched. Before General Li escapes, he tells Ziyu that the inability to move is his biggest failure, and he left him thinking how he'd survive. Ziyu was furious. The powerful rocket was quickly closing the distance to the target. The rocket stage fell off, falling into the forest. It accelerated and quickly flew past the location. Ziyu immediately ordered everyone to come back. Several roots emerged from the ground. It began to actively tear themselves out. One of the warriors asked if they were leaving. The rocket was already 100 meters away from Ziyu. Our boy refused to die there. General Li, raising his head, saw the rocket fly over him. The warhead, aimed at Ziyu's core, was already a couple of dozen meters away. The root created a bright flash from the collision with the missile in fear. This is not the kind of situation our MC had expected. The missile cut through the tree in an instant. The entire tree was destroyed, slowly disintegrating. Even Ziyu's core shattered. A massive explosion covered the entire location, completely changing its landscape. Having cut through the ground, the missile began to fall into the cave. It quickly moved along the empty cave. The core continued to split, being in the flow of the explosion. A powerful explosion completely incinerated the earth. A bright light devoured the monster Ziyu. He looked at the attack in fear, unable to utter a word. An image of a buffalo. A bird appeared. An image of wolves. Everybody. Ziyu promised to protect all of them. He wants to survive with them. Ziyu was caught in the explosion. A bright light filled the entire battle area. The explosion was destructive, and it covered a large area. Ziyu was engulfed with the light. A huge nuclear mushroom cloud rose above the forest. The forest was illuminated by a flash from the missile strike. It was like a sun in the middle of the forest. A blast wave swept across the area. Xiaoling covered his face with his hands, resisting it. A tall pillar of light rose into the sky. The soldiers looked at the flash, realizing that they had launched a spiritual missile. An employee of the organization ran into the office and shouted that the target had been successfully hit. They claimed to have succeeded with their mission. Jianjun frowned sternly. Li opened his mouth wide and spat out a clot of blood. His comrades ran up to him. The transcendental warriors were there to pick him up, since the majority of the troops had begun to retreat. The general, frowning in confusion, asked what the situation was. They reported that the army fought against the wild beast in the mountains, and they had killed those they could and fled from those they couldn't kill. Their cleanup was almost complete. They also shared that they encountered the Emperor Crocodile. It had destroyed all the tanks and launchers, including even the planes. It had killed more than 10,000 people, and the commander alone. The soldiers had sent missiles to destroy it. Now, the last boss in the mountains has been killed by General Li and the headquarters missile. They reported that there are no powerful beasts left in the mountains, and the spiritual energy value in Beiyu Gorge has dropped from the original 300,000 to 1,000. Thus, the headquarters had issued a retreat order. Xiaoling suddenly emerged from the shadows and watched them from the side with burning eyes. They saw her. She was crying because she could not sense the presence of her master, and her connection with him had been completely severed. A huge fire had broken out. The transcendental soldier watched her in confusion. General Li asked her what she's talking about. Summoning a large amount of energy around herself, she blamed all of them. Approaching her, the boy asked what was happening to her and ordered her to stop using her spiritual energy. She viciously slapped him in the face. His body fell to the ground. She revealed to them that the tree they killed was her master. Her mentor couldn't believe what he just heard. A footstep was etched on the ground when a transcendental soldier jumped and raised his claw hand. He was furious to learn that Xiaoling was a traitor. She stared at him angrily, while tears streamed down her face. Suddenly, something burst out of nowhere and grabbed the boy. A centipede loomed over the ground and wrapped itself around the soldier's body. General Li open-mouthed in shock as he recognized that it was the centipede. Now it's no longer a puzzle that it suddenly died, because in reality, Xiaoling had absorbed it. The soldiers decided to attack together to destroy the traitor, but General Li stopped them by holding out his hand. With his eyes flashing red, he declared that he wanted to do it himself, and the others would only hinder him. Xiaoling rushed forward, swinging her burning hand. A powerful explosion thundered in the forest. Something bounced off the ground several times, leaving a bright trail behind. Xiaoling landed on her feet amidst the destroyed rocks. Summoning a weapon in his hand, General Li reminded her that he accepted her as a disciple because he was asked to look after her, and he sincerely hoped that she wasn't the traitor. His eyes bloodshot, Li declared that his heart was broken because the disciples should have had a bright future. Using spiritual enhancement, Xiaoling was covered in a bright aura. Swinging an energy weapon, General Li shouted that a first-ranked child did not stand a chance against him. Still, Xiaoling charged. The two energies clashed in the heat of battle. General Li opened his mouth wide and bared his teeth as he shouted his student's name. Her eyes lit up as a wave of energy approached her face. A huge explosion sounded from the middle of the ravine, dust rising into the air. General Li stepped out of the dust clouds, clutching his weapon. Xiaoling, covered in blood, was barely able to stand. General Li tried to convince her to stop fighting since she can't beat him, and if she kept going, she'd die. She spat out blood. Her yellow eyes began to glow. Seeing this, the man lowered the corners of his lips and realized that his student had gone crazy. Raising her hand, she tried to summon fire butterflies. General Li cut her with his weapon. He offered her the chance to surrender and promised to forget all her past mistakes and treat her like his own daughter. Frowning madly, our girl ordered him to shut up. Li gritted his teeth menacingly. Concentrating all his power in his hands, he decided to kill her. Unexpectedly, two wind wolves pounced on him and sank its teeth into his shoulder. We then see Ziyu was in a dark place where he couldn't see anything. He knew that the white tiger died, as well as the honey badger, golden monkey, and the warthog. Even Flash died. He knew everyone was dead. He wondered if he's back at being alone again. Xiao King called him with a smile. He wondered who it was. Then Xiao King's face came to his mind. The dark place turned bright. It gave him motivation. Meanwhile, the wind wolves bit General Li. He was confused that those... Xiaoling cried and screamed at the same time. Her loud scream was filled with anguish as she recalled all the creatures in the mountain. The transcendental warriors got cautious. Gasping and breathing heavily, General Li realized that his body was weakening. Looking at the group of soldiers, the girl shouted that they had chosen to kill her friends only because they couldn't negotiate peacefully. Li stared at her in surprise, but said nothing. Sobbing with anger, the bloodied Xiaoling said that there should have been other options for resolving the conflict, but people always used war to solve problems. Things could have been completely different. The general's pupils narrowed in shock. Pityingly, knitting her brows, the girl asked, "If it's a mistake that they exist." Opening his mouth in rage, General Li ordered her to shut up. He declared that they were just beasts who had learned to speak, but could never live like humans. No one could guarantee that they wouldn't one day attack cities. Surrounding her from all sides, General Li shouted that even if there was the slightest risk of such a thing happening, they would not allow it. Therefore, they believed they had the right to eliminate them. Summoning a clot of blue energy in his hand, General Li told her that it was time for her to join the beasts. In the afterlife, the girl looked down in disappointment. Suddenly, a burning creature appeared above her head. The soldiers opened their mouths in shock upon seeing it. General Li gritted his teeth in horror. Xiaoling's eyes widened in confusion. Ziyu landed in front of the soldiers, destroying the ground around them. The shockwave washed over the nearest people. General Li held his hand out in disbelief, unable to comprehend what he was seeing. In the center of the burning tree, Ziyu opened his mouth wide and screamed. Xiaoling burst into tears and called out to her master. Ziyu summoned a bright fire around himself and ordered the soldiers to take their dirty hands off her. The tree's roots surged forward toward the enemies. Baring his teeth, Li asked why the tree didn't die. The tree's core continued to scream in the center of the fire. Multiple notifications appeared to inform him that all branches and 9 roots have been damaged, regeneration ability has been stopped, and system destruction in approximately 10 minutes. The soldiers rushed to attack, surrounding the tree from all sides with the intent to finish it off. Looking back, General Lil ordered them to stand down, because they were much weaker than this monster. Ziyu warned them not to even think about leaving alive. More fiery energy erupted from the center of the tree trunk. The roots flung the soldiers' bodies one after another. Ziyu was in a frenzy. His goal is to kill them all. The roots and branches flew in all directions, lifting the enemies into the air. A fiery explosion erupted. The general rushed forward, swinging his energy blade. A notification appeared to inform him of remaining life. 57 minutes. Ziyu was almost completely destroyed, and his lifespan only has 9 minutes and 10 seconds left. General Lee approached the enemy from the air. The tree's core was split in half. A wave of energy hit the sphere, shattering it. General Lee opened his mouth in fury and shouted that after the missile strike, the enemy wouldn't be able to defeat him. With a sharp tug, the root tore off his right arm. Blood spurted violently from his mouth. A thick branch wrapped tightly around his neck, lifting him high above the ground. Ziyu declared that the world should become a place where everyone could live in peace. Xiaoling covered her eyes to shield herself from the violent gusts of wind. Li's eyes turned white from suffocation as his breath faded. Ziyu rose into the air, causing the ground beneath him to crumble. Flames trailed behind as he rushed through the forest, roots lifting him above the trees. General Li knew the direction that they were heading. On the plains beyond, a massive human army stood amidst flames and rubble. King Kong's corpse was there. Over the radio, someone confirmed that the target had been destroyed, thus, the ending of the battle. The crocodile lay defeated in a cloud of dust. Despite the chaos it had caused, the army had killed it. From a nearby hill, a blond man observed the aftermath. He reported that only around 30 transcendent soldiers the army pressed forward. A man wielding a machine gun ordered the others to count survivors and assess remaining ammunition. Smirking, he assumed the commander was dead and it was turned to lead. And the soldiers of the Northern Army are then tasked to clear out the mountains. He was excited to clear the credits. An incredibly beautiful sunset unfolded across the horizon. The new leader raised a clenched fist and gave the order to prepare to enter deep into the mountains. His order was to clear out every last creature that remained. But before the words could settle, a massive root struck him. Blood sprayed across the terrified faces of the soldiers. They looked up in horror. The burning Ziyu hovered above them, mouth wide open, eyes ablaze. He was furious. A transcendental soldier surged forward. One soldier noticed Li, suspended by a thick root. The general's eyes were closed, barely clinging to consciousness. The troops believed this creature was the final boss. Because of that, they became extra careful. Ziyu swung violently, striking a cluster of soldiers. Machine gun-wielding men froze in place. Another branch slammed them into the ground. A sweeping blow lifted tanks into the air. A transcendental soldier looked back in panic and screamed that they weren't strong enough for that kind of beast. He was ordered to retreat. A root silenced him instantly, cutting through his neck. Grinning coldly, Ziyu called out to the others, warning them not to even think about escaping. Bright traces of the willow slash slashed through the air, slicing soldiers apart, severing limbs in waves of energy. A massive explosion rang out near the tree, smoke rising into the sky. The army broke ranks. They fled in terror. Roots struck rocks with force, wrapping around massive boulders. The soldiers turned in dread as the tree lifted a gigantic stone high above its burning crown. With blazing, crazed eyes, Ziyu thundered that they must leave their territory and never return. Li, barely clinging to life, had only one thought left. His comrades had to flee. Ziyu's voice boomed across the battlefield, shouting that none of them would ever return. The massive boulder came crashing down, crushing the army beneath it. The rocks surrounding it collapsed. Dust and debris erupted into the air. Xiaoling stood motionless on a distant cliff, staring at the battlefield below. It was now buried beneath a haze of shattered stone and white mist. A lone branch carried the general's limp body to the core of the tree. Ziyu's burning sphere loomed above him, its voice growling a vow to bring chaos, to kill them all. It didn't care how many soldiers they sent or how many missiles they launched. Every time they stepped foot there, he would destroy them. General Li narrowed his eyes and whispered a final defiance, that humanity would not lose, and that Ziyu would come to regret this. But our boy only smiled, quietly, resolutely, and promised that such a time would never come. A long shadow fell across Li's lifeless body, and from afar, a woman watched everything unfold on the screen. She was horrified that the whole army had been destroyed. A video camera lay among the rubble, but the roots immediately destroyed it. Xiaoling approached her master. Ziyu looked back and noticed her. He told her that her identity had been completely erased, and now no one knew anything about her. He advised her to go. A notification said there was 1 minute left, and the system was on the verge of destruction. She burst into tears, clutched her fist to her chest, and shouted that she wasn't going to go anywhere because she wanted to stay with her master. Ziyu opened its mouth in surprise and fell silent. Suddenly, he revealed that it had once been human. That made her confused. Then he explained that her soul had somehow survived the disaster that killed her sister and was able to inhabit Xiaoling's body. Ziyu added that his heart was filled with pain every time he remembered the times they were alive, because he had truly wanted to save them. Xiaoling closed her eyes and cried even harder. Flames flashed between the rocks. Ziyu advised her to return to humans. He claimed that they won. And from then on, she should hold her head high and live with confidence. Ziyu said he could not keep the promise he made with everyone, so he'll go to them and apologize. Xiaoling hugged herself by the shoulders and cried. Meanwhile, the head of the Chinese Federation was sitting in a computer chair and opened his mouth in amazement. Around him, people in the office were sorting through documents. The hunt operation had ended after 18 hours. 50,000 soldiers, squads of genetically modified superhumans, and spiritual energy users had been destroyed. Except for Xiaoling, everyone from the Beiyu Gorge died. Somewhere in the distance, the sun's rays illuminated the vastness of the ocean. A blue whale swam deep underwater. A notification appeared, stating it was at the Transcendent First Order. There's also the Killer Whale King at Transcendent Fifth Order. Its eyes lit up in the pitch darkness. One after another, notifications popped up to inform that the system was damaged and a backup file was being loaded. A message then appeared, confirming the successful system activation. Ziyu reappeared in the darkness. He opened his eyes. A flash of light illuminated the void. Looking around, Ziyu wondered what was happening. Why he was still alive, what kind of place this was, and why he couldn't see anything. A green notification that says System appeared in the air and replied to him that he was dead, but the system had entered the settlement interface. It was as Ziyu expected, but he asked why his consciousness still existed and wondered if his soul was going to be placed into a new body again. The system notification explained that despite his death, nothing had truly ended. Everything in this world would continue to exist as before while Ziyu is dead. The sphere frowned. The system said that Ziyu as Willow Tree was still alive. With a stern expression, the sphere asked what that meant. As the backup image loading notification began to distort, a voice stated that the world would soon end, and Ziyu must remain alive to become a god when the true darkness comes. Squinting menacingly, Ziyu asked who would bring darkness. He speculated that it's the humans. The distorted notification above him responded that there were far more terrifying creatures than humans. The system would grant him more power and will let him live someday in the future. And the system told him that when the disaster strikes, it will help him without any conditions. The system message hanging in the air asked, "Are you willing to accept such a deal?" Ziyu responded that it had no choice. The system affirmed this. Ziyu inquired about who the system is. The system was silent and simply replied that Ziyu will find out when the time is right. Ziyu began to shift, transforming into a being of white haze, pure energy flowing freely into the air. From that brilliance emerged a young man, now fully formed, standing calmly before the system's message. He was ready to begin again. In another part of the Beiyu Gorge, glowing particles floated toward the weeping Xiaoling. She lifted her eyes as the lights multiplied and danced through the air. Suddenly, a radiant orb appeared in her hands. Just as a blue flame flared at the base of the canyon, roots surged upward, branches twisted and climbed, encasing her. An enormous network of living wood rose from the ground, lifting the bodies of fallen comrades, Flash, Mice, and others into the sky. There's also Qianqin, Qingzhao, and Feng. On the other side were the wind wolf, honey badger, warthog, white tiger, crane, and golden monkey. From above, Xiaoling watched as the root grabbed the beasts. At the heart of this living eruption, a crimson trunk emerged from the soil. A thick branch gently cradled Xiaoling as it ascended. Slowly, the red limbs unfurled, revealing a luminous core. The orb in Xiaoling's hand sparkled. She pressed it to her forehead, called her master, and wished for all of them to live together. As if in answer, the branches carried the corpses into the glowing trunk. A blinding flash of energy burst forth from within. The red limbs shifted, transforming into the magnificent form of a willow tree. Small golden leaves bloomed, and sacred-looking vines draped down like celestial threads. The tree looked majestic. One vine suddenly rose high into the sky. It pulsed with light, then summoned a flying willow leaf knife. The weapon launched upward, slashing through the air with explosive speed, and struck a satellite in orbit. It detonated in a blaze of fire, raining brilliant particles across the earth. Xiaoling watched it. She saw her injuries. Under the falling stardust, her wounds vanished. She whispered, "Heal." The branches continued lifting the dead into the tree. Their bodies glowed. The monkey's expression softened. Then its eyes opened. The white tiger rose to its feet. All the beasts were back in their healthy state. They were all huddled together. Qingjiao stared at his hands in disbelief. Flash remembered that it was reduced to ashes, while Blue Mantis knew it was eaten by Flash. Qianqin rushed to embrace them all, her tears flowing freely. She was so happy to see them. Feng welcomed his joyful rats with open arms. Then, King Kong and his lover hugged each other as well. It was funny how the golden monkey, warthog, and honey badger looked at them with judging eyes. Qingjiao was confused when he saw a woman. He asked who she was. "They're talking about Xiaoling. She was held by a branch and was in front of the tree. She called her master." Ziyu smiled. The beasts gathered solemnly beneath the tree. Ziyu announced that they had won. A deafening cry of triumph erupted from the beasts, but Ziyu's expression darkened. It admitted fault for believing that neutrality would prevent bloodshed, only to learn that inaction had allowed chaos to thrive. Because of that choice, countless lives had been lost, and they suffered humiliation. He told them that they must repay them for it. The beasts leaned in, listening intently. He told them that they must reassert their position to humans. From deep within the glowing trunk, a divine light pulsed. Ziyu's brow furrowed in resolve, and he declared that they should make it such that humans will never dare to set foot in there again. The Emperor Crocodile asked what they should do now. Ziyu replied that the humans think that he's dead, and if they knew that he survived, they would definitely invade again. With that said, he thinks that they need more allies, that Bayou Gorge alone isn't enough. He ordered them to search all the mountain ranges within 5 days, and told them to bring all exotic beasts over, regardless of whether those beasts have innate abilities or not. He also stated that those who refuse to submit shall be killed. He ordered them to go and subdue as many as they could. The honey badger screamed. Ziyu asked what was wrong. The honey badger, along with the windwolf, bolted to hug Xiaoling. They were so noisy. Ziyu remembered that for those beasts, Xiaoqing and Xiaoling are dead. Ziyu assumed that it must have been nice for them to see her again. They hugged together. However, Ziyu ordered Xiaoling to go back to the human side, because they can't live without her help. She happily agreed to it. Ziyu informed everyone that after 5 days, the spiritual recovery will start. Qingjiao and Feng blushed at the sight of Xiaoling. They kept asking who she is because she's beautiful. Meanwhile, at the dessert, Ninetails was annoyed that it wasted so much time because of the dessert king Cobra. The bull demon told it that it has been cursing so much. Ninetails didn't find anything wrong with cursing. She's so annoyed because of that snake. They had been delayed on returning to their master. Ninetails had a sharp gaze. The bull demon looked serious, too. Yo, thanks for hanging out till the end. If you enjoyed the ride, make sure to smash that like button and hit subscribe. It really helps a ton. The next part of this series will be uploaded over on the other channel, so don't miss it. And if you want to keep the Giga Chad momentum going, go watch the video popping up right here. Stay cool, stay awesome, and I'll catch you in the next one.